This heat is on in 2 minutes. Surfers, get out of the lineup now.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
When there's still so much I can be,
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We go mode.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to beautiful Siargao Island for day number 4 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. My name is Justin Majex. Alongside me is Jesse Starling. And yeah, nice clean conditions again. Jess, early start today?
Early start this morning, but fair enough. I mean, we're kind of coming off I think it was a 4 a.m. high tide. So it made sense to run and get a couple heats done this morning. We'll probably look to go on hold maybe around the middle of the day when it is that low tide. But we're back with the ladies in the water this morning. So we've got a pretty strong first heat.
We most definitely do. And we are straight into action. Beautiful conditions on offer as we see Holly Williams here slicing on her first wave of consequence out the back for Nilby. But we're going to throw over to Dia Wacko for the call.
Thank you, guys. Good morning, everyone. This is day number 4. We have started. The condition looking super great, improving a lot overnight. It's right in offshore, so it's on. So we're gonna go on to women's round of 32, heat 1 to 8, and then we are going to men's round of 64, and they are all 25 minutes. So exciting surfing is coming on the way. So everyone, Stay tuned. And thank you guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Di. And we have started with a bit of a flurry. 3 waves ridden in the opening couple of minutes. And you've got to love that, getting straight out in the water, Jess, and seeing pulsing little waves on offer.
It looks so fun out there. It's definitely come up in size a little bit. You can tell with that higher tide, it's still pretty playful out there. We definitely will see a couple barrels, but right now the ladies sticking to some turns. 25-minute heats, like Di said. May I just add, I love Di in yellow. That was great.
He's popping.
It was like a morning sunshine. I was like, oh, Di. Love it. But yeah, I feel like these guys, Ty, Jerry Deegan, they know exactly what they're looking for, and these conditions, we couldn't let them go unridden this morning. We had some pretty fun waves yesterday morning, and I think they thought to themselves, you know what, let's get up early. All these guys are up that early anyways, out there for the early surf, so let's run.
Yeah, we've had some sort of sleepy starts. We've been kicking off around sort of the 9:30, 10 o'clock mark, so I know all surfers like to get up for the early, and yeah, it was just good to hear that we were on so early, make the most of these fuller conditions, and nice clean winds on offer out there at the moment. So far, a 3.33, the best of it, to Holly Williams. We've got Nilby Blancata. She's a former winner of this event. And scratching here is Jazz Studer from Indonesia. She's got a lethal backhand. That was a good blast there. And Sarah Wakita comes in as a seated surfer in this round of 32. And there she is, finding a nice bit of cover.
Ooh, getting close to Jazz Studer there. Yes, Sarah, she's looking very confident. So she's just come off full year on the Challenger Series. Probably didn't get many of the results she was looking for, and it'd be hard because Sarah really dominates the Asian region. It kind of goes between her and Amuro and Anon Matsuoka. So I feel like for them to absolutely dominate the Asia region, and even she won Taiwan last year in a co-sanctioned event, to then go to the Challenger Series, and I don't think she made it past the second round, would have been pretty, maybe a bit of a blow to Sarah. So I feel like she's looking pretty fired up, pretty revved up to come back here and re-qualify for the Challenger Series, but I feel like maybe take some more learnings, because for someone of her caliber, she should definitely be in those deeper rounds of the Challenger Series events, but unfortunately she's got to come back here and re-qualify, get those points. But she did just get second at the most recent QS 3000 over there in Hyuga, Japan, so she's getting some points under her belt. But I know that these two events, Philippines and Taiwan, coming up in the end of next week, they're going to be very important for her.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, the Challenger Series, it's so brutal. Even at these QS 5000 events, there is no easy heats, and I think it's a nice reset after maybe a slightly disappointing season to be able to come back here in waves she's familiar with, location she knows well, to be able to just hit the reset button and build confidence into 2025. Jazz Studer there in the green rash vest, but this is probably the best wave we've seen ridden so far this morning.
She just looks so confident in the barrel. I know she spends a lot of time in Hawaii as well, and I feel like that definitely comes into play with just having such good barrel technique. Also, she's just an all-round technically great surfer. She's just got such good style, such good technique. So we've got a couple scores to lock in. But Jazz, I know she rides her dad's surfboards. I know her dad shapes her surfboards. So I would find that hilarious if my dad shaped my surfboards, just because I reckon I would be so cutthroat.
Ooh.
Dad, it doesn't feel good here. This next board, can we do? Like, you could be so much more honest, you know? I mean, I ride for DHD and I've got a pretty good relationship with Darren, so I'm able to be pretty cutthroat with him. But yeah, I just think, imagine your dad being a shaper. Like, what a cool experience. But yeah, I feel like you could really just dive deep into where it's going wrong, where it's going right. So it's actually probably paying off for her.
Well, here we see Holly Williams almost got behind the lip there to get an early morning cover up. Open with a 3.33, and that is her second scoring wave. But yeah, a real unique opportunity to have your dad as your surfboard shaper. You know, I'm sure Luke is out there on the tower checking out the action, And this little weapon under Jazz's feet. Whoa! I thought that was going to be a perfect segue, but unfortunately, I'm sure he might be able to do some ding repairs on the fly as well, but that was a heavy and committed takeoff as we see Sarah Wakita now. Similar situation. She's been riding away when Jazz has been paddling back out, but they avoid any contact. Talk us through this replay, Jess.
Yeah, I feel like Holly kind of got into that one a little late. She took her line pretty low in that one, so maybe at the start, maybe thought I'll go around it, and then last minute committed to it. She still made it work, like she still came out of the barrel, but I'm thinking maybe a little bit more, all right, I'm going to pull into this one from the start. I love the fact that she went from it, but I felt like maybe she was in two minds at the start of that wave. But Holly, she has had Challenger experience as well. She's from the Sunshine Coast back home in Australia, and she looked pretty sharp in her first heat. This lady, though, she is no stranger to winning out here. Like you said, she won back in 2022. She got third place here last year, and she's actually one of 8 siblings, and they all start with N. All of their names start with N.
Classic.
And there is Holly with that signature blue ribbon. I love it. She's all blue this event.
Any, is it what's up with the blue ribbon?
I have no idea. I'm going to have to ask. If she wins this heat or gets through this heat, I'll have to report back, Justin. But this lady, Nilby, she is so talented out here. Her older sister, Nildy, is really talented out here before. Nildy's won as well. And I feel like these two ladies for so long were the dominant two. And when it became an international event, that's probably where they got challenged the most. So you can see they're very competitive. Look at her. She's scratching to get back out right now. So Nilby, she's one, like I said, one of 8, very talented family. Actually stayed at her older sister Nita's place the first week. I was here before I moved over to Kessa, and awesome homestay. Absolutely loved it. But live on screen, looking like we've got a bit of an equipment change right now. Jazz Struder.
Yeah, she took a heavy wipe out. Might have creased the equipment, so she's paddled over it to her caddy, jumped on another one of her dad's shapes, and will be heading back out. So, yeah, we were talking about it. Dad, gonna have to whip up another new shape.
There it is, Dad. Another new board, please.
Well, we might be able to get some insight later on what happened, but yeah, it was a heavy wipe out. And this wave here on Siargao, Cloud 9, it can certainly buckle some boards.
Yeah, definitely. I think I saw Made Joy, Sachuan. He yesterday morning went for a morning surf and went out with one board, came in with a clean cut 2 boards. So I was like, Made Joy, what happened? He goes, I don't even know. I was just paddling for this wave, took off, and it was a smaller one, he said. So it just kind of indicates how powerful this wave is, even taking off on the smaller ones. Still cleanly snap your board in half. So, yeah, got to be careful. Got to make sure you're really committed to these waves, because I've been pleasantly surprised with how powerful this wave is. So many times I've been humbled. Just when you think you're fine, next minute you're not. You're saying hey to the reef.
Oh, it's definitely packs a punch, and yeah, you have to really be mindful of the fact that, you know, it is a powerful wave. Jess, how many boards do you think these competitors are travelling with?
I would say at least 5, 4 or 5, because they're going on to another event after this. I feel like a lot of people will be bringing at least 4 or 5 surfboards. Some of those guys who are probably on the Challenger Series may be bringing more. If you're Tenchi Iwami, you could be bringing 25 or 30 to leave boards behind afterwards. Nilby just tucking in there. But yeah, I feel like average, I'm going to say like 5. Wow. A lot of people do like to bring more because maybe they like to swap around a bunch of different boards. I know when I was traveling to these events, I was always bringing 5 surfboards with me, especially to places like here, places like Indonesia, because I've snapped boards in Indo before, and you just want to be confident to know that you've got backup on backup on backup options.
So true. And, you know, do surfers have their, like, just dream boards that they just keep in cotton wool for events like this? Is there,
Definitely.
you know, your fun board that you surf regularly, and then there's just one that is just absolutely the dream board that just comes out for competition?
Yeah, I would say 110%, Justin, because so many of these surfers would have their dream board and then a backup copy of it made. They're probably riding the backup copy all through the free surf sessions leading up to the event. I'd say the perfect board probably comes out for the morning free surf and then the heat. That's definitely what I used to do. I just used to ride my backup board, which was still such a good board, but sometimes there's just one board that has a little bit extra spice in it and you have no idea why, but it's just such a magic board. And I probably wouldn't ride my magic boards out here before competition until the morning free surf. And then after that, I would definitely be riding them in the heats because you want to be on your best equipment. These are very hard events. Every single surfer in this event surfs good. If not, they wouldn't be here committed to these QS 5000s trying to get to the Challenger Series. So, yeah, if you're better off saving your best equipment for when you want to put your best foot forward, which is in your heats. And I believe every single one of these ladies would be doing that. But even their backup boards, like we saw Jazz swap out, I'm sure they're still really good boards. But look at that right reeling off in front of us right now, Justin.
Yeah, you can still see quite a bit of water over the reef in the foreground. A boat probably putting off to take some people surfing at other locations. The swell has hung in there. It's probably not pulsing like it was yesterday afternoon when we saw just guys getting spat out of tubes, taking to the air, but there is still more than enough opportunity on offer out there right now. Holly Williams has established first place on the strength of a 4.27 and a 3.33. Jazz Studer a 2.73 and a 2.23. She needs a 4.87. This is your heat leader, hunting the tube. Didn't quite get behind that one. Wraps a nice cutback, but yeah, you can see her intention is clear, and that lady has a great knowledge of this lineup, but even then, it's a tricky wave.
Yeah, it's so easy to get caught in that lip. You think you're on, and then you need 2 or 3 more paddles to get into it. Lucky enough, it is a pretty shallow reef here, and it is pretty flat, so even if you do go over the falls, you kind of bounce off the bottom and come straight up, and you can bounce off the bottom and come off unscathed. It's actually a really friendly reef. A really beautiful reef as well. I don't know if you've gone swimming and had a look at the reef out there, but it's gorgeous. There's big chunks of blue coral, and it's like electric blue. And then we have these really cool kind of divots in the reef, like you can see from this drone angle shot. It's pretty flat. I'd say the sharpest bits may be the corners of those little holes, but it's for such a full-on wave, because it is pretty much a slab, the reef isn't daunting at all. I feel like if it was a scarier reef, you'd probably be a little bit more timid to throw yourself over the ledge, but these ladies know that it's all good.
Well, throwing herself over the edge there was Sarah Wakita, chasing a 1.13. She does have the second best number of the morning, being a 3.83, but yeah, it sucks up out of deep water and hits this little inside shelf of beautiful coral reef and stands up very quickly. So you saw there Sarah just unable to get the right trajectory into that one.
Yeah, that lady on your screen, that was Diane coming up in the next heat. She's actually Nilby's niece. So a bit of family here in Siargao. I feel like all of these guys are all related somehow. There's such big families here in the Philippines. And Diane, very talented surfer. She competes a lot in the local Filipino events over here. So this is kind of the biggest event she gets to compete in. And she took me surfing the other morning. We went out to a pretty cool little wave and we had a lot of fun. Came back and surfed Cloud 9 in the afternoon, and we sat after our surf in the deeper part of the reef on the inside and just sat and yapped away for ages. So yeah, best of luck to Diane, and I'm sure Nilby and Nildy and the whole family, all the uncles and aunties will be tuning in, watching on. She's got 8.5 minutes to get out there though. So this heat, the best of this heat so far, still just that 4.27, Justin.
Yeah, well, it started with the flurry, but no one's really been able to, you know, establish a really solid score. Still plenty of time on the clock, and you see the ladies having a little look at that one. But yeah, I think there's some nerves. Obviously, these ladies, the seeded surfers, Sarah and Nilby, have probably been waiting around for, quite a few days and building that in anticipation, mentally preparing, probably playing out some scenarios in your head with regards to how these heats are going to play out. And then you get out there and Mother Nature will call the shots.
Yeah, Mother Nature, at the end of the day, has the final decision on your screen. That is Emily Burke, Newcastle surfer. She won her first heat. I think you talked to her, actually, after her first heat. She looked pretty cool, calm and collected. Yeah,
she said it was a bit of a scrappy heat. We had quite a bit of wind and not as much swell a couple of days ago when she surfed, but you just got to grind out some heats and get yourselves into a position where you can surf these nice, clean, green waves. As we see Jazz Studer grabs the rail, manages the takeoff well.
I feel like perfecting that backside barrel technique takes a lot of time. I feel like it almost takes like a week at Urban Surf Beast Mode to try and figure out how exactly you should be kind of picking your line, getting your body into that position, because it's not a position we're used to being in surf. It's quite different in comparison to where we usually are when we're surfing and turning. So I love the fact that Jazz is going for it. She get a lot of opportunity in Indonesia to practice her backside barrel riding technique. But yeah, for something that some people make look so easy, it's quite surprising how much time goes into that kind of technique.
Yeah, it is a very unique part of our sport, the backside tube ride. You've got to sort of twist your body and, tuck down low, grab your rail, lean in with your leading shoulder. As we see the drone just flying on over. Pretty sure that is, the Hardy sisters. So good morning back home in Western Australia. There's Jean behind them. Willow is in the front there, Olive in the back. And Freya Prum.
The girls. Loving the colours that Olive's choosing for her board just there. The pink and the green. I have green and pink on my board, so Olive and I are on the same wavelength just there. But very, very talented sister duo, like you said, from WA. And if I know one thing about backhand barrel riding is that I'm not too familiar with Olive's, but Willow, she's been putting a lot of time in. I know she surfed the box. She charges. She's definitely not scared to throw herself over the ledge. And Gene, their dad, incredible waterman. He knows so much about the ocean. I remember when I was in Krui one year, he was kind of breaking it down for me, and I was so shocked about how little I knew compared to what he knew. He's just so familiar with what's going on in the ocean, what the bigger ocean is doing, like very far out to sea, and how that's going to affect what we have in here. And he also runs a tours company over there in WA.
A very successful business. He runs Cape to Cape Explorers Tours, and essentially the Cape to Cape track runs from lighthouse to lighthouse, so the northern part of Yellingup all the way down to Augusta, and it is some of the most stunning scenery. If you want to get off the beaten path and see just the beautiful coastline of the southwest of WA, Gene is your man, and he is very insightful when it comes to, breaking down a forecast, talking about fetch, the direction of swells coming in, the angle, the degree of, the swell. As we see Nilby here, good takeoff, does well to regain. Won't really call that a tube, not to her standards anyway.
No, I feel like she's chasing a 2.79, so definitely went about it in the right way. But like you said, good takeoff, but then almost lost it kind of halfway through. She managed to regain. I feel like if she had slotted into that one, that would have been a pretty perfect barrel right from the start. But you can tell her smiling at the end. They're just kind of like, whoa, what just happened on that wave? So Nilby chasing a 2.79, so not much. Sarah Wakita, though, only needs a 1.13. It's very irregular of Sarah Wakita to need such a small score and haven't got it. She's needed that score for maybe the last 10, 12 minutes. So I think it's really surprising that she hasn't even caught a wave just to be like, yeah, let's get that 113, because for someone of her caliber, she can turn that 113 into a 3 on any wave really easy, and then it puts the pressure back on Jasmine. So yeah, I think that was really surprising for me, because she just needs such a small score and she sat for a really long time. Plenty of good waves have come through.
Yeah, it looks dreamy, but you can still see, you know, quality waves are still hard to find out there. But you know that between Sarah and Nilby, their experience in competition will, you know, if they get the opportunity, a 113 is a nothing score really. That's a takeoff, and Nilby just chasing a 2.79. So Jazz Studer should be feeling a little bit nervous right now, hoping an opportunity to improve on her low score, being a 2.23, presents itself in the next 2.5 minutes. But yeah, you just, you know, in this dynamic nature of surfing events, you rely so much on the ocean being on your side, and sometimes you have to go out there and manufacture scores. And I think Sarah knows that a 113 is super achievable. She's in second priority, and we see a really good wave go through unridden. So the girls are quite spread out on the Cloud9 playing arena, just waiting for some opportunities. But with under 2 minutes now, you don't want to wait too long.
No, I don't think you can really be that picky if you need a 113. Like, just go anything, manufacture a score, like you said. Like, that is such a small score. Sarah has the most experience in this heat. She's been on the Challenger Series twice now, and she's no stranger to barrels. She's no stranger to big waves. And now it almost looks like she's scrambling a little bit because she might be in a bit of panic mode. She's kicking to try and find a wave. A 113 is absolutely nothing. You would hate to get knocked out needing a 113. She has a minute to do so, but I feel like sometimes this is that typical Cloud9 that we're used to seeing on the high tide. Sometimes, like I said yesterday, the ocean breathes in and sometimes it breathes out. I feel like this could be one of those moments where it is slightly breathing in more than it's breathing out. So Sarah might just need to paddle herself in, try and find just a smaller one, because that is a takeoff and a carve for someone of Sarah's ability. So yeah, I think you can tell she's kind of not freaking, but definitely a little bit fidgety right now.
Yeah, she's on the move. You can see that Jazz Studer has sort of trailed her to the inside part of the reef. She is paddling now, up and riding. One turn, two turns, and bringing this one all the way through the inside. So definitely has confidence in her ability. She just needed to find a wave to do so on. And I'm pretty sure that 113 is going to be achieved. She looked a bit nervous. She's probably just got her head in her hands there, just thinking, oh my goodness, that was a scrappy way to start my campaign here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We'll find out the official results right after this commercial break. We'll be back shortly.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
when there's still so much I can be?
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo, anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We go.
Welcome back. A very relieved Sarah Wakita there. She needed a 1-1-3, ducked onto the inside in the dying moments and got a 1-7-7. So, she's probably breathing a sigh of relief and just scraping through by the skin of her teeth there. But this is live action. Heat number 2, the women's round of 32. Diane up and riding. We can hear the hoots and hollers from the local crowd behind us. They are so supportive of their local surfers, and such a great opportunity to have the Philippines' biggest ever surfing event here for the 28th edition of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. I'm joined by True Starling. True, how's your morning been?
It's been pretty quick this morning, literally just up and into it straight away, which has been great. As I heard Jessie mention earlier, we had a low tide at like 4 a.m. this morning, I think. So it's great that we're up early and making the most of the conditions. This is Diane's first wave. She's a local surfer here in Siargao. She gets a little bit of cover there and gets a nice carve to complete. And yeah, you could hear the locals here cheering over on the boardwalk as well, supporting Diane nice and early this morning.
I know it was so early. Neither you and I have had a coffee.
Yeah.
And that is a dangerous thing.
I was just about to say, it's danger zone for everyone around us. Yeah, I tried to bribe Jessie into getting a coffee, but I don't know what she'll do there.
I've got some pesos in my pocket if anyone is keen to do a coffee run for us. We need caffeine.
Help.
Well, here we see Nakashio, just a quick in and out. We've got 2 Japanese surfers, a Filipino surfer, and an Australian in the water. These are 25-minute heats. The women's round of 32 in the water. And the thing that I like about starting early is these conditions are so nice and clean. We've had a fair bit of wind on off for the last few days, but right now it's offshore. You can see the flags blowing, but it's not as stiff and offshore as we've had the last few days.
Yeah, which is really nice, and it was a great surprise this morning to wake up and the conditions be cleaner than they have been in the mornings. Yeah, it's really good, and you can see, like, as we approach the low tide, we'll probably have to reassess and kind of maybe call off and wait for the higher tide this afternoon, which is great that we've just have the time. I think we have a 10-day waiting period for this event. So that's to take into account the fact that we might need to go on hold in the middle of the day. But that first wave for Diane was a 1.6. So she didn't quite get a long enough bit of cover there to kind of go above that. The judges were showing us that they were really critical on that. This is Emily up and riding on her first wave. She's a strong, goofy footer from Newcastle. Unfortunately comes unstuck, but got a nice first turn.
Yeah, she did. She's a tall surfer. And you can see it's sort of heading a bit high conditions, certainly of someone of Amelie's height. Just past the 20-minute mark as we see the replay. Drops into that one nicely. Nice down carve in the pocket. Goes for the second manoeuvre and just gets flung into the white water. But so far, probably the best wave ridden in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. She did well to drive hard off the bottom for that first turn too. Emily is from Newcastle. Her best result this year has actually been the 13th at the Newcastle 5000. So a bit of local knowledge playing to Emily's favour there, and that first wave locked in for a 2.17 for Emily. Whoa.
Well, as we see a beautiful wave roll through unridden, we're going to throw out to Jessie, who's with the first heat winner of the day.
We almost caught Holly Williams singing. We were very close to catching her singing just now. Holly got the morning heat win, got the first heat of the day. It's not very often we have 6 a.m. starts. How do you prepare for such an early heat?
It was actually really hard because not knowing the call last night, I was kind of wired quite early and I couldn't really sleep. I was tossing and turning, but when you rock up to the beach or the reef and it's looking like that, you can't really complain but show up and get ready.
It was absolutely cooking out there. Justin and I were commentating your heat, and one thing we noticed, you're all blue. What's going on with the blue and the blue ribbon? Is this kind of a little, I don't know, is this an ode to back home? What's going on with the blue?
I don't know. When I was younger, I used to be Holly Pink ribbon, and I found a blue ribbon before I left. And I was like, I'm going to start wearing a ribbon again. And I've always had blue boards, and I like being colour coordinated, so stick with it. And I'm superstitious, so it'll be blue the whole event.
And you're coming off a couple good results in Indonesia and 2 of the 5,000s over there. We're now on to the second leg, so we're into Philippines and then Taiwan. Is this kind of an event you find yourself putting pressure on yourself, or you kind of just trying to have fun to back up those results?
I definitely want to have fun. I feel like I compete best when I have fun. There's definitely in the back of my mind, we're all here to make challenger, we're all here to win, and I think having the points in the back of the head is definitely there, but if I just have fun and do my best and let my surfing do the talking, I should see myself where I want to be.
And it's your first time here in Cloud9. You know how much I love this place. Are you loving it as much as I am now?
I am definitely. This most beautiful place. As I said in my first interview, beautiful place, beautiful people, beautiful food.
Yeah, love it. Holly Williams, everyone. She is on to the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jessie, and well done, Holly. You got any little superstitions or any anything you do that has become a routine? Is it colours? Is it certain things with your equipment? True.
I listen to 2 songs, and I listen to the second song twice.
Oh, okay. Are they particular songs?
Yeah,
Okay.
same songs every time. This is live action though. Minami drives off the bottom for a first carve, getting a second one in, a smaller wave for the Japanese surfer, and out the back, Diane stalling on her wave. Doesn't quite get the cover up, but gets a nice turn out the back. Just 2 songs really, and listen to the second one twice. That's as much superstition as I'll go. I probably have a whole lot more that I just don't notice, honestly.
Yeah.
What about you?
Nah, not a overly superstitious person. I don't really stretch before a surf. I probably got to get a little bit better at my my surfing preparation than what I currently do. But yeah, I'm not a superstitious person in any way, shape, or form. Do like to listen to a bit of music before I surf, so that's a given. But no, I'd make sure I put my leg rope on the right foot. One thing I do sometimes, certainly here on the reefs, is I just wax the top of my feet, because sometimes walking around in thongs all day, your feet can get a little bit slimy and you get out there. So I do wax the top of my feet. That's probably the one little trait or habit that I have when I go for a surf.
Yeah, no, that's a good one to have, especially here as well. Even when you walk down the stairs, it gets quite slippery on that kind of concrete platform. I had a surf the other day and I was like, I really wish that I did that. But I didn't, so lesson learned.
Well, it's a little bit easier back home when the water's cool. The tropical and warm wax doesn't go on the top of the feet that easy. Here we see Nakashio from Japan, our surfer in blue, wraps a nice smooth carve in the pocket. Looks like swinging behind her is Emily Burke. Up and riding is the Newcastle surfer. Cracks it in the pocket. Second opportunity coming. Maybe just missed that section, but I was going to say it's okay to miss a section if you can unleash on the one behind it, and she did that, but just got a little bit too loose on that manoeuvre. Unable to ride out. So 14 and a half minutes. Again, a little bit of a slow start to this one. There has been some good waves rolling through. As we see Red. Oh my goodness, free falls. It almost looked like she landed back on her board then.
That looks like it hurt. Wow, I hope she's okay. Minami's pretty tough. She's small but mighty. But wow, that was gnarly. But that first heat looks like it was pretty slow, but it feels like it's starting to get a little bit better now.
Yeah, there's definitely been opportunities, but the ladies, some of these surfers haven't competed in the event so far, so we've seen some of our seeded surfers here in the round of 32. As Holly said in that interview, waiting with anticipation to get out there. What time are we going to start? Probably had to get up a little bit earlier to just be here and get in the free surf and get into rhythm. So, I haven't seen any lady click 100% into gear yet, but I'm sure we're not too far away from seeing these ladies put their best foot forward. So right now, Emily Burke leads with a 4.672 wave combined total. Diane in second position. The requirements are going to be super low for all these ladies, so it just takes one good wave to flip the situation and put yourself in a winning position.
Yeah, it really does. One good wave, one good barrel, and then it really changes. You can see Diane sitting a lot deeper and further out than the rest of the other women. So the local just knowing exactly where to sit and what she needs to do out there. She charges pretty hard. You could see her hunting for the barrels in her first few waves too. But no one's really run away with this heat. Emily has a 2.5 and a 2.17. Diane's got that 1.93 and a 1.6. So, it's really small scores. Kana's last wave was a 2.4. So she's sitting in a better position, only needs a 1.13 to go into second place. And Minami just really looking to connect with a wave. We saw her get absolutely pumped on that last one. But I feel like, she's in a really good rhythm out here. She did well here last year as well. The Japanese and Asian surfers that are on the tour that had the event here last year have a little bit more experience out here as well. So they're probably feeling a little bit more comfortable than the Aussie surfers.
Yeah, you can see Freya Prum, a bit of a veteran campaigner on the qualifying series. She is looking so fit and so strong at the moment. I can't get over it. She's set and ready to go. So there'll be 2 Australians and 2 Japanese surfers in heat number 3. As we see surfer in blue here.
Ooh.
That was a really fast, good attempt, but unable to stick the landing. So Nakashio will paddle back out. There is a possibility she's improved on a 0.57. Don't know that's going to be the requirement to move her up into second. Doesn't look like it.
No, just a 0.83 for Kana. She needs a 1.13. I'm excited for some bigger sets to roll through and start to see some tube time from the women out there this morning. There's definitely opportunities for that. We've seen quite a few spit as well, so hopefully they're able to get themselves in the right position and find that opportunity. That's Amuro Suzuki on screen there. She's actually ranked 6th on the Asia QS at the moment, so she's looking to get a good result here to solidify that top 4 spot, I believe they have for the the Challenger Series. So we'll see how Amuro goes. She has CT experience. She got 17th on the Challenger Series this year. So just missing that top 10 spot to requalify. Kana staying busy. Nice connection there for Kana Nakashio. Gets a second one in. That's a better looking wave. And a third. And she gets a 4th to just complete that one for Kana Nakashio. She's going to complement that 2.4 really nicely with that last wave, Justin.
Yeah, that was the best wave ridden by far. Just not a massive set wave, but a wave that just ran along the reef really nicely, had good pace and good timing, and she executed a nice repertoire of manoeuvres that I think is going to see her move up the leaderboard. So you can see just a beautiful pace on this wave. Straight in the pocket, finds that critical section a second time. And what I liked is all 4 of those turns were different, so showing a good bit of variety there.
Yeah, absolutely. And she has such a wide variety of surfing, and she's got such a great repertoire. She's 7th on the Asia QS rankings right now. She actually won at La Union earlier in the year, which is one of the other events in the Philippines. And This wave just goes unridden.
Oh, look at that thing just reeling. A nice big A-frame out the back. No one in position, unfortunately. That is a heat-winning wave, but we haven't seen too many of those this morning, but you definitely want to be on those sort of waves, I think.
Yeah, the bigger waves, if the last 3 days haven't shown us anything, it's the bigger waves, you get bigger scores in them. The smaller waves, the judges are going, yeah, that was good surfing, but your scores are getting capped. There's not much more on offer. Whereas the bigger waves really allows you to go into the 6+ range, even the 5+ range, honestly. So that was, unfortunate. So we'll see. Hopefully there'll be another one of those sets to roll through, and the women will be able to be on that. Diane just looks like she's the deepest one out of everyone, so maybe she's seeing something that we didn't on that wave. I mean, she's out there, and of course it looks just as good. Look at it right now. It's a beautiful view. There's great waves coming through, so much opportunity. But the women are allowed to be selective out there. It looks like there's another lump starting to roll through. Will Diane be in position, and does she want this one? No, she doesn't. So, wow, you can actually see she's a fair bit deeper than everyone else. The other women are sitting quite a lot wider. So I'm wondering if maybe there's a sweep that's bringing them down, or if Diane is just feeling comfortable. She's a local surfer here. So I'm wondering if she's feeling comfortable sitting a bit deeper. We saw her have a great heat yesterday as well, which is cool to see. But small scores on the board right now, Justin. It's been a bit of a sleepy one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, true. Just limited opportunity, but the opportunities we just saw on screen were looking pretty good. So maybe the ladies just have to roll the dice and commit to one of those big set waves. And we all know that, out here at Cloud9, if you're getting tubed, you're generally on your way to a good score. So just under 7 minutes. It is Blue leading from White, who's chasing a 3.08 to move up the leaderboard. Diane with priority in the green rash vest, needing a 2.74. And Nonaka in the red, chasing a 2.94. So I'm sure ladies in the next few heats are watching this closely. They're watching positioning. They're listening to the judges' score and understanding what they're going to have to do to progress through to the next round, the round of 16.
Yeah, we have a low tide at about 10:15 this morning. So we saw yesterday the low tide was a little bit weird, but we'll come back to that. This is Kana Nakashio. Gets another smaller one, but she's able to really rip into it. Gets this third turn combination. I think she'll replace the 2.4 there. That was a nice surfed wave for Kana. But yeah, with the 10:15 low tide, we may stop heats maybe in the middle of the day, and then the next high tide we have is at about 4:30. So once it starts to kind of pick up a little bit and get better throughout the day, I'm sure we'll see some more surfing later this afternoon. But you never know, it could start pulsing throughout the whole day.
We'll take it, I think, almost heat by heat this morning. It'll get to a point where it just, probably gets a bit sleepy and slow as we see Amelie Burke hard off the bottom, connects in the pocket, finds another good section. So a 2 maneuver wave on a bigger wave. She's holding a couple of 2s at this stage and hoping to improve. Our heat leader has a score to drop in as well, her low score being a 2.4. It's going to be interesting to see if she extends on first place on the strength of her last wave. And here we go. This is Nonaka. That was a great turn. That was amazing. You could see the tail and the fins blowing the back of the wave out. Almost like a frontside lip slide in skateboarding. I'm sure we'll get a replay of all these last few waves with 4.5 minutes. This is Amelie's last wave.
Yeah, Amelie gets a couple of nice backside connections there. Looking to better a 2.17. Minami maybe could have got a barrel there, but that turn was really solid for Minami Nonaka. unfortunately comes unstuck on that second turn. I feel like, yeah, if she maybe had have been able to get in the tube, she might have given herself more opportunity to make the most of the score. She needs a 2.94. I don't think she'll get that, and Amelie is up and riding again.
Yeah, here she goes, the girl from Newcastle, hard off the bottom and really showing her strength, which is her backhand. Another two-turn combination for the surfer in white. We are awaiting scores. So this is almost what happened in Heat 1. The ladies sort of got busy, and then, you know, the last couple of minutes was super, super crucial. So here goes Amelie.
Yeah, she gets another nice combination for Amelie. A bigger looking wave as well. So we'll see where that score locks in. She's in second right now. I feel like, yeah, it's really anyone's heat at the moment. Diane's dropped down to third. She needs a 2.74. Minami needs a 2.94, but we still have these scores to lock in for 2 scores for Amelie. We'll see if it betters the 2.5 and the 2.17 she has right now. 3 minutes to go. Yeah, as you said, really crucial last few minutes of the heat. Diane holds a first priority. I think if she can find a barrel, and that'll really set herself aside from everyone else.
Yeah, the local knowledge is so crucial here. So she knows this lineup better than anyone else. You can see where she's sitting, hoping that a set presents itself. She's been the only surfer to really try and get tubed in heat number 2. And you can see there is a fair bit of real estate between her on the middle of the screen and the ladies further down to the left-hand side. So 2 minutes. It looks like some movement, and here she goes, the local surfer, down into 4th now, knifing into this one. Oh. The lip landed right in front of her board, flipped it over, and that looked like it could have given her a little bit of a shin boner, so
yeah.
That's never fun.
Wow, that looked like it hurt for Diane, but I love the commitment on that wave. You could see exactly what she was searching for, but maybe needed to kind of slide in on the angle a little bit more on that wave. We'll have a look. Yeah, she just drops down to the bottom, and you can see she's outside the barrel, and oh my goodness, that looked like it hurt.
Oh, rails,
Wow.
fins, board rolling. Bit of a recipe for disaster there, but it looks like she's okay. She's paddling out the back with 1:20 on the clock. Amelie Burke has gone up into first on the strength of a 3 and a 2.63. And here goes Nanaka, has to make way for our surfer with priority here.
Yeah, so Kana Nakashio using her first priority to keep Minami off that wave. She needs a 3.08 now because all those scores have locked in. Amelie goes to the lead with a 3.03 and a 2.63. So Kana drops to second. Minami needs a 3.08. Diane is looking for a 3.64. The waves look like they're beginning to get a little bit more consistent right now, but time is ticking away with 30 seconds to go, Justin.
Yeah, most definitely. So 30 seconds. I reckon there hasn't been enough sets to see all these ladies get another opportunity each. So with 15 seconds on the clock, I dare say I'm going to be chatting with Amelie Burke for the second time during this event. The Newcastle surfer and Kana Nakashio look like they have done enough to progress through to the round of 16. We're going to take a short commercial break here at the Cloud9 International Surfing Cup, and we'll be right back with heat number 3 very soon.
With Gomo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I Gomo any way I want. We don't stop.
Welcome back, everybody. This is day number 4, Siargao International Surfing Cup. Now we are here, and round of 32 women's heat 3 is on live. I'm here with True. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Di. I'm really good. We had a nice second heat of the day. Small scores, like you can see on the screen. Emily Burke making it through that heat, as well as Kana Nakashiro. But this heat looks like it's going to be a good one, Di.
Right, so we're going to have Amuro Suzuki in red from Japan, Freya Pram in blue from Australia, Charlie Haitley in white from Australia, and Kako Ishida is in green from Japan. This is 2 Japanese surf against 2 Australians.
Yep.
It's gonna be great heat, and we have Amuro Suzuki, who was following the CS Tour this year. So it's really tough for those surfers following the CS Tour, because they just done Portugal, Brazil, straight into this QS 5000 tour. So, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. And if you're not staying for the women in the top 10 to re-qualify for the Challenger Series, then you have to come back on the QS and do it all again. Here we go, Freya Pram, fade takeoff.
Wow.
Oh, just gets a little bit pumped, not getting up there quick enough, but a great attempt there from Freya.
Really love how she just faded, for a little bit, so that she can get, most time of the barrel. But unfortunately, the wave didn't offer too much for her.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Freya. You can see that wave just stretching out a little bit. Amuro Suzuki getting 17th in the Challenger Series. Freya actually went over and competed in Portugal. I don't think she got the result that she was hoping for, but Freya, she surfs really strong. She's looking really fit at the moment. She does a lot of training with Jared Detiri, coach JDT back in Oz, who I'm sure is watching the heat as well. But yeah, Freya, she's such a veteran competitor. She's been doing this for a while. Charlie Haitley, she's just 15 years old. Yeah.
There's so many next generations from Australia in this event,
Yeah.
So many of them are still so young in junior division, but they surf like an adult.
I know. It's amazing.
Surfing, yeah.
It's amazing. It's crazy how, even you look at the generation below the Charlie Haitleys, and, they're incredible as well. Charlie's from Burleigh Heads, Queensland, and she's currently ranked 8th on the Australian QS. It's her first, I guess, proper year.
Right. But so she's still, having this chance to go into the CS Tour next year, because she's now 8th.
Yeah.
And she has this event and Taiwan event as well. So she has big chance to go into the top 4.
Yeah, she definitely does. And she's a goofy footer. She's a great goofy footed surfer. She's got a really solid backhand. I'm excited to see her kind of make the most of the tubes out there. I mean, there's some fun waves this morning, and as we approach the lower tide, we'll probably start to see the conditions get a little bit weird, but there's definitely still plenty on offer.
Still, it's just perfect out there. As you can see from the TV, there's still water. So there's a live action from white. Charlie Haitley on her backhand. It's great 2 turns combo. So we have Yoshida Kako from Japan in green. She's really great surfer as well. She's been traveling and doing training with Sky Brown lately.
Oh, wow.
A lot. Wow, here is Freya Plum up and riding against stalled but I don't think it was deep enough as a tube riding. A good attempt.
Yeah, good attempt for Freya, but just a little bit too wide maybe on the takeoff, and the stall just didn't wash off. You could see she went into that wave with so much speed, but you can see what she's looking for. Freya's hunting for the barrels. She's no stranger in a barrel as well. She's a great barrel rider, so she'll just need to make a few subtle adjustments, but these 25 minutes heats really allow for that as well. Oh,
Here is 続き安室選手1本目のライディングにテイクオフ、ここはチューブに入っていきますが少しタイミングがずれてしまったようです。その後ろから吉田佳子選手テイクオフ、これもチューブを狙っていきますがすぐさまプルアウト。本日ラウンドオブ32ウィメンズからのスタートとなっています。Right, so that was Amuro Suzuki, and behind Kako Yoshida was up and riding, but just quick in and out. So Kako is actually a great skater as well.
Oh,
she
wow.
does skate, so she charges. I mean, she loves barreling waves. So I talked to her yesterday, and she said if there's any chance, then she'll probably pull into barrel and try to make it out of it. So I'm hoping to see that coming in this heat.
yeah, bring it on for sure. I mean, I feel like out here at Cloud9, they're probably the best place for you to find a completion is in the barrel.
Right.
I think the turn sections, like there's definitely some turn sections out there, but they look kind of tricky, whereas if you can find one of those barrels that open up a little bit more and have, good timing, obviously everything has to go your way, but yesterday we saw so many tubes. I feel like we'll see that today, and I'm excited for it. Charlie's first wave was a 2.67. Freya locked in a 1.93 on her last one as well. And just small scores for Amuro and Kako. But, yeah, I actually love Kako surfing. I think she has a really great backhand as well. I love watching her go left.
Really powerful, and Okay, so we're gonna have Justin with the last heat winner. So go for it, Justin.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Emily Burke. Second time we've had a chat post-heat, so 2 heats, 2 wins. How you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. It's a right, and I love my backhand, so yeah, feeling pretty good out there.
Another bit of a scrappy heat, a little bit low scoring. Do you take confidence in the fact that you can still get through even though the waves aren't that good?
Yeah, I was definitely wanting more out there, just like a few more turns and maybe a barrel, but felt like my positioning probably wasn't great, but yeah, learn for the next one.
We started early today. Tell us about your heat preparation for an early start. Do you eat brekkie? Are you a coffee drinker? What changes with these earlier starts?
I was a bit slow this morning, early morning, so I kind of am a bit slow, but no, got down here at about 5, had a free surf with the whole crowd, so tried to get a wave and then didn't really get to eat brekkie. I can't eat early, so yeah.
Through to the round of 16, a keeper result really. You feeling stoked about your performances here in the Philippines?
Yeah, for sure. Pretty stoked. Travelling with Gia and the crew, and yeah, it's been really fun.
It's probably about, 8:30, 9 o'clock back home. I'm sure your family and friends are tuning in. Do you want to do a shout out to them?
Yeah, just mum, dad, sister Gabrielle, pets back at home, and yeah, thanks for watching.
Well, there we have it, the second heat winner of the day. We'll throw back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, guys. Well, if you have early morning heat, preparation is really key point. You gotta wake up really early.
Oh,
Whoa.
my. Wow, Freya's charging out there. Camera guy stuck with her. He's had faith in the ability, but unfortunately just getting a little bit clipped on the takeoff. And yeah, you can see what she wants to do though. She's really hunting the tubes.
Well, that's all we wanted to see, especially at Cloud9. It's just too perfect for barrels. It's just you gotta be careful with the positioning.
Yeah.
That's all you have to be careful with it.
Yeah, so 14 and a half minutes to go, and these early morning heats I think are fun, but when it's a 6 a.m. start time, that's really early.
And 5 is like kind of dark still in
Yeah.
Cloud 9. So you don't really get to surf before your heat at Cloud 9
Yeah. Yeah.
when we start at 6 like today. So probably do some exercises on
Yeah.
the beach.
Warm
and
up a little
Mm.
bit. Yeah, I was. As soon as I heard we were the call, I was like, oh, I'm going to wander over to the coffee shop. Because I was just way too optimistic that the coffee shop was going to be open at 6 o'clock, and it was not. But here we go. Charlie, up and riding on this wave. Loads up for a
Wow.
nice snap there. Gets a completion. And she gets out of that one. No takers on this one behind. But Charlie using the priority right now. The Aussies are in the lead. Amuro and Kako need to get a little bit of a wriggle on.
I really love the strong bottom turn right there and straight into the hard section and throw a lot of sprays. Really love the turn. It's just one turn, but I think it's gonna be rewarded.
Yeah.
It was a solid turn.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Charlie will get a good score for that wave. She's looking really solid at the moment in her surfing and really confident as well, which is super cool to see. She's just one of those surfers that's just consistent. She's always surfing. She's always out there, and I love to see it. She surfs for like 3 hours. I'll go out for a surf at like 8 o'clock at D-Bar or wherever at home, and I'll be like, oh, Charlie, how long have you been out here for? She goes, oh, since like 5. And I'm like, what?
Wow.
And you're still out here? Like, I'd have to go in and have brekkie and a coffee and like something to like power me through. And she goes, oh yeah, it's just really fun. I'm like, wow, you're a grom. Love the energy levels.
Right. So that tells me that she's very focused on surfing.
Yes.
And she wanted to make good result probably here in Taiwan and get on the ranking.
Yeah.
Get into the CS Tour.
Yeah, definitely. She's so focused. One of probably the most focused juniors that I've ever seen. She just knows exactly what she wants, and she'll work very hard to get there. And it's a real testament to her character. She's got amazing parents who support her, her sister as well. It's amazing to see the family just getting behind Charlie to help her get here and support her here. She's got a great team around her. I believe she's traveling with the Kerrs. So Sierra and Josh helping out as well. That last wave for Charlie was a 267 for that one turn, so the judges really liked it, but not rewarding it anything more because maybe it was a smaller wave. The section I thought was pretty critical, but it's just showing us that they are looking for barrels today.
Right, because the waves are offering a lot of tubes this morning, so probably here it is, Charlie again on her backhand. That was a great combination, but unfortunately it comes on stuck for the last section. But it was again.
Oh, wow, Freya. Unfortunately going over again. She's hunting for the tubes. Let's have a look at the replay for Charlie. Nice pace wave, huge first turn. Gets a second one in, just unfortunately doesn't get a completion. And with 10 minutes to go, Charlie, she's just surfing into rhythm right now. Amuro and Kako have been a little bit quiet. Here we go.
This is Kako up and riding, but a little bit too late for the takeoff and couldn't quite pull the rail in, pull into the barrel. Really unfortunate for Kako, but that was a great wave.
Yeah, that was a really good wave, and like you said, she charges and she looks for the barrel, and you could see her hunting for that on that wave. It was just unfortunate that it didn't open up quite enough, but I'm hoping that she'll get another opportunity.
Right. So she's from Miyazaki area, where it's like kind of second central surfing beaches. And it's located in west side of Japan, Miyazaki, and they have this beautiful beach break, and it's something like South Straty. So when the bank is good, it's just peaky, and lot of barrels. So she kind of used to the barrel condition in those conditions. So
Sick.
yeah,
That
and
is
that's
so sick.
that's a Riaru Ito is from. So
Oh, yes.
they both grew up surfing together.
Oh, cool. He rips.
Yeah, he has one of the best, backhand and front side, tube techniques.
Yeah, bring it on. I love. He's in this event, right?
I don't think so.
Whoa. He got to the qualifying
Yes,
Challenger
CS.
series.
He was on the CS tour.
Wow. Well, that's Gia Lorenzen on screen. She's coming up in the next heat, getting ready. She's all smiles all the time, but I promise you, as soon as she gets out into the ocean, she puts on this real scary, like, in the zone face. I love having heats with Gia, but it's also really scary because she's like, boom, I'm ready to go. Philippa Anderson also coming up in the next heat. She is great at getting tubed on her front side. She's she's such an experienced competitor. Qualified for the Challenger Series, only competed in 2 events, and now she's back on the qualifying series to try and get herself back there. With 8 minutes to go, that next heat's starting to paddle out. Just take their time slowly.
Right. Yeah, don't get too excited because those stairs so slippery. So
Yeah.
you might fall.
Yeah, be careful, for sure. It's when I got off the stairs the other day and I went to kind of turn around the
Right.
stairs, I almost slipped on
Yeah.
the concrete bit. It was so slippery. I was like, whoa, but wow, here we go. Good looking wave. Freya Prum has to kick out, unfortunately. You can see she's hunting for the barrel, but that wave didn't offer much more. And right now, I'm wondering if she needs to change up her tactics, maybe look for some turns.
We are hitting 7 minutes mark soon, so probably it's time to change some plans. She goes to a plan B, probably looking for the turns. And here is 鈴木安室選手、こちらの波ストールしていきますが、チューブに入れずすぐプルアウトをします。Again, 鈴木 is on hunt for the barrel, but unfortunately, well, here is Chelly again. That is a great single maneuver right there. But she's really, smart competitor. Try not to look for the tube for long. Just change her plan to do some turns. Just trying to get scores to secure her spot. Yeah, it's all about getting through the heat, especially in this round. So it's just too perfect out there, and you get stuck to just looking for the tubes. But sometimes you just gotta forget about it and do turns, do your job, and get through.
Yeah, and I think after 19 minutes, that probably needs to start to settle in, and it looks like Amuro is figuring that out now.
Well, that's quick in and out
Yeah.
for Amuro again.
Maybe a small one that kind of just closed out along the reef.
That kind of indicates me that, the tide is getting gone and the water's just getting, out there.
Yeah. It's getting a little bit too low. Slowly but surely. I mean, the conditions, there's still opportunities, maybe different swell directions. That little inside one just spat so hard. So there's still opportunities, but I think, changing the tactics right now. Looks like Charlie's just locked in a pretty good score as well. So she'll hold the lead quite nicely at the moment. But with just over 5 minutes to go, Freya, Amuro, and Kako are in. Oh. That happens. I was waiting for her to fall off at some point. So she's human. Here we go. Freya Prum tries to lock in. Maybe doesn't get quite as deep, but gets a little cover up. So that was a better attempt.
吉田加子選手、後ろの波、かなり大きな波にテイクオフしますが、少し先を走ってしまったが、チューブには入れなかったようです。残り時間5分を切ったところで、現在、都築選手が3位、そして吉田選手が4位という状況ですが、必要なスコアはまだまだ大きくないです。残り時間4分30秒で、次の波にしっかりと乗ってスコアをしていきたいところ。Well, that was one of the biggest sets that Kako got
Yeah, that was one of the biggest sets that we've seen of the morning. She needs a 2.1. I'm wondering where that's going to go. Charlie's last wave was a 4.5. She needs it, and her backup's a 3.67. Freya still has a pair of ones. It's really anyone's game for second place at the moment, and 4 minutes to go. We saw the last heat in the last 3 to 4 minutes. Everyone started to get more and more waves. This is that last wave of Freya Pram. Doesn't really get too deep on that one.
And this is Kako's last wave. Wow, that was a great takeoff. Unfortunately, it wasn't deep enough as, qualified as tube riding. But so many good waves coming through today. The condition has been improving a lot.
Yeah, it has. It's getting better and better. That was a good set that rolled through. And, it's just unlucky that the women aren't quite able to either find themselves in the right position. I'm not too sure. We heard from Amelie in the last heat saying that, she was out of positioning a little bit. Here we go, Amuro having a look. She's starting to get a little bit antsy now, needing a 2.56. It's not a big score, but it's one that she needs. Coffee deliveries right now.
Special delivery for True.
The world is back to complete.
We need a caffeine this morning.
Yeah.
We started that early today, starting at 6 a.m. Now we're into heat number 3 already.
Yeah, already heat 3. We're getting the heats. They're flying by, really. There's 8 heats of this round for the 32 of the women.
Did you see the wave?
Yeah.
Right and left?
Yeah. No takers on that one.
No takers, but so many good waves. And this one, so who's going to be on it? Kako is in the tube, but unfortunately she couldn't make out of it.
Wow, that was unlucky for Kako.
Right.
I love how she was attacking it, but just maybe you could see she pulled in nicely, but then I think there was maybe a little lump or a bit of whitewash that she might have got bumped off, so we'll see.
Probably she was on her back foot too much, so that stalls too much. She needed to just generate a speed in the tube because once the wave hit the reef, it goes so fast. Yeah. So you gotta generate the speed,
Yeah, pump through it. Get the speed and fly out with the the spit. And Charlie, she was having a look. Freya Prum, she's up and riding. She's in the tube, but just gets clamped.
And again, you need to pump it through the inside of the tube. So that's why you gotta paddle so hard, especially at Cloud 9.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to paddle hard, race into it. I mean, you watch the local surfers; they're doing it so well. You can see some surf lessons there. Some people, it's a great place to get tubed. There's some advanced waves, but there's also beginner waves around as well, where you can learn to surf here too.
Actually, there's a longboarding, waves just close, so close to Cloud 9.
Yep.
Here is 吉田佳子選手、ここ果敢に攻めていきますが、タイミングがうまく合っていないようです。残り時間40秒。Wow, down to last 40 seconds. And all the surfers needing small scores to go into the seconds. Oh, this is gonna be a really close heat.
Yeah, this is. It's gonna be 25 seconds. It's been really slow for scores. There's been some good waves coming through, but maybe the positioning is what's caught a few of the women off guard. And 15 seconds to go. Looks like Charlie, she holds a first priority. Wow, Amuro, doesn't get onto that one. So, wow, a bit of an upset there. Looks like we're going to say goodbye to Kako Yoshida and Amuro Suzuki, Charlie Haley and Freya Prum progressing through this one dive.
Well, that's a wrap. So we're gonna go to this little commercial break, and we will be right back after the commercial.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Bankers Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, Manila Bankers Life, para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Boy Abunda po, para sa Manila Bankers Life, the best way to show your love.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 4 Siargao International Surfing Cup. We are now into round of 32 women's heat number 4 and waves are firing. I'm here with Jess. How are you this morning?
I'm great this morning. And you want to know why? We've unintentionally matched again.
Yes.
We've done it for the second time this event.
Didn't plan, but we did it again.
I love it.
It's yellow.
This is my favorite color. Yellow is my 110% favorite color. Oh, die. See, this is why we get along.
Right.
Looking at this heat, though, we have 4 Australians. So we have Philippa Anderson taking on Willow Hardy, Gia Lorenston, and Oceania Rogers.
Wow, this is going to be really good matchup.
Great matchup, actually. 4 really different surfers as well.
Right.
Philippa obviously has probably the competitive edge on all of these ladies. She's been in this game for a really long time now. Qualified for the Challenger Series, but didn't compete in all of them. I think she only did 2 of the events, and then took the rest of the year off. But it looks like she's keen to get back there, so she's back here in the QS 5000. Willow is currently ranked number 1.
Okay.
For Australia.
So all the top of 4 surfers goes to the next year's CS. So
yes,
it's going to be very important heat for Willow.
Yeah, it looks like, I think that might have actually been Willow going over the falls there. And then Gia Lorenston, she had a pretty good heat. This is Philippa Anderson trying to tuck in, but couldn't quite get behind it. Big finishing turn, though.
I really love the finish turn, though. Because, we still have water fill up in the ocean. So you might want to go kind of like backdoor it to tuck in the tube.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we saw a lot of competitors do that yesterday. They faded left to go right, and it worked out for them. That is Charlie Haitley on screen and Josh Kerr supporting her. How cool would that be?
Oh,
Josh Kerr in your corner.
The best caddy, best guy in corner. This is Oceania Rogers. Really like her backhand attack. That's great 2 combination, but unfortunately couldn't make right out of it the last turn. Here is that was a great carve from Gia.
Yeah, Gia won her heat in the round of 64 because she just stuck to very strong rail carves. Looking like Willow Hardy, though, having to make a board change pretty early on, so she paddled for a really big one and went straight over the falls. It might have dinged her board just there, creased it a little bit. That's her sister Olive sitting in the channel there trying to help her out. Olive won her first round heat too, so I'm sure we'll see her out there at some point today. But yeah, potentially a bit of a damaged board just there going over the falls.
Right. It's that hard out there. The waves are powerful. You don't want to be in the spot.
Actually, I take that back. That's Amelie Burke. That is her board caddy. I got that wrong. Sorry, everyone. But yeah, she's taking a look at the damage. So
maybe creased.
yeah, she took a pretty hefty fall.
Right.
So kind of shows how much punch this wave actually does have. But these ladies, they're pretty used to surfing, I would say, bigger than this barreling right-handers, because Nias was pretty solid this year.
I think, yeah, a lot bigger than this, probably like 6 foot to 8 foot. So, you know, for sure that those old surfers used to this condition, and yeah, it's just perfect size for anything, you know, barrels, turns, so it's everyone's game.
Definitely, and we are coming out. So we've hit the high tide this morning at 4. So we're looking at around a 10 a.m. low tide. So we're going to try and get through as many heats as we can, but you can kind of see there's a lot of reef exposed. Look at this one.
Look at this one.
No takers.
No takers, but spit out. I'm just, you know, mind surfing.
Di is definitely going to be out there as soon as the event's over. Gia,
Whoa.
going over the falls there. So big drop.
Yeah, you kind of need, you know, big paddle into it here at Cloud 9 to get into the barrel. You don't want to get stuck on the top of the wave. You just free fall to the bottom. So yeah, the positioning is really crucial.
I would be lying to you if I said I didn't do that a couple times the first week I was here. Just went straight over the falls, or I'd get down and try and pull in. It just pick me up and take me over. So it's a bit of a tricky wave to figure out. I feel like for a lot of these ladies, it's probably the most amount of time they've had in this water with the least amount of people out, and just trying to figure it out with all the QS crowd can be a little bit hard, but this is probably the most experience they've probably had since they've been here. But while there is a kind of break in the action right now, True is going to cross down with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, JJ. Charlie, that looked like a really tough heat, but you got some really great backside snaps in.
Yeah, it was tricky. It's like pumping out there, but it's hard to figure out which ways are going to give you like enough sections, and like some of the barrels aren't very makeable. So I was like, all right, I'm just going to go get some turns done, and if I do that, then I can start going for the tubes.
You had a really great tactical heat as well. I feel like everyone else in the heat, they kind of was searching for the barrels, but they're not coming out, or the waves just weren't offering too much. Was that your game plan going in, to just go to turns to start, or were you really hoping to get some backside tube rides?
I mean, a backside tube's always fun, but no, I know my snaps and my cars and my strengths, so I was like, all right, just go out there. You don't need to sit too deep. There's heaps of waves. Like, do some turns, and if like you're getting good scores, then yeah, you can go for a barrel at the end.
And coming here to Cloud 9, it's your first time here. How did you prepare for this event? You know that it's a right barrel, so was there anywhere in particular that you'd been surfing back at home to prepare you?
I was actually in WA before this, so I got a couple opportunities. Definitely wasn't nailing it, but I'm just excited to be here and try some more.
You're coming off a win as well, your first QS win, so congratulations. Hopefully the momentum starts to keep rolling with you. Good luck for the rest of the event. Do you want to say hi to anyone back at home?
Yeah, thank you. Just hi to my family and friends who are watching me. Thanks for the support.
Awesome. Thanks, Charlie. Back to you guys.
Amazing. Thank you, True. Thank you, Charlie. Big time barrel during that interview just then, Di.
It was great surfing from Gia. It's going to be a pretty great score.
I missed it, so we're going to take a look at the replay. Tucks in. Oh, it gets pretty. Yes, I love a bit of a claim afterwards. I liked it, Di. It was pretty deep for a moment there.
Yeah, I really liked it. How it was, everything was perfect. Positioning was perfect. Pull into the barrel, perfect. Just generating speed, and comes out so clean. It's a great wave from Gia.
Yeah, Gia from the Sunshine Coast from Noosa. This is the drone angle shot. So tucks in, gets a good amount of coverage, comes out, bit of a kind of hands to the air. at the end of that wave, and I'm pretty sure I could hear her boyfriend Taj screaming from here. I could hear him. He sounded pretty stoked. So Taj is his board caddy out there. That is Coral Durant on your screen. So Coral currently sitting number 4th on the rankings. She got a 3rd in Cruy this year, in pretty big Cruy.
Right.
I think got a 5th at Nias as well. She's super impressive. That is Sai Manua, so Japanese competitor. Now lives in Australia though.
Right, so she's a university student as well. So she's learning, I think, sports science, I believe.
Oh, cool.
And training at Griffith with other athletes. She's having a great life in Australia.
Yeah, she definitely is. Looking like that last wave for Gia might be coming in at a 6.5. So pretty solid score there. This is what we love. This is exactly what we want to see from the ladies. We want to see them pulling in, having a dig. And I feel like Gia, she's full of surprises. She actually charges. She's so strong when it comes to rail surfing. I was interviewing her yesterday. She goes, I feel like all I do is calves. And today she's proven herself wrong, getting barreled out there. So I'm sure there's a lot of friends and family tuning in, watching on from Noosa. I know she gave a shout out to her dog the other day back at home.
Right.
So.
Wow, 6.50 for the tube ride. That is a good score.
Yeah, I feel like that's maybe the best score we've seen from the women so far this morning. Probably the best barrel we've seen from the women this event too.
Probably the first tube riding from, women's side.
Yeah, I agree. I would love for Willow to showcase her barrel technique. She absolutely charges. Obviously, she went over the falls on that bigger one earlier. I feel like that probably would have been a good moment for her to be like, okay, it can't get any worse. But I was talking to Justin earlier, and Willow charges the box, and that's on her backhand as well.
Right.
So
this is it's not easy, but softer, I reckon, than the box. So
the box scares me. That is Elise Cooper on your screen there. So Elise, she is one of the funniest girls, well, women, I should say, you will meet on this tour. She's absolutely hilarious, very quick-witted, and she's from the Northern Beaches, so she'll be getting out there very shortly, and that is Somomo Sato just up from her as well. So good-looking heat coming up next, Di.
Right, good-looking heat. This is top-seeded round, so every heat is great matchup. I'm just enjoying every heat now from 6 o'clock in the morning.
From 6 a.m. It's crazy to think it's still just 7 in the morning.
Right.
And there's Sai. So where's Sai from originally in Japan?
Actually from Shonan. That's where I grew up. But I didn't have a chance to surf her when we were in same town. But she moved to Gold Coast when she was around about 14, 15 years old, and spent a lot of time on Gold Coast now.
Yeah, I feel like I always see her around home. I'm always surfing with her at D-Bar. This is Willow Hardy trying to drop in here, but that one not really throwing. So she's going to turns, but goes down. So current rankings leader, I love that she's chasing the tube, but I felt like from the start you could probably tell that one wasn't going to barrel.
Right.
So, yeah, feel like potentially a little bit late, needed to readjust her line at the start, but Willow, she's been super impressive. She just took out a pro junior in Western Australia just last week, and she was a part of the very strong team at the ISAs. She's been a part of the junior ISAs representing Australia a few times now, and I'd love to see her do it again. She's still so young. Just graduated school last week as well.
Wow, so she's 18?
Yes, I think she's still 17, 18. 10.5 minutes to go though, Di. You were at Nias.
Yes, I was there, and I witnessed the historical heat, 2 10s in one heat.
From who?
Sorry, I forgot that name, but yeah, we had a really great heat. Pretty much like 10. I think 10 rise in 3 10 rise in one day.
No way.
So it was crazy heat.
Well, Oceania Rogers, she got second at that event. She was super impressive there, I felt like.
Definitely.
Big strong backside turns. I feel like she has a really traditional surfing style, and it's perfect balance of femininity and power. I feel like her surfing, it's really awesome to watch. This lady, Philippa Anderson, she has been doing it for quite some time, and she's still so competitive, still so hungry for it, traveling alongside Paige Harab. So those guys have been competing together a while now. I think this year, in the Surfest, Paige was saying it was her 15th year competing in the Surfest.
Wow, 15th year.
And that's Anon Matsuoka, and that's Filma Alapayo, her board caddy. Talk about a good board caddy dive. Filma, he's one of the best guys out here.
Right, so that is a good guy, the great guy to have in a corner, getting some advice, local knowledge. That helps a lot at Cloud9. Right here is Oceania having a look, up and riding. Nice off the bottom. Nice turn, but unfortunately come on stuck.
Yeah, the ladies are falling a little bit, especially our goofy footers getting a little bit hung up. So potentially a reset button kind of needs to be hit for this last 8.5 minutes. Oceania is in second though, so chasing a 5.84 for the lead. Philippa looking for a 3.28, so not a very big score. Willow hasn't really got this heat started. She hasn't really found her flow. Needs a 3.81. Gia was looking for the tube again, going for these big rail calves. She's so strong. Wow. And unfortunately, her brother broke his foot just before the event started. He still competed yesterday, still got a 6.5 on a broken foot.
From tube.
Yeah, but Ben and Gia, they're two of the strongest surfers we have coming out of Australia. They're so powerful, so love watching them surf. This is Oceania going down, but good technique there, Di.
Right. It's kind of hard out there on the backhand, especially in the tube. But here is Philippa. Nice off the top, straight into the second. That is a good way to start her campaign again here. She only needed, small score, 3.28. But really loved the G's last wave, actually. She was looking for the tube first, but decided to, go to turns, and she got 2 good turns.
Yeah, I feel like that'll probably replace the 3 that she has on the board. She'll probably inch away from the rest of her competitors. Willow Hardy is out there with priority. She's going to need 2 new scores, I'm feeling. Very achievable for someone of her caliber, though. She's a very talented surfer. There's a reason why she's number 1 on the rankings, because she's so consistent. She really backs herself. She definitely charges. I would say she's probably one of the hardest chargers in the female division.
Right.
She's absolutely, and she's so humble about it too. And the big support she has in her corner is her dad. He's super knowledgeable. But here goes Willow. Going for it.
It was a great wave, but probably she needed to be a little bit up high line more, so that she could just stay in the barrel and generating the speed. Wow, it was really unfortunate for Willow Hardy.
Yeah, what do you think at this point in the heat with Willow? She's got a 2.33 and a 0.93. She's going for the barrels, but we can see that second place is in second because of turns. Do you think that maybe it's time she readjusts her strategy?
Definitely, it's because we are almost marking the 5 minutes time, so probably it's the time to change the plan, go turns, do turns, and get those requirement, because she only needs 3.81, so that is a not huge score that you don't need really like tube riding.
Yeah.
You can do 2 big turns and then you get those scores, so probably it's time to change the plan.
Yeah, change up the strategy, just try and get that 3.81. Get it at all costs. We saw this morning, first heat of the day, Sarah Wakita needed a 1.31.
Right.
Got it in the last 30 seconds, but she sat there for 12 minutes waiting to get a 1.31.
I don't want to be the person who get knocked by, by not getting 1.33.
No way.
That's a nightmare. But she ended up getting the score, so she must so relieved.
Yeah, I feel like she had her head in her hands at the end of the heat, and it was kind of just one of those moments, like she probably was like, what was I doing? And oh, thank God, like a little bit of a mix of both. So yes, Sarah got the job done, but Willow, she's the same. She needs a 3.81. It's still that similar score where you're like, I don't want to get knocked needing a 3.81.
True.
You know, it's still very achievable. And these points, they really matter for Willow. She wants to stay at that top end. She wants to make that Challenger Series. So she definitely doesn't want to get knocked out in this part of the draw.
Right. It's pretty much like you need to go to round of 16 or quarterfinals to get decent points, right?
Yes.
So definitely this round you wanted to get through.
Absolutely. So 4 minutes to tell whether or not she can get the job done. Gia does slightly better her situation. So she gets a 3.83 for those turns. I really like those turns. I think Gia's surfing a really smart heat. And Oceania looking to drop a 247.
Oh, here goes Willow again. Well, she's just on stick to the plan A, looking for the tube.
Yeah, I was hoping that could have been the moment where she might have changed her plan a little bit. I can see a nervous Justin Majex watching over there, just going, come on, WA. But yeah, Willow, she's been getting pumped in this heat as well, so she's probably tired at this point. Needs a 3.81, absolutely nothing. Same for Philippa Anderson. For someone who knows how to surf a heat, Philippa Anderson needs a very small score. And definitely capable. She does have second priority. Oceania's sitting pretty close to her right now, just saying, yeah, I'm not letting you out of my sight. So I feel like Willow right now getting the advantage, kind of breaking away from the pack.
Right, so we're just under 3 minutes remaining. I think the positioning Willow is taking right now is really good, because there's some waves comes wider so that you can take those waves even you're under priority. So probably she wants to get on those waves and do turns, couple turns, and get those scores.
Yeah, get a couple scores, just get the job done. I feel like sometimes even when waves are as perfect as they are like this, you do just have to manufacture a score. And a 3.81 though for Willow, that's just 2 big turns on a mid-sized one. She's sitting on the wider part of the reef. That is the more turning part. You can see Oceania Rogers playing the defense card. She's really hovering over Philippa Anderson there. She does have the advantage with that P next to her name. There's 1 minute 50 on the clock, so Gia kind of just needs to stay clear of the ladies right now, because she, you'd think, might just make her way through this heat pretty unscathed. Philippa is having a look. Wow, Oceania letting her go. She needs a 3.28. Big turn. Oh, gets caught up.
It could be, yeah, it could be the score if she, made that one though. But yeah, up and lighting. Wow, that is a good carve. Just good, one single solid turn from Gia. She's having a great surfing in this heat. Willow is in the tube traveling, but not able to come out of it. Just over a minute remaining.
Yeah, that was her best attempt yet. She definitely had a bit of travel time, and that one has 1 minute to find a 3.81, or we will see the current Australian rankings leader bow out of competition, which will be a major upset, actually. So we saw a big upset in that last heat too, Amuro getting knocked out.
Right. So now Shanna has been holding on to the first priority, making smart move there. Probably she's gonna sit on the Willow now, but there's waves behind it.
There's waves on the way. So, nervous times. 20 seconds. So whether or not one of the ladies pull the trigger on this one, you think that Oceania will play defense. Oh,
I wouldn't call that as a puddle.
I don't think that was a puddle either. Smart competitive surfing right now from Oceania. Philippa Anderson up and riding, needing a 3.28. There's 3 seconds on the clock. Willow up and riding. There's a big turn. Needs to get around, and she's too far on the back heels. So, wow, scores to lock in for Philippa and Willow, I don't know if there'll be enough. We'll find out the results of that heat right at this short ad break, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
When there's still so much I can be,
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo, any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We go.
Beautiful Cloud9 on your screen right now, guys. This is the round of 32, heat number 5. Looking like that last heat, it was G. Lorenston and Oceania Rogers moving on through Philippa Anderson and rankings leader Willow Hardy bowing out of competition. Big upset for the West Australians there, Justin.
Yeah, bit of a shame. An all Aussie heat. We never like to see any Aussies bow out at this stage, and yeah, my heart was in my mouth as Willow took off on that one. She was sending it, but yeah, unfortunately she'll have to regroup and turn her focus now to Taiwan. This is competition surfing, so you can't win them all, but Willow has got a good amount of points on the rankings right now, so this is a bit of a throwaway result for her. She'll have to hit the reset button, but this is another good heat.
Yeah, it is. Anon Matsuoka taking on Coral Durant, Sai Manawa and Elise Cooper. So 2 pretty high seeds there in Anon and Coral. Coral sitting number 4th on the Australian rankings, and she would have competed a lot against Elise and actually Sai as well. So Sai, originally from Japan, moved over to the Gold Coast when she was about 14 years old and is originally from the same hometown as Dai. So kind of hometown friends there for those two. And Anon just coming off her first season on the Challenger Series as well. So probably going to take a few learnings she had there. But looking like Anon... Ooh, I thought she might have scrambled for a wider one there. So if I know anything about Anon, she is one of the savviest competitors in the women's division. She is so good out there, and she takes no prisoners.
Yeah, she's a former finalist here and definitely a dynamic surfer. Here we go, scratching into this one is Coral Durant. Beautiful bottom turn. So, I don't know if the judges are going to reward that.
I don't think so.
No. Maybe just saw a little bit of reef starting to boil up in front of her, but Coz's backhand is so good. Her technique is flawless. And yeah, that is an incomplete ride, unfortunately. Coral was back home in Western Australia last week, competing in a QS event, the Cape Naturalist Pro. She made the semis. I was pretty much calling her one of the form surfers of the event. She was dropping big numbers and eventually got taken out by the eventual winner, Charlie Haitley. But Coral, probably more used to going lefts where she's from, up in the northwest of Western Australia. Some of the best waves in the world up there, but she's recently residing on the Gold Coast, so getting to work on her backhand a lot more than her forehand, I'd say.
It was funny, the first week that she moved up to the Gold Coast, we were surfing D-Bar together. She goes, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand the crowds. Wow, Sai getting a bit of a cover up there. So Sai also, as I said, resides in the Gold Coast now. And yeah, look, Cozzy's first week living up the coast, she was like, where I'm from, there are no crowds. and the waves are so much better and they have so much more power. So Cos is getting the hang of it now, but yeah, she's definitely had a great year competitive-wise. This lady, I'm not sure if that's going to come through as a ride-out for Anon, but yeah, I'm such a huge fan of Cos. She's one of my closest friends, so I'll do my best not to be biased in this one. But Elise Cooper, she's actually from my hometown, so where I grew up. She's from the Northern Beaches, but she's from the other end, so she is from Manly, Queenscliff Board Riders. If I got that wrong, please do not rip my head off, Queensy and North Stain. I absolutely love you guys. I know there's a rivalry there, but I'm going to say 95% sure she's Queenscliff Board Riders.
Okay. This is the replay of Si's wave. Did really well to reconnect with her board. Looked like she was going to slip out there and managed to squeeze in 2 more turns. Anon Matsuoka, an amazing surfer. Her backhand is dynamic.
Yeah, what do you think? 1.1. I was going to say, I don't think that was a ride out, and the judges agreeing. So Coral's first wave, Cozzy's first wave coming through at a 1-2-3. Anon just the 1.1. Sai Manawa kicking off with a 4-3-3 for her cover up and then turn combination. But look at these waves. Oh, Coral, there she is. Can't help her left.
Goofy footer. Always got to hunt the lefts. We missed the start of that wave. I'm not sure if we'll get a replay, but yeah, there's something about goofy footers and just needing to find a left no matter where it is.
What are you?
I'm a natural.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Here's the replay. Big wave. You can see that is solid, but unfortunately no opportunity to complete any manoeuvres. I'm sure all of the Durant family are tuning in. Big shout out to Reed. She's got a big family.
8 siblings.
Lots of brothers and sisters.
Yeah, there's 8 of them.
Christmas is a big celebration for them. Her older sister Alex is an amazing surfer as well. She was part of our junior state team many moons ago. We'll throw over to the tower, and Di is with the last heat winner.
All right, thanks guys. So you had a 6-5 for the tube ride, but it was a little bit of a slow heat. It kind of looks kind of harder out there to figuring out if you go barrel or the turns. But how was it out there?
Yeah, it's tricky. Like it looks pretty perfect, but there's definitely 2 different peaks, and I was pretty lucky to be under prio and sprint paddle into that 6. So yeah, it was pretty fun still. It was so good out there.
Well, tell us about your tube riding. What was it? What was the thing that you was thinking?
I mean, from where I'm from, we don't really get many opportunities to practice tube riding. So I think my last time would have been, I don't even know. It's been ages. But yeah, after NIAS, the comp there, I really wanted to put my head down and just try and get really good at it. So yeah, having that one was I was stoked to get that in a comp. Yeah.
Well, you said you're from where you don't really have that kind of waves, but how did you prepare for the event at Cloud9?
Not having waves like this is kind of out of my control almost. So I just was working, surfing, training, waking up early, training till late. Just big days before the event. Yeah.
All right. So have you ever had good waves in the practice surfing?
No, I have not been getting waves in the free surf, so that was really nice to just have 4 people out and just be able to pick and choose which waves you want. That's unreal. Oh my gosh, I'm pinching myself for here. It's unreal.
Amazing. You want to say hi to your family back home?
Yeah. Hi, Mum and Dad, dog again, Piper. And big thank you to Rusty and all the people that helped me get here.
All right, amazing surfing, and I can't wait to see you in the next round. And back to you guys in the booth.
Amazing. Thank you, Di. Thank you, Gia. Gia, loving the dog shout-outs. I'm a dog person as well. I would shout out my dog at any moment I could. So fair enough. She did that when I interviewed her the other day. Ooh, no takers on that one. But Gia's such a awesome surfer, but also just such an awesome human. She's so kind, and she puts a lot of time into herself and into her surfing, but she's just such a giver. And it's really cool to see her get a couple good results. So I was stoked to see Gia got a 6.5 for maybe the best barrel we've seen from the women so far.
Yeah, she's done so well throughout the event. She's been able to find those right waves that have offered the barrel section, and she's taken to turns as well. So, you know, although her preparation to a slabby barreling right-hand tube hasn't been that good, given where she lives and where she's from, but looks like she's sort of piecing together a pretty good event thus far.
Yeah, definitely. So right now we are coming down to almost 10 minutes gone. Still that 4.33, kind of the only score of consequence for these ladies. So Sai sitting out there in the lead, everyone else just with some ones. A 0.5 is in there for Coral as well. So a bit of a slower first 10 minutes for the women right now in this one. I feel like with names as big as the ones that are in this heat, we're probably going to hope for a pretty exciting finish. I feel like all of these ladies more than capable to get a pretty solid end to this heat and get pretty barreled. Obviously, you can see that tide's really starting to drain out. We've got that reef really rearing its head on the inside of the sand there. So potentially maybe only a couple more heats, and then who knows, we might call it off just for a couple hours, but we will definitely be back this afternoon with conditions this good.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon was probably the best that we've seen over the 4 days of competition thus far. And I never get tired of these drone angles as we see Coral Durant pig dogging, does well, ducks up. That was a tricky section, and she did well to make it down that wave and traverse across the face because it was doing all sorts of things. So Koza, right now, that'll be her third wave.
It was almost there. I love the fact that she went for it. I mean, it was a pretty solid drop on that wave, and she managed to pull herself back up into a pretty good line, and then I think she just went, oh, it's not going to happen on this one, then raced around and then caught a little bit off guard. So it's crazy how much speed this wave actually gives you. It's pretty shocking, even when you try and pull in and it's not really happening, and then you kind of just still come flying out. You're like, whoa, what am I doing with all this speed, you know? So I feel like that could have been the case for Coral on that last one. It was a small wave, small score. It was enough to put her up into second, but I'm really hoping by the end of this heat that all those scores are kind of going to go out the window. But waves wise, like in comparison to where all of these ladies are from, Coral probably has the most experience in, I would say, slabbing waves.
Yep.
Especially where she's from. Obviously, it's a long left to where she's from, but I feel like WA, in comparison to the Northern Beaches and the Gold Coast and Japan, probably has the most amount of slabs.
Yeah, most definitely. She'd be used to, you know, surfing over a reef, having sort of that more power in the waves. As we see Sai now, your heat leader, tucks down low and spotted an exit through the doggy door. She is a bit of a pint-sized little competitor, but she has a strong core, and you can see she almost muscled her way through that one. Swinging here is Anon Matsuoka. Hard off the bottom. The wave just gets a bit shouldery there. So unfortunately, as good as it looked from the takeoff, it didn't really offer her much after that.
You can see this swell, Justin. It's really building. I feel like even from the first heat this morning, it's probably picked up a foot or so. And it's definitely the conditions we thought we were going to see. So good-looking waves coming through. I feel like all the competitors today are probably like, get me out there itching, because we have such awesome conditions on offer right now. As you said, that one for Anon, she kind of took off a little bit wider of the peak, and Di mentioned in the heat before, it's kind of that part of the tide where you could almost fade left to go right.
Yep.
To get deeper on the barrel. So potentially these girls might start to take on that approach, but a lot of these heats, other than that last one from Gia, turns have been winning. So Cozzy almost too much on the back heel. Gets a carve on this one, might get one more, but not really. You can tell it's the tide's really starting to drop out right now. The waves are coming a lot shorter.
Yeah, exactly right. And we've got a bit of a new swell direction, so it's coming a bit more out of the north, which is on the left-hand side of your screen. I was enjoying the sunset with a couple of Siargao locals, a few expats, and yeah, I love that end of the day, just exchanging stories over a cool refreshment and I guess everyone is a bit of a forecasting expert around here. You know, they know the little nuances of swell direction, period, tide, and a bit of the chat was there's a new swell direction that's pushing in sort of from the north direction, which is on the left-hand side of your screen. So it's not coming sort of directly behind the reef. It's coming sort of more from the north, which can make the waves pinch a little bit more. But I think what is affecting things more is just the amount of water that is running off the reef.
Yeah.
And, you know, just as you said, shortening the waves, making that takeoff maybe a little bit more tricky. So we've still seen some really good waves. You can see the ladies just checking their watches. 11 minutes on the clock, so we've gone past the halfway stage. Next heat heading down the stairs.
Yeah, that is Sumomo Sato. So she'll be heading out there next. This is Elise Cooper up and riding. So Northern Beaches surfer, like I said, does a lot of training with Maddie Cattle, an amazing coach from Narrabeen, and he's done a lot of time. Got Geordie Lawler a Challenger Series win this year. Winter Vincent got him a third over there in Bolito. Bronte McCauley a third. He's got so many reps on the boards. Definitely one of my favourite humans in this world, probably. I love Maddie Cattle. He's such a stand-up guy. So if you're watching Maddie Cattle, big shout out to you. And yeah, I know Elise does a lot of time with him, and I feel like when she was at the peak of her career, it was a lot to do with Maddie's coaching, and her dad Ian's super invested in her career as well. So big shout out to her dad Ian. But potentially...
Yeah, we've just had an update. So heat 6, so not this one. The next one will be our last heat. We're going to go on hold. The World Surf League officials have just been monitoring the conditions, and they can see that the tide is starting to run out pretty quickly. So the next heat will be the last. We'll go on hold for a little while. Following that, the next call will be at 10 a.m. And there is Olive Hardy on screen, WA's under-16 state champion. Yeah, so hard when you're here with your sister who just bowed out, and you've got to sort of mentally prepare to do a heat. But Olive is such a good young competitor. She really excelled in conditions a few days ago, so a lot less wind, but I'm sure she's going to put her best foot forward to try and make it through to the women's round of 16.
I feel like it could almost be a bit of a bonus for for Olive, talking to Willow after her loss. Be like, okay, that's what she did. I probably don't want to do that. This is a good-looking wave here for Sai Manua, so definitely picked off the two best waves in this heat. Anon having a good dig at this one out the back, so kind of gets herself in a better position. That's a good-looking turn from Anon. That's definitely what we're used to seeing. Can tell, like we said, that tide's running out, so those waves are coming a lot shorter. Like you said, there's this new typhoon that's kind of moving across, which is bringing in this new swell. The old typhoon that we had at the start last week, that's what was bringing the wind the last couple of days, but it's really died down, which is what we were looking forward for. But those last two waves, I love that first turn there from Anon, but I'd love to see that front-on angle for Sai, because from the drone angle, it looks like she might have got a good cover up there.
Yeah, with 8 minutes on the clock, she's had a really good read. Although she hasn't been able to probably post the biggest scores, I feel like she's been the form surfer. So here's the front-on angle, good set wave, doesn't completely disappear, but able to lean into a couple of turns. Yeah, probably not going to go in her top two watching the replay, but this turn from Anon cracks it, free falls out of the lip. And as I said last year, she was a finalist here. She is such a smiley, happy character around the event site. She's always throwing high fives and just seems so stoked to be here in a warm, tropical place and just enjoying the experience that competition surfing is bringing her.
Yeah, she's so friendly. Actually, all of the Japanese girls are. They're just the loveliest humans. I feel like they can be quite shy at the start, but then once you get to know them, and I feel like the amount of co-sanctions events we've had over the last few years, the two regions have really merged, and all these really beautiful friendships have really started to blossom between the Oceania and the Asia regions. And yeah, Anon is definitely one of the smiliest, one of the friendliest. I had one of the competitors in the next heat, Sumomo, come and stay with me for about 2 weeks after Surf Fest this year, and we became really good friends. So yeah, I feel like with the amount of co-sanctioned events we do now, we have this one really big, awesome friendship circle between the two regions, and it's really cool to see how far it's come. And I'm sure all of these girls looking at this next heat and the one we have in the water are all friends, have all been like, oh, I didn't really want to pull them, they're my mates. So unfortunately, that is the name of the game, though. You do pull so many heats against your friends, your siblings, and at the end of the day, you got to beat them all if you want to win.
Yeah, I feel like there's this, really nice community around the event. I feel like surfing has, evolved from being, less about competition and rivalries, more about sort of community and embracing each other's performance. So I really like that. And here we go, looking here. Anon has moved up into second. Again, that textbook bottom turn, top turn combination. You can see on the lower tide, the wave sort of splits on the inside and doesn't really give that long running wall that we've seen in the past. 5.5 minutes on the clock. It is right now the two Japanese surfers leading ahead of the two Australians. Elise Cooper sits out the back with first priority. And here is the replay. Nice, strong bottom turn. Good whip off the top. So Anon is going to pump on through and looking to improve on a 147.
Feel like that might have been wrong. Yeah, I was going to say that was definitely Elise Cooper that paddled for that wave, and then got first priority after she paddled for it. I went, hang on a second, I feel like that was wrong. But priority judges, this is why they get paid the big bucks. They definitely got it right there. So Cozzy's still out there with first priority, needs a 2.88, not a huge score. This lady on your screen looking for a 2.48, taking off on one of these smaller ones to try and manufacture this score. 2 turns there. Haven't seen many 2-turners this morning, so not sure if the judges have been really stinging those smaller waves with turns. They haven't been scoring them too high. They're kind of capping them around that 2.5 mark if they're really incredible. So it could definitely go to the 2.48. They were 2 nice turns, but the judges are wanting to see commitment on those bigger sections. We saw Anon get a 3.27 for one really solid turn. So I feel like at least she's doing what she has to do to manufacture this score, but when it's a 2.48, I'd probably even just go one of those bigger ones and just try and tag it once, just quite like Anon did. But yeah, I feel like 4 minutes, there's been so many waves in this heat. We'll probably see all of them catch at least one more wave. You can see, I feel like Coz just having a bit of a reset duck dive there. She doesn't need much. And similar situation to Willow in that last heat. She's quite high up the ranking. She's 4th. She's had a really good start to this season. Definitely wants to keep it rolling. I know Coral works really hard to get here, made the move over to the Gold Coast, like you said, and now she works at a surf shop, and she has to pay rent, she has to pay groceries, all these things that we're all used to when you move out of home, and then is trying to save some money so that she can get over here. So I know she works super hard, and these points and events really do matter to her. So she's probably just really thinking about her decision-making skills right now. And Elise, again, up and riding. So that last wave, a 2.27. So wasn't enough, but Anon takes the lead. Now the score requirement has gone up. So Coz now looking for pretty much a 5, and Elise looking for a 4.33. There's a big difference between a 2 and a 4 out here today.
Yeah, very much so. This is the replay. Elise, she's a great character around the event side as well. Just gets hung up there, and she's not going to improve her situation, unfortunately. So, yeah, this is a bit of a pressure moment for the two Australian surfers. They're definitely hoping that a few more sets pop up, and looking out the back, there is a bit of a lump approaching the lineup. Coral Durant with priority. You can see her looking left, looking right. It's a big wave. Doesn't like the first wave of the set, so there is another opportunity behind it with 2 minutes on the clock. This is a solid one.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like it's going pretty deep on the reef, though, so it's going to be one of those shouldery ones, so pretty well left. But yeah, with that new swell, you could see how far up the reef that one broke. I feel like for the ladies to be on this, they've got to be sitting a fair way further north than where they are. No, south?
South.
Yeah, my bearings are out. And I'm like, wait, where I'm sitting to where I'm looking at the TV is different.
South on the screen is to the right-hand side where we're sitting. It's to our left-hand side.
Yes, see? I'm getting all twisted.
It's like commentating in the mirror here. So with 90 seconds on the clock, a good set goes through unridden, but yeah, the changing tide, this new swell direction filling in. None of the ladies able to capitalise on that opportunity, but yeah, I think Koza knows she needs a really good wave that's going to offer her hopefully either a tube or multiple opportunity, because with just a touch over a minute, I'm really hoping my West Australian, your good friend, can find something. But I think the Japanese surfers are so smart in their approach. They're so disciplined. They just, they put a lot of work into their surfing, obviously. And I feel like there's this new wave of Japanese surfers that these co-sanctioned events really expose us to.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like all of them are so good. And they are just so competitive. I feel like that could even be the edge that they may have over the Australians. I feel like the Aussies are super versatile in so many different conditions, but the competitive nature that the Japanese bring, it definitely, you have to match their game if you want to kind of get through these heats, because they are just lethal. They're a win at all costs type of competitor. Looking like there could be a little wave coming through right now. 20 seconds on the clock. So Koz may just have to swing here. She needs a 4.93, and she's up and riding, but it doesn't have much of a wall here. You can tell just by the body language, she's a little bit frustrated there, and it's looking like we're going to have Sai and Anon moving on through here. So the two Japanese competitors getting the win over Elise Cooper and Cole Durant. So another high seed bowing out early on in competition. Stay tuned, everyone. We're coming back for the last heat before the break. Don't go anywhere.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
When there's still so much I can be,
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop. She don't stop with Como.
do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo, any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
Welcome back, everyone. Heat 6 of the women's round of 32. On your screen, you can see the official results. Anon Matsuoka and Sai Manawa moving on through. There is a happy Japanese surfer in the red rash vest. A bit of a disappointed Australian surfer, Elise Cooper, in the green rash vest. We've got one heat to go, so the call has been made. We're going to finish this heat and go on hold, let the low tide drain out, and then come back with a bit of incoming tide for the afternoon.
Yeah, I think that's a great call. You know, we want to make the most of the best waves, and that's what we're doing today. It looks like it'll be a good last heat of the day, Justin. Well, good last heat of the morning, I should say.
Yeah, 100%. We've got two Australians, Olive Hardy and Sierra Kerr, Samomo Sato in the blue, and Shalome Arjona out there representing not only Cloud9, but this amazing country that is the Philippines. And it looks like Samomo up and riding. Oh, beautiful whip in the pocket. And almost stomps the second manoeuvre, so there might have been some waves ridden in the break, which we'll get a replay of now. This is Shalome.
Yeah, Shalome on her backhand. That wave just doesn't offer too much. One quick turn. Samomo's first wave, a 3.5. Nice carve down for Momo. And she gets caught up in the second one, and Olive Hardy as well. Nice first carve for Olive. She gets a second one, just not a completion. And this is that last wave from Samomo. Air drops down. Nice carve there for Samomo, and then unfortunately doesn't get a completion, but still gets a good score, gets a nice wave there for the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, early advantage to her. You can see scores on the screen, so that is a 2-wave total. She's got that from 2 attempts. Shalome does really well to stick the landing, but you could see her feet just in the wrong position on the board, and she went down. So a big shout out to Margaret River. I'm sure a lot of people are tuning in. It's not quite school time, so it's been a morning of mixed results for the women's round of 32. Olive will hopefully be able to go a little bit better than her sister Willow. And yeah, it's tough out there. We've seen a couple of good scores throughout the morning, but as this tide just continues to drain out, the wave gets shorter, the inside section gets shallower, and it becomes that bit harder. So you can see there in the foreground, so much of that reef in sort of like the lagoon on that left-hand side of the palm tree is getting exposed. So you can see the tide is definitely drawing out, and we've got a new moon, which makes the swings in the tide a lot more prominent. So I think it was a good call to get up early and smash out 6 heats. And I'm not sure how long we'll go on hold for. The next call will be at 10 a.m. Hopefully there's enough water back on the reef to get competition back underway.
Yeah, it's great to be able to kind of have the ability and the freedom to use the tide when we can, and to our advantage as well. Otherwise it would have made the days pretty hard. I remember last year we had some really late starts and just simply afternoon heats, and then it kind of changed a little bit by the end. So it's nice to have that same kind of freedom this year, and with 10 days for an event, we know it's a lot of time, but there's a lot of heats, a lot of rounds to get through. It is, of course, a QS 5000 co-sanctioned, which is the highest rated event that the Philippines has ever seen. So, everyone's really excited to be here. I'm excited to be here, to be able to call the action with you, Justin. It's been a great couple of days so far. It's day 4.
It is day 4. It's hard to think that we've wrapped up 3 days of competition already. And look at the size of the swell. It's definitely not small out there. So what I've come to realise is this place breaks on a variety of different conditions. It breaks small, it breaks big, it can handle the wind, and one thing it doesn't like is the low tide, however. So that is why we're going to go on hold at the end of this heat. Just tick past 18 minutes. Samomo Sato has a 3.5 and a 2.83. Olive Hardy open with a 2.0. Shalome Arjona has got a 1.03 and a 0.5. Sierra Kerr sitting out there with priority. Such a amazing talent, a real emerging, up and coming future world champion in my opinion. Obviously, she's claimed a world junior title already, and now has the opportunity to really establish herself as a Challenger Series surfer. But I feel like her and her dad have got this special thing going on where they go to good wave locations because she has the ability to do stuff like that, get tubed and able to smack that inside section. But she is such a good competitor, such an amazing surfer. Getting tubed and doing airs is all part of what Sierra Kerr does so well.
Yeah, definitely. She's just so in tune with everything. We saw her get 9th at the Corona Fiji Pro, but here we go, Olive Hardy up and riding. She tucks in but doesn't get a completion that wave. Just a little bit frothier. You could just see even Sierra's wave selection was a little bit more on point. It was a cleaner face. She disappears, comes out, and goes to tag that section. Just doesn't get the completion, but nonetheless, still a great ride for Sierra Kerr, and it's exciting. This is her first heat out here at Cloud9. She's just no stranger to every condition.
We're going to throw out to the tower. We've got Jessie Starling and Anon Matsuoka.
Anon, you were just talking, it's pretty shallow out there. How was that heat for you? You obviously had Filma Alapayo as your caddy. I mean, what a good person to have in your corner.
Yeah, it was very shallow, and then in my first time hit this competition, and then Filmer is my coach before like last year too, and then he's such so good local, and then he know everything. So I mean, he teach me a lot, and then thank you so much, and then I'm so happy to go next round. Yeah.
You competed in a few of the Challenger Series events this year. How do you find kind of coming off a Challenger Series, coming back here to the QS? Are you exhausted at all? Are you feeling tired, or are you kind of excited to be here?
Yeah, I'm so excited in Challenger this year. I had so much learn, and then it was very difficult, like only 5 people can go championship tours, but every year, every time it's learning, and then such so good time, and then I mean I'm focused QS right now, and then I'm trying to go Challenger Series next year too.
Amazing. And you obviously went and competed in Japan as well, so I feel like you've done a lot of traveling. How does Siargao and Cloud9 compare to anywhere else you've traveled this year?
Yeah, here is one of my favorite places. It's such so beautiful ocean, and then good food, and then people is so kind, and then I love here, and then
Amazing. Thank you, Anon. We'll let you say something back home to your fans back in Japan, so take it away.
応援ありがとうございます。やっとラウンド1が私にとってラウンド1があって勝ち上がれてよかったです。すごい今ロータイドで引いてて結構怖かったんですけど、もうバックサイドハックやって勝てたのでよかったです。いつも次も頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Well, there she is, the defending event champion, Anon Matsuoka. Just so smiley, so happy, and when you've got someone like that in your corner coaching you, Filmar's just an absolute legend. He's doing so much work to really raise the profile of Filipino surfing, and also helping out the travelling surfers when they come here. So I'm sure Anon is, that's the first step to defending her title, and a QS 5000, the event has been upgraded from last year, so I think she knows this wave well enough to be able to hopefully repeat the dose.
Yeah, she's just so in tune, and I think has great connections, as we see with Filma, but looks like Sierra up and riding.
Well, here she goes. She opened with an 8.83. Taken to turns on this second wave, so her wave selection's just been impeccable. We haven't seen a wave that's offered multiple turn sections for a little while, but she's going to back up an 8.83 with another solid score. So I think that's the highest individual score we've seen on the ladies' side of the draw so far, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, 8.83 is a huge score. She got so deep in that barrel, and this is that was her first wave of the whole event. So to start off with an 8.83, I think it just sets a pretty good vibe for Sierra for the rest of the event. You can see this was a bigger set, a good-looking wave, that huge first carve, just really driving through it, gets a second one in. They were two really nice turns, and unfortunately she came unstuck on the third, but she already got a fair bit of the damage done out the back.
Oh my goodness.
Looked even better front on than it did from the drone.
It did. That was a really nice first manoeuvre, and she's going to back up her 8.83. I'm sure we'll probably get some replays of that amazing tube ride at some point as we see Olive Hardy dropping into this one. Nice turn. Unfortunately, the wave just loses power.
Yeah, that was a bit of a smaller wave as well, and I think that's probably just didn't have the power to bring her back down with the wave. But you can see the one behind just spat out. No one was on that, but yeah, Olive, she's such an incredible surfer. She's still pretty young, right?
She is. She'd be 15, so she was our under-16 state champion this year.
Wow.
So, yeah, getting a wealth of experience. This is not, the first qualifying series event she's competed in. Recently competed back home in Western Australia. Lost out in the quarterfinals to her sister, so...
Oh, sad face.
Yeah. But a quarterfinal finish nonetheless, and here she is, just looking to improve on a 1.73. Sierra's going to drop another big number. Look at these totals. So the judges sending a very clear message that tube rides and big turns on big waves are going to be rewarded. So this is the replay of the last of Sierra's. You can see it's well overhead, just leans back and whips that turn. Goes again with a different bit of variety, a 9.20. So didn't even complete the ride, but a 9.2 for two turns. Wow.
Yeah, that's actually the best high-scoring wave of the event so far. Eclipses both men's and the women's.
Goodness.
So we saw Eden Hassan get the 9.1 yesterday afternoon. Now Sierra locking in that 9.2, just really stamping her authority in this event. And we expect nothing less. She's had a pretty much perfect heat so far. And we still have 10 minutes to go. I mean, look at that. This is for the women. A 9.2 and an 8.83. She holds the top two scores. Annie Dos Santos got that 8.17 a couple of days ago from that really solid backside barrel. Charlie Haitley, a couple of strong backhand snaps to get the 7.67. I mean, it's awesome to see the women just going excellent.
Yeah, and all these ladies are quite young, so their dynamic surfing has been the highlight of the women's event so far. But Sierra, she surfed only really half a heat, and she's posted two excellent numbers. So she's got the field combo right now. So I guess it's a three-person heat for second spot. That's what it's broken down to.
Yeah, it's a battle for second. Sierra's going to have another look at this one.
Yeah, pulls in, takes to the air.
Oh my God.
Tubes, turns and airs. That's what it's all about for
Bring
Sierra Kerr. This is just an absolute showcase we're seeing right now. She's not too phased about the low tide. She absolutely hucked that thing. And wow, I'm sure we're going to get a few different angles of that. Unable to ride out, but her intention is clear. She is here to win the event, and what a way to start.
Yeah, let's take another look at it. You can just see, even from before she went to the air, she gets a grab, gets so high. Unfortunate to not get the finish, but Sierra, she's free now. There's no pressure. She can just have a free surf out there, really get used to the bank and the waves and catch a couple of waves under priority. Yeah, we're used to seeing this stuff, especially seeing Sierra go to the air, but to see it in heats at that level is really exciting. And with 8 minutes to go, yeah, it's a battle for second right now. Samomo, Olive, and Chalamet just looking to solidify second place. Samomo has the advantage right now, but Olive and Chalamet, they're here to make some heats and get some experience as well.
Well, I feel like we're watching just a free surfer out there with a coloured rash vest on. Sierra Kerr has most definitely got, tubes, turns and airs on her mind, and she looks so relaxed, so comfortable, And I really love the fact that she's doing these events with her dad, you know, a former championship tour surfer, a guy who was a real innovator in his aerial approach. And I feel like their formula is go to good wave locations, get competition experience, and really build your repertoire of experience and maneuvers in good quality waves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Sierra's on track for a Challenger Series appearance, and then potentially, you know, further down the line, a Championship Tour qualification. You know, that's what everyone is expecting of Sierra. And it's exciting, you know, she got a 9th at the Corona Fiji Pro, so she knows how to surf heats in the CT. She knows how to make heats and make rounds, which is great. She's currently ranked 7th on the Australia QS at the moment. She needs to be in that top 4 spot to really solidify qualification for the Challenger Series. She got a 1st in the Urban Surf 3000. She had a 3rd at NIAS. Another good result here and a good result in Taiwan will really skyrocket her up the rankings. And you can see her there. She's probably, Josh might be having a chat to her and he's probably saying, come sit further in. And she's like, what more do you want me to do? I have a 9 and an 8. Like, come on.
I want another set, Dad.
Yeah. I'm waiting to be in the better priority rotation.
Well, right now it is an absolute whitewash of a performance from Sierra. Sato sitting in 2nd position. Everyone is comboed for 1st place. The requirements, however, for 3rd and 4th quite achievable. So Olive Hardy to move into 2nd needs a 4.33. Chalamet Arjona chasing a 4.96. We're under 6 minutes. And yeah, really showing that her star is on the rise. Sierra Kerr's just in cruise control right now. We were lucky enough to see her in Western Australia a few years ago. She competed in a Pro Junior event and ended up going on to become a World Junior Champion last year. So here she goes. The lady that doesn't need a wave is going to find one on the inside. Tucks in. Can't make it out of that tube.
I mean, you said she's in cruise control. I'd love to see her in not cruise control because I don't know where she's going to go in the scoreboard. She's got a 9 and an 8, and it's just, yeah, it's great to see that. And it's really just been the Sierra Kerr show of this whole heat. Samomo, Olive, and Chalamet have been pretty quiet with the priority, with the wave count as well. Samomo holds 2nd place with a 3.5 and a 2.83, but Olive only needs a 4.33. Chalamet needs a 4.96. And there's still some really good waves that are coming through to offer that.
You can see probably how shallow it is that Sierra opted to just ditch her board rather than duck dive it, because it's probably really shallow on the inside. Here goes the local surfer, grabs the rail, makes it around onto the open face, slices hard, and repeats the dose. So Chalamet in 4th place prior to taking off, looking to improve on a 1.03. And I think she's definitely done that with 4 minutes on the clock. If you're tuning in, you are watching a rampaging performance from Sierra Kerr. Our surfer in the red has posted the 2 highest individual scores of the women's event so far, a 9.2 and an 8.83.
Huge. And what a way to, finish the last heat of the morning with the 9.2 and an 8.83. This is that last wave of Chalamet. She went to get into the barrel, but decided that it wasn't going to offer much, so she goes to turns, and she's got such a strong backhand, Chalamet. It was nice to see her utilize that. I love the approach of hoping to get a barrel, but she's a local here. She knows exactly what is going on out there. So adjusting when she needs to, with just over 3 minutes to go. She needs a 4.96. It won't be the score that she's looking for. It locks in at a 1.37. So she needs to go just a little bit harder. Olive Hardy now holds the priority, needing a 4.33.
Yeah, 3 minutes, still plenty of time. We saw in Olive's opening round heat, she locked in a 6 and a high 4 from memory. So she's definitely able to do it. I'm just hoping that Mother Nature gives her an opportunity to show why she is WA's under-16 state champion. 2.5 minutes.
Has Willow surfed this morning?
Yeah, unfortunately Willow bowed out a couple of heats ago.
No.
Yeah, we were both off on that one. Yeah, bummer. So we're definitely hoping that the Hardy clan can move through. Olive has a look at that one. Here we see Chalamet ducking behind on a nice clean left-hander.
I haven't seen a left like that for a while.
No, definitely haven't seen a barreling left.
Yeah, very few.
So just mixing up her approach, and that's not a bad way to be, you know. Only a couple of minutes remaining. Trying to keep busy, doesn't like being in fourth position. Here goes Olive Hardy. Nice, smooth, clean turn. The wave splits in two and unable to navigate that inside section. So it was her best wave. It was a nice turn.
Yeah, that was so unlucky for Olive. She used her priority. She did everything right up until unfortunately coming unstuck. This is that last wave for Chalamet. Gets a quick cover up. Needs a 4.36, so we'll see if that's the score she's looking for. And I liked how she's just adapting her approach. Olive looking for a 4.33. She's up and riding. Gets a nice snap in there and another one to ride out. So with just over 1 minute to go, is that going to be the score that she's looking for? It was a smaller wave. It's in the hands of the judges. Samomo holds first priority with just on 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, well, you know, 2 turns, and here she goes using priority. A good-looking wave.
Oh.
Unable to ride out of that manoeuvre. So we're waiting on 2 scores from Olive Hardy. And I'm not sure that either of them is going to be a 4.33 straight up, but if she can improve both the numbers she's currently holding on, the requirement will reduce, and she's maybe got just enough time to get back out the back and try her luck at something else.
Yeah, I'm hoping that she gets the chance to do that. Olive is such a great surfer. It'll be sad to see her bow out in the round of 32. Samomo's kind of left the door open. I mean, there's only 15 seconds pretty much to go, and if Olive can get back out there and find another opportunity, here we go. Sierra airdrops into that one. Oh my goodness, gets thrown over, but yeah, just what a great read on that wave from Sierra Kerr.
Yeah. Well, it looks like this heat has come to an end. Not sure if this wave will count for Olive. We're going to go on hold. Next call will be at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm not sure if we're going to get the chance to interview Sierra Kerr. I'd love to do so, but we're going to be back in a few hours' time here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. Tune back in then, guys. Can't wait to see what the rest of the day unfolds.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Bankers Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, Manila Bankers Life, para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Boy Abunda po, para sa Manila Bankers Life, the best way to show your love.
when there's still so much I can be?
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next!
There's no stopping me. Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We go more.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
With Gomo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I Gomo any way I want.
We don't stop. We go more.
Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, Manila Banker's Life. Para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Buhay abunda po para sa Manila Banker's Life, the best way to show your love.
When there's still so much I can be,
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
With Gomo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I Gomo any way I want.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
have underneath you want to get a long way.
Sorry.
Yes.
Palagpasan sa kami.
Oo.
Saan ang limit namin para magkalipad ng doon?
At least, hindi dito banda or sa line.
Okay, pwede lang kami dito.
O, dun na side.
Dito, bawal. Dito banda.
Oo. May sinabihan siya dun kahapon na magpapalipad sana siya. Sinabi niya at least lang daw huwag dito.
Kung dito na yun. Sa Cloud9 mismo.
Oo.
So pwede lang doon sa likod ng tower, no?
Oo, pwede lang dito. If ever makikita niyo naman kung may drone or wala, siguro pwede lang quick lang siguro.
Sige, na.
Since naman kayo sa organizer, right? No?
Parking sa media ni Congressman.
Pwede. Lang, tingnan nyo lang yung drone na yun.
Pero
if ever wala.
If ever wala, pwede lang sumingit. Siguro. Kasi yung paalam lang siguro muna kami. Bro, can we... Where are our units if we carry out the...
Pardon?
Can we ask permission? Where are our units if we carry out our units?
If you fly your drone, you can fly it out there, it's fine. But just controller on that side of the jetty. Yeah. The controllers around here, it messes with the live feed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Tingnan nyo lang palagi yung isang drone.
Isang drone lang po ba yung gamit ko? Isang drone lang yung gamit ko. Sige, thank you.
Sige. Philippine. They mean PST. Philippine sex toy.
Try and look into this set. Maybe having one very short
Welcome back to the 28th edition of the Siargao International Cup. We are back and it's fun out there right now. We're back on. We've got an 11:30 start. We'll be finishing the last two heats of the round of the 64 for the women. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth by Dai Uwako. Dai, you went and had a surf in the break. How was it?
Actually, I took a boat.
You took a boat?
For like 10 minutes and I surfed this point. It was fun. Nothing special, but still, there's so many waves out there.
Awesome.
And I just surfed with 2 other guys, so how's that?
Dream. That's a dream. What a dream run. We saw a great last heat from, we saw Sierra Kerr making it through, as well as Momo Sato. This is the 8.83 from Sierra, just perfect timing. Doesn't even need to worry about the completion. This is the 9.2 that she got as well.
She was gonna pull into the barrel, but decided not to. But how's that labor carve straight into the second one? Really love the combination from Sierra Kerr.
Yeah,
and she kept going after this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Loose.
Yeah, she got loose. She got free. It was great to see Sierra lock in. 2 really high scores, an 18.03 total. Yeah, she was looking solid out there. We'll have for the first heat Nanaho Suzuki. She'll be taking on Mirai Akita, Kokona Kawase, and Miller Brown. That is the start of the first heat, and all 4 women just getting absolutely pumped by that set. Just caught a little bit inside, but it is going to be an exciting heat, this one. And again, we just see people scrambling to get wide there, Dai.
Wow, the wave has been raising a little bit to me. Like, those sets are way bigger than what we had this morning, I reckon.
Yeah, it's definitely getting bigger.
Oh, that's Nanaho got all of the bombs.
She got pumped. Oh wow, she's still getting smoked, and yeah, that just tells us how full on it can get out there. It's picked up a little bit. We are kind of going towards that higher tide now. We stopped because there was a low tide at about 10:15. So now we are on the other side of that low tide, and it's getting better and better. It's still quite shallow, but the surf is obviously super contestable, and there's some fun ones.
Super good. Even in the free surf in between the breaks, people getting really big chews out here. I didn't surf here, but I watched for a little bit after I came back from surfing, but everyone was hustling for the chews, and yeah, it was so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's pretty good to like you said, to watch the free surf. I mean, everyone is out there, and it's great to see them all just getting on some good waves, getting the practice in as well. And then there's so many other spots that you can surf around beautiful Siargao as well. We've got Cloud 9 here, which is where the event is on, and then to the left you've got Jacking Horse, Quicksilvers, so many waves on offer. That's Annie Dos Santos preparing. She will be in the last heat of the round of 32, taking on Paige Harab, Shino Matsuda and Coco Cans, which is going to be a great way to finish. Annie got an 8.17 in her last heat, so she's looking on fire at the moment. She charges. She wants to kind of push for a big wave tour as well as QS and Challenger Series qualification.
Okay, Mirai had a look at this one, but no takers yet. It's been a couple minutes after this heat started, but there was a huge bomb in the beginning.
Yeah.
But no one was, everyone was out of positioning. So no takers yet, but there's a few sets coming through again.
Wow. I mean, even the ones that are being left unridden still look super fun.
Super fun.
We saw some great surfing in the first 6 heats of the round. It looks like Mirai.
池田未来選手、さあ1本目の波にテイクオフし、ここはチューブの中に入ってくる、さあストールをして出てきたところでラウンドハウスカットバック、そしてもう一発きれいに入れてきます。ここはしっかり前に出てきたいところ、どうでしょうか。ここはスープの力に負けてこけてしまったようですが、素晴らしいライディングを見せてくれたのが池田未来選手。本日ラウンドオブ32、ヒート7、ヒート8を行った後、メンズラウンドオブ64を行っていく予定となっています。 ロータイドということもあり少し、ブレイクを取っていた今大会ですが、上げの時間に合わせてまた戻ってきました。素晴らしい波が割れています。ここクラウド9。Well.
You're so cool. All right, let's take a look at the replay for Mirai. You can see she just takes off, pulls in, doesn't quite get behind the section, but she definitely aims for it, gets a nice combo there, but I don't know if the judges will deem that a completion. This is live action.
川瀬心奈選手1本目のライディング大きなターンを入れましたが、これは少し前に出るのが遅れてしまったようです。That was a big solid turn from 川瀬心奈. It was her first wave, no tube probably, just looking for the turns. You know, sometimes you get, you know, if you go stalled, or sometimes you don't want to stall too much because it can get really fast in the tube. So it's just hard judgment when you take off the wave.
Yeah, it really is actually. That's very true, Di. It's hard to pick the best ones and kind of know what's going on. And I think, judging how fast you want to be going off the takeoff, making sure you're sitting in position. We saw Diane Nogalo in a couple heats before earlier this morning. She was sitting way deeper than everyone else. I think it was the second heat of the morning or third heat. And everyone else was sitting a little bit wider. So the locals are kind of trying to sit deeper, which means that they'll be able to get deeper into the barrels and really take off with speed and pump through it and hopefully get deep. But, you know, as the tide changes, the positioning might change a little bit. I'm not too sure. But there's definitely plenty of waves on offer. You can see Miller Brown. She's looking like she's having a strong paddle for something. Wondering if she's just trying to get wide, get into position. Nanaho Suzuki, she's actually second on the Asia rankings right now. Mirai is leading the rankings too, so first and second.
Wow, first and second matching up. This is going to be very important for those surfers because they really want to make sure that they secure the spot for next year's CS Tour. And here's Kokona Kawase. She's looking for the spot to go on the CS Tour. And this is Japanese surfer Shino Matsuda. She was represented Japan for Paris Olympics in July. She was traveling to Tahiti so many times this year and last year to make sure she is ready for the Tahiti. She did really great in the Paris Olympics.
Yeah, Shino absolutely charges. And it was so great to see her. I saw some great footage from the training camps that she had going into it. So, I was super impressed and really excited to watch Shino as well. She's such an awesome human, so it was good to see her do well there. But Kokona having a look. Not getting onto that one. You can see the wind. It's a little bit, blowing up the face just a little.
Well, there's a hard paddle from鈴木菜々緒選手、この波にテイクオフ。さあここはしっかりとチューブの中に入っていくが少しバランスを崩してしまいましたが、ここはすぐさまプルアウトし置きに向かいます。
Wow, that was unlucky for Nanaho.
Sometimes you step on the back foot too much. That happens a lot, you know.
Yeah, I like that she took off deep, but just with too much speed, probably needed to position herself a little bit deeper and really backdoor into this barrel. Hey, Dai.
Exactly. Especially on those bigger waves, it gets more peaky, so you kind of have to backdoor it to get, deep barrel. And judges are looking for those deep barrels to score. So, you want to be in the deep inside of the tube, but it can get really hard to come out of it.
Yeah, it can, but there's definitely opportunities to sit deep. We saw Sierra do that in her last heat, which was the last one we saw of the morning. There's definitely opportunities for that. So I'm hoping that the women can reposition and find themselves in a better spot to backdoor and get deep into it and then race through that barrel. But it's definitely getting bigger out there. We've seen a little rise in the swell, which is great. We're excited to see the women charge, and then when we go into the men's, round of 64. We'll see the men out there making the most of the conditions too. The last few days we've seen a little bit of wind, which has created a little bit of havoc, but everyone's been doing well to negotiate it. This is Miller Brown having a strong paddle. She's up, doesn't get the tube, so she has to kick out of that one. She had a great first heat. Miller driving hard through some really nice rail carves, just seamless surfing from the young Australian from Bungan on the northern beaches of Sydney. This is her first proper year on the QS. She went to Cruy in July, I think it was, or June, July.
I think it was May.
Was it May?
June, actually,
June.
yeah.
I'm losing track. I don't even know what month we are right now. No, I'm just kidding. But Miller, she's a great young up-and-coming surfer. She has released a clip called Odyssey, which you can find on
Right.
Stab. Yeah, you can just see her getting absolutely tubed and going sky high pretty much, doing some solid airs. And look at this set rolling through.
Look at this set. And
Oh,
behind
next
it there's another one.
Wow.
Unwritten wave, but it's just so perfect. And it's will spit. Wow.
Wow.
But it's definitely getting bigger. That's for sure.
That's one of the perks about being here at Cloud9 too. It can hold 2 foot, it can hold 8 foot.
Right.
You know, we're able to run in any kind of conditions, which is so exciting. Hoping that these sets start to open up a little bit more. You can just see, there's some good waves out there. Definitely some good opportunities.
Well, like those younger generations now making new movies, and I really love how they can be creative in the surf industry now. Not only the competition, they make a lot of movies. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, and they're just able to kind of, as you said, be creative, do something different, and find their spark through whether it's competing or free surfing or whatever it is, and just do something a little bit different.
Right.
And they're definitely paving a new way, that's for sure, the younger generation. It's exciting to see. Mirai having a paddle. Oh, sorry, this is Kokona.
川瀬心那選手2本目のライディング、これは綺麗な波になってきそうです。大きな一発のターンをした後、そのまま2発目に行きますが、少し波がフラットになってしまったようです。ここはしっかりインサイドまでつなげてきて、最後のセクション出てくるのか、ここはしっかり決めていきたいところ、ここは綺麗に決めていきます。川瀬心那選手、現在第4位のポジションですが、これが2本目のライディングとなります。残り時間13分30秒。That was a great ride from, Kokona Kawase. Not a tube ride, but still good turns.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, so she takes off on her backhand. Really nice. First turn, driving through it. Gets a second one in, just a smaller one, but does well to take this one through to the inside. She's got a strong backhand, Kokona, so it was great to see her open up a little bit more. Gets low and jams it there and gets that other one in for a completion. You could see the caddies in the back. They were clapping for her, clapping the board, going, yep, that was a good one. Let's reset, get another one out there.
I think that was a smart move from Kokona, because when you see all the surfs getting tubes, you're so ready for getting tubes in the heat. But sometimes you gotta change plan as soon as possible. You're just making sure you are getting through the heat, because it's a round of 32. You wanna be in a round of 16 or probably quarters to get decent points.
Yeah. Well, we saw in one of the earlier rounds, Amura Suzuki and Kako Yoshida unfortunately bow out because they didn't change their tactics earlier, and that can really catch people off guard too, like kind of sitting and waiting when you're expecting to get barreled and you're either sitting out of position or waves don't come through or something just doesn't go your way. Drop plan A, go to plan B, that's for sure.
And 25 minutes is not short, it's long enough to that you can actually change your plan from plan A to plan B. So you gotta just manage yourself and control your feelings. Don't get too excited about shoes out there.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to just start off with a little bit of momentum and then go from there, because we've said goodbye to some really good surfers today because of that reason. That little one was just draining off the reef.
Even the smaller ones, it's just so perfect, ballooning like whole way. So good.
Yeah, it's great to see, and I feel like, you know, we've seen quite a few waves come through this heat, but the women haven't found anything to their liking just yet. They've just been being patient really out there and hoping for a good wave to come through. We've had that last wave come in for Kokona.
川瀬心那選手の最後のライディング、こちら 3.50 をマークし、現在第1位のポジションです。 3.50、 バックアップが 0.73、 さあこの 0.73 を上書きしていきたいところで、池田未来選手テイクオフしていきます。さあこれはチューブ入れるか。少しレールを入れるのが遅れてしまったがためにこの渦が刺さってしまったようです。 That was a good try. I mean、では続き七穂選手、これはいいチューブになってきそうだ。さあしっかりとチューブをメイクし、カットバック。さあこの後はどうするか。ここはプルアウトです。 That was a great ride from 七穂続き。 I would love to see the beach angle.
Yeah, the drone angle definitely makes it look like they get deep, but let's take a look here. Nanaho pulls in nicely, gets a little bit of cover up, not too deep.
Too deep. I don't think I would call it tube ride.
Yeah.
Probably she didn't actually disappear in the tube, so probably judge is gonna score the cutback. Why it's so hard to go deeper.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to be deep, and then the foam ball comes at you, and you know there's so much going on. I feel like maybe the women are sitting a little bit too wide, which is why they're kind of out in front of the barrel, as opposed to kind of disappearing in it. So hopefully they can make that adjustment. But that last wave for Nanaho was her best wave, puts her up into second. So Mirai is looking for a score to go up into second place, as well as Miller Brown, who has been uncharacteristically quiet. Her last heat was a really good one. Miller knows how to barrel ride. This is Kokona having a look.
川瀬心那選手、さあこちらの波にテイクオフしていきます。さあターンを入れてきて、さあいいコンビネーションになってきましたが、ここでノーズが刺さってしまいました。あそこのセクションいきなり掘れ上がってくる浅いセクションなので、そこに合わせることができなかったのか、ここは、こけてしまいました。しかしこうチューブだけを狙わずにターンを狙っているという、作戦をしているのが今はかなりいい方向に動いているように見えます。 Let's have a look at again. Replay of Kokona. I really loved the first turn and really loved the second turn as well, but comes unstuck.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Just unfortunately digging her rail a little bit, or digging her nose, I should say, for Kokona. That was unfortunate because it was a really good looking wave. It'll better the 0.73 for sure. She'll increase her lead. I think she's playing a really smart heat right now by just catching waves, gaining momentum. She doesn't have to do too much. I think that last wave locked in at a 3.03, so it's bettering her scoreline. Nanaho's best wave a 2.73. Mirai is looking for a 2.01. Miller Brown chasing a 3.07. Miller holds the first priority, and there's 7.5 minutes to go. I mean, I don't know, Di, are you thinking to just sit and wait for a set, or are you trying to gain some momentum and surf some waves to get the 3.07? But Miller looks like she's going to use her priority on this one. Drops into it, but has to regain and kick out because that wave doesn't offer much. And looks like she went over, getting absolutely pumped on the inside.
Well, that was a big airdrop takeoff. But yeah, she hold on to the first priority quite a long time, and she get that wave. So not sure if that wave was what she was waiting for, but it was big wave. Almost nosedived, but somehow she managed to recover herself.
She got pumped on that wave. We saw her waving before. I'm wondering if that's whether she needs to get her different board or if she's okay. checking her board. I mean, Miller charges. She gets so pumped because she just is eager to just catch big waves, charge hard. So we're used to seeing that from Miller. So hoping that her board's okay and that she's all good. I'm sure she wouldn't be back out there if she wasn't.
Right.
But 6 minutes to go. Now she's back in fourth priority.
Wow, time is ticking. Already 6 minutes remaining. So all the 20 minutes gone now. So it's still somewhat everyone's game right now. But here is Brown up and riding again. She's gonna do good turns.
Ooh.
That's gonna be her best score, that's for sure. So now she's back in the game. She only needed 2.61 to go into the second, so she might have done that with that wave.
Yeah, I think so too. If she hasn't, she'll definitely lower that requirement. It was just it was a meaty section, but a smaller wave, and the judges have really been critiquing that, but it's a different day.
Right.
You never know what's going to happen, and that's exciting. We can speculate, but we just never know.
Yep.
So just over 5 minutes to go. Miller now just getting the momentum. Kokona still in the lead. Nanaho Suzuki holding second place in priority. Mirai just needs a 2.01 first and second on the QS rankings right now, are battling it.
Right. If both Nanaho and Mirai usually, get so many waves in a heat, so it's not a common thing for them to be, just staying long time to get good wave. So
yeah.
Well, we still have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go, so hopefully there's gonna be another good set coming for them.
Yeah, I hope we see another set roll through, hopefully for all four of the surfers to find themselves on those, because there's good waves. And Nanaho having a look.
鈴木菜々穂選手、この大きなセットにテイクオフしてきました。そしてスターンを入れてスープの方に戻っていきます。そしてここ大きくなってくるところはプールアウトをして次の波に向かいます。さあ沖では池田未来選手テイクオフ、ボトムターンからカットバック、ここのセクション難しいセクションでありますがうまくつないでいきます。さあここももう一発といったところで入れられずプルアウト。鈴木選手現在2位のポジション、バックアップ 1.27 を乗り換えていきたいところ。池田未来選手は現在第4位、必要なスコアが 2.01 となっています。先ほどの川瀬選手のラストウェーブは 3.03、 現在第1位のポジション。この波だとチューブを狙うのか、ただ狙いすぎるとテイクオフポジションであったり、波選びによって左右されてしまう可能性が高いので、ヒート中盤そして後半にかけてはこのターンによって点数を上げていきたい、そんなコンディションとなっていると思います。残り時間が3分をもう間もなく切るところ。
You're so cool. I'm going to say that every time. But that last wave for Miller Brown, 2.6, just not enough. She needed a 2.61.
Just not get it, huh? It was so close.
Yeah. Whoa. Wow, last wave for Nanaho, 4.07, so she goes to first. Kokona down in second. Miller Brown goes to third place. Remains in third place, I should say. She now looks for a 3.93, and Mirai in fourth, looking for 4.54. It's 2.5 minutes to go.
鈴木菜々穂選手、ラストウェーブで 4.07 をスコアし、第1位にジャンプアップしてきます。さあ池田未来選手は 4.53 で第2位のポジションに逆転できます。残り時間2分になるところ。Wow, so judges are rewarding those bigger turns on the bigger sets. That's why, Nanaho got a 4.07 for the one turn. Oh.
Yeah, huge stuff. I mean, we all know that Nanaho charges, and she can commit to some pretty big turns. I remember watching her in La Union and Belair earlier this year, 2-3 QS 3000s, and she was got to points in heats where she was trying air reverses. you know, because she was just so far ahead. It was great to see.
池田未来選手テイクオフしてきます。逆転に必要なスコア 4.53 というところで大きなターンを入れてきますが、少しタイミングが外れてしまったが、そして川瀬心那選手テイクオフしています。ここは 3.31 を出して第1位に逆転していきたいところですが、2ターン入れた後すぐフルアウトし、ここでパドルバックします。There's a little bit of paddle battle in between white and blue. Kokona wants to gain the higher priority over Mirai because Kokona is in now second place. She really wants to secure this spot to get through this round. 50 seconds remaining.
Wow. Miller Brown in third, holding the first priority. Nanaho holds second priority. Kokona got third priority from that one. Mirai having a look, looking for a 4.53. Oh my goodness, that was so unfortunate.
Could have been, you know, it could be the way that she could get requirement, but here is Miller Brown up and riding.
Yeah, looking for a 4.53. Gets one big turn, stands tall. She's asked the question. Sorry, she needs a 3.93, so we'll see.
Right.
Yeah, she's looking. She's saying, what more do you want me to do?
It was a really critical section, that's for sure. But it was actually on smaller wave. Well, that's really great turn.
Yeah.
Solid turn, actually. It was a smaller wave, but still the section was so hard to do it, and it was critical. It just went hard. It was solid turn, so I would say yes.
You would say yes. 3 points. She pretty much needs a 4 right now to go to second place.
Close. It's going to be so close.
It's going to be really close. The judges are having a think about it. The last wave that she got was a 2.6. She needed a 2.61. Waiting for scores. There it is, a 5.17. Miller Brown goes to the lead. Wow, so Miller Brown, she's, yeah, you can see she's happy. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back after this break for Heat 8 of the women's round of 32.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
When there's still so much I can be,
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
Welcome back to day number 4, Siargao International Surfing Cup. So the official result from the last heat, Miller Brown got the requirement, now in the first place, and Nanaho Tsuzuki got second place. Those surfers advancing into the round of 16, and now I'm here in the booth with Jess. How was your break?
Yeah, it was really good. Had some bit of town time. Actually found this cool gym in General Luna, so it was CrossFit Siargao. Went and met the owner there. It was really cool. Kind of went with True, my sister, and one of the competitors, Charlie Hurst. So I had a nice bit of downtime, but I'm excited to come back to the surfing.
In heat number 8, we have Anne Dos Santos from Brazil in white, Paige Herb in red from New Zealand, Shino Matsuda in blue from Japan, Coco Cairns in green from Australia. And here is 松田詩野選手の1本目のライディング。バックサイドでこちらターンを入れていきます。これは大きな鋭いリッピングを見せていきます。そしてセカンドターン、こちらも縦へのアプローチ、しっかりと2ターンメイクしていきます。Well at the back, this is surfer red, Paige Herb. That was a great ride from Paige as well as Shino Matsuda's last wave. Two surfers got a good waves. That was a great start from all the surfers.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Shino, she is an Olympian this year. She went and represented Japan in Tahiti.
Yep. So she was doing really great job in Tahiti. She made couple heats through, I think. Yeah, and she charges in Tahiti.
What an interesting Olympics to qualify for, because I feel like everyone obviously wants to qualify for the Olympics, but Tahiti is not a wave that everyone surfs every day, so it's almost a little bit daunting. Paige Harrop came pretty close to qualifying for the Olympics for New Zealand, but Safi Vetti, so one of our other New Zealand competitors, she went and represented New Zealand over there. She just come off a massive year on the challenges though, so she decided to not come to the next two events, just spend a little bit of time at home, which is fair enough. It's a big year to go from the QS then to the challenges, and I think she was pretty ready for some downtime at home. But Paige actually qualified for the challenges as well this year, and I know it was a decision her and Philippa made when they didn't get great results in the first 2 or 3 events. They decided to not compete on the challenges for the rest of the year, save the money and start again when they come back here.
That is actually another way, save up some money and time, focusing on the next year, or focusing on just re-qualifying for CS, other than just following Challenger Series, especially those surfers who have already a lot of experiences. You don't really have to follow all the Challenger Series.
Don't need to follow protocol. Do what you want. Do what works for you.
Right.
I mean, the places they went to for the last 3 events looked pretty cool though. To go to South Africa, Huntington, and then Portugal and Brazil just looked insane. I mean, I feel like that energy of that last event of the Challenger Series in Brazil would be so cool to be around, just to be all in amongst that feeling where everyone's starting to qualify, dreams are coming true. Imagine kind of being a part of that. I think that would be really exciting, a really cool environment to be a part of. So something that all of these ladies are working towards. And Shino Matsuda starting off her heat with a 617. So
that was a solid serve from Shino Matsuda. 松田詩野選手、最初の波、ファーストウェーブ、こちら 6.17 をスコアしています。2ターンのコンビネーション、素晴らしいライディングを見せてくれました。
So tell me more about Shino. Where is she from? Who does she surf with? Give me the insights of Shino Matsuda.
Right, Shino is from Shonan. That's the town exactly I am from.
I was going to say, is this not where you're from?
Yep. And then she surfs, there's a lot of professional surfers in Shonan. Probably you heard, Yuji Mori.
Yes.
He's from Shonan. He sometimes coaches Shino.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So they are both really good friends. They surf together sometimes, I believe. She's probably in Bali before this event. I was in Bali and I saw her at Padang Padang. So
no way.
She was practicing, tubes. She was just having a great time in Bali.
That's a smart way to get ready for this event, because this place does have so many similarities to Indonesia. So feel like, if you couldn't get here early enough, it's really smart to go to Indo as well. Before event crowds that are here, it's pretty hectic. I mean, everyone wants to get a wave. Everyone obviously wants to figure out the wave. So I feel like that's a really cool way to get your confidence up, pulling in on a reef break. Obviously, she's spent a lot of time at Tahiti this year, which is one of the scariest reef breaks in the world, I
Right.
would say. So I feel like her confidence would be pretty up there when it came to barreling waves. But Shino is also just so lovely. She's such an awesome human being, and I feel like this heat is kind of full of them. Coco, she's from the Sunshine Coast, 19. Recently moved down to the Gold Coast though, so I see her a lot. She catch up and go for a surf a fair bit. And Coco actually put out a pretty cool piece with Roxy earlier on in the year called Sunshine to Gold, and it was this piece that they worked on where she surfed a lot of different surfboards, longboards, twin fins, shortboards. She's kind of one of those surfers who can pick up anything and surf good on it. And yeah, this is her up and riding now.
Nice off the bottom. Oh, I love that stylish labor turn. And racing down the line. Tried to get a little tubed inside, and she did.
So we'll come back with the replay of that wave from Coco, because it sounds like True is out in the tower with last heat's heat winner.
Thank you, Jessie. Yes, I'm here with Miller Brown. Miller, nervous last literally seconds of that heat. You got a 5.17 to take you to the lead.
That was just about the scariest heat of my life. I had pretty awful wave selection at the start, like had a prior mistake by going to foamy one, and then did a one turn to get a two, and then like 10 seconds left I'm like scraping into this one and did like one end turn, so I was pretty stoked to make it.
You got pretty pumped out there as well. I saw you check your board at one point. I was like, oh no, she creased her board. It looks like it's a magic stick. Were you just checking to make sure it was all good? And yeah, are you okay after that?
I put a little crease in it like here, but pretty stoked it's not broken.
And being here in Cloud 9, how excited are you to be here? I mean, you're pretty good in the barrel, so to be able to have heats and get tubed, are you excited for that?
Yeah, I'm so excited. It's one of the favourite places I've been to, and yeah, hopefully get some tubes in the next heat.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back home?
Yeah, hi to my dad and my two sisters at home. Thanks for watching.
Thanks so much, Miller. Back to you guys.
Thank you, True. Thank you, Miller. Those two spent a bit of time together over in Indonesia earlier in the year for Crewy. True was over there as one of the coaches for this cool Northern Beaches program that's going on there at the moment. So True not only commentates, she coaches as well. She's pretty good at it too. I feel like if anyone knows True, you know that she's a very nurturing person. She loves taking on kind of that mother role. She's definitely my mum when I go away. She's the person. She put it this way, Di. I never hold the room key. True always takes the room key because I'll lose it. So yeah, True and Miller got to know each other pretty well over there, and I think they had a really good time. And looks like we've got the men coming up next. So the round of 64. This is the highest seed round coming up. That man on screen, Filma Alapayo, he is, in my opinion, probably the best surfer out there when it comes to the big days.
Right.
He is so good out there. He's got such a good read on this wave, and he, however, though, it sometimes can not have the best competition results, but when you watch him free surf at this wave, it's the connection that he has to this place. It's second to none, and I'm really excited to see him surf this heat.
Probably he doesn't need to think anything about this.
No,
you know, about this place. You just be there, just be you. And here is Anna. Wow.
Ooh, getting thrown over a little bit there. That was Anna Santos. Annie was super impressive at NIAS earlier in the year. She's got an insane backhand barrel style. Paige just getting one turn in there. So that tide is still low. We have gone past that low tide mark. I believe it was around the 10:30. So it is on its way up. This wave is at its best when it is high tide, hence why we do go on hold, because we have a 9-day waiting period here. Well, actually 10 days, but one of the days we won't run, which is November 1st due to a religious holiday. But for all the people probably questioning why we went on hold, it's because we have such a long waiting period. We want to maximize the best of the tides, and this wave is best on a high tide. It's a really good barrel. Then it allows turn sections at the end. So a couple question marks potentially from some people who maybe have never been to this wave before. But Ty, Jerry, all of the WSL team doing a brilliant job at calling it off on the low tide, because why would we put our competitors out there when it's at its worst? So let's run it on the higher tide and We've got so many days left, so we can really pick and choose when we can run this event.
And we've already had big days, like first and second days and third days. So we have a lot of time now, right?
Yeah, we have so much time.
So we don't have to be rushed, and the swell will probably, the wave forecast saying that wave's gonna stay the same for next couple days. So, wow. It's
Yeah.
gonna be exciting.
Yeah, we've got this kind of mix of two different typhoons at the moment. So I think the one we had at the start was called Typhoon Christine, I'm going to say, and it's kind of made its way around. It is pushing up towards the Taiwan sort of region, so I know where we're heading off to next week is huge there at the moment. But then that's kind of what's bringing the wind. So we have had a couple windy days, but it's been coming from the right direction, and then we have this new typhoon that's coming pretty much straight out from where we are right now, and that's bringing in this new swell. And yeah, like you said, Di, that swell's going to hang around for a few days, and I'm excited. I feel like the men's round of 64 is going to be really exciting to watch, because that's the top seed mixed with the best of the last 3 rounds in the men's division, and then the ladies have made it look really fun all morning. I feel like Sierra, she's definitely just showing exactly what we have to be worried about with that next generation. They are so good. So I feel like Sierra's really set the benchmark for female surfing today. She's definitely looked the best. I feel like Gia Lorenston looks really good as well. She got a pretty good barrel. So we'll see how the ladies pan out the rest of this one. Annie DeSantos out riding now, Di.
I really love the first sand again. And going to the second one, can she make out of it? Yes, she did. It was great surfing from surfing white. Dos Santos. She was looking for a wave 4.68 to go into the second. But probably it's gonna be her best score, that's for sure. But I'm not too sure about it's gonna be a 4.68. Let's have a look at replay again.
Yeah, I like that first turn as well, Di, but it's these waves that kind of taper out at the end. It's not really giving the surfers the best kind of opportunity to really showcase what they've got. They do. This is kind of what the lower tide does. So they do need to pick and choose those ones that do hug the reef that little bit better, allow them to get up and vertical, or if it is the case, Shino going down there, if it is the case to only get one turn in, just commit to that one big turn, get one turn and get out of there.
Right. Yeah, actually one turn could be enough for getting those good scores.
Paige Harab looking for the barrel, but was going pretty fast on that one. I love a backside floater. I think they look so cool.
Right, but she managed to put floater in, so it's gonna be a score. She didn't get a tube, but she managed to put one turn in, and it's gonna be okay score, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so. It'll be. I don't think it's going to be the 3-2-1 though, Di. I feel like she's going to need a little bit more. Like we've been saying the last few days, the judges don't really want to be pulling apart threes. It's not really the world that they want to be living in. So Paige, though, had a good 8 years on the CT. She was super impressive there, and she fell back off in 2019, and she's kind of been trying to crawl her way back there since. And this is the pathway. It's the QS, then the Challenger Series, and then qualify for the CT. So I think it was pretty smart for her to, decide, all right, I might take the rest of the year off the Challenger Series and get really ready for these. And her equipment's looking pretty dialed, but right now she just kind of needs to find one of those better looking waves, one that we've seen Shino on and Coco. But yeah, at this point in time, I feel like she's going to need to do a little bit more than what she did on that last one.
Well, we still have 8 minutes remaining, and there's gonna be a couple more sets for sure. So just reset and just repositioning herself.
So Di, you tell me, with the Olympic program for Japan, what does it look like? What's the support that the Japanese Olympic athletes get?
Well, I'm not too sure about it, but they get support from the government, of course, and they get support financially. So whenever they have this surfing camp, they support all of the fees. Yeah, that's about it that I know of. But definitely there's a big, support from government. But that was a great surfing from Dos Santos. But how was the last turn? Do you think that was a make? Or
I don't think so. She did very well to hold on
Right.
right till the end, but she didn't get out in front of the foam. We know how meticulous the judges are about really getting that proper ride out. She did very well not to fall there because she
Right.
kind of did bury her nose. Went up for it on a pretty meaty section there, Di, but I'm going to say probably not a ride out, but I really like that first carve, potentially just a little bit off kilter, that entire wave. But it feels like each wave she's kind of building a little bit more momentum.
Right, that's true. So that's pretty much why she's keeping herself really busy, just trying to get as many as she could so that she can be in the good pace. And now she has this momentum, so hoping to see more for Dos Santos because she got great skills.
Yeah, definitely. She released a pretty cool movie at the start of this year. Not sure if you saw it, called 22. And it's filled with Annie just absolutely charging big Nias. And Coco up and riding. Big carve there. She wants more down the line here. Oh, wow. Gorgeous style for Coco. She looks like she's on a sharp eye. She usually kind of jumps around a lot of different surfboards.
Right.
But yeah, like I was saying, Annie released a really cool film. Shannon Hayes, a filmer back from the Gold Coast, she filmed and produced it. And yeah, it was called 22. And basically they spent 2 months in Indo chasing these swells. And it just showcases how hard Annie actually charges. And there's some footage of her at, I want to say like 8 foot Nias.
Wow, that's a proper bomb.
And she's on her backhand too. And she's just getting so deep and making these huge barrels. So
I gotta check it out.
you've got to.
This.
It's
Yeah.
really good. It's really good actually. And then as well, Annie, another place where she kind of showcased that she charges, she surfed the Vans Pipe Invitational at the start of the year. And there's a clip of her getting absolutely smoked out there.
Wow. So yeah, I was talking to True in last heat. I'm so not surprised, but I think it's really cool that all the young generations making their movies. Nowadays.
Yeah.
Everyone has own creativity, trying to make future films, but and they actually edit them too. So
Yeah.
I think it's really cool to see that.
You're a pretty creative guy too, Di. I've
Trying
seen
to
your
be.
work. I love it. Wow, big airdrop there. Shino went down on the inside here. Paige goes down as well. So I'm going to say probably not the score for Paige Harab there. Coco does extend, so gets a 4.83 on that last one. So extends her lead again. Shino looking for a 2.83 for first, but the last two waves she's just gone over the falls.
Right, she's having a hard time right now, but probably hoping her to just get out there and reset. Just get the wave she got in the first. We still have 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Here it is. Santos take a takeoff, but it was a hard wave.
Yeah, I feel like the ladies are getting pretty pumped out there right now. It does mean that they're going for it though. Potentially a couple maybe position errors. I feel like Annie was pretty wide on that one. That wave was pretty much done by the time she got to it. She kind of needed to be out a bit further and a little bit deeper. You can see that's the main peak just there. On the higher tide though, like you've seen, Di, it does break into two. So there is a wider takeoff spot and a deeper takeoff spot. But I feel like the ladies potentially a little bit out of position at this point in time. And yeah, I said it in the last heat we did together, Di. It's crazy how much speed you get on this wave. And sometimes I feel like you have so much you don't know what to do with it or you're not sure how to wipe it off. And I think the people out here who have spent a lot of time mastering this wave, they have really good pace from start to finish. And I think that's the key for this wave, is almost slowing yourself down at the start.
Well, that's so true, and totally agree with that. So you gotta control your speed to be in the the powerful the most powerful zone on the wave, you easily can get out of the position. So you gotta maintain your speed, but you gotta control your speed as well.
Yeah, definitely. I got it wrong. Like, they're only human, and I got it wrong so many times the first week that I spent here because I really wanted to get to know the wave and honestly just surf it as much as I could before the event started because I knew once I started work I probably wasn't going to get as many surfs in as I'd like. But the wave itself, it's so perfect. But yeah, I just noticed like the one thing I was lacking was like exactly how to control my speed out here, and I feel like once I started to wrap my head around it, when I started to get some better waves. But it's a very meticulous thing. It's very hard,
right?
Especially when you probably don't surf as many barrels as maybe some of these girls do, and even the barrels that we get to surf at home usually are at Greenmount. All you have to do is squat down and you're in them, and they're so perfect along that sandbank. So yeah, a bit more time out here, and I feel like a lot of these ladies will have it down pat. But they're going for it right now, which is what we want to see.
Especially these waves are so peaky, so you don't really want to take off from the top of the wave. You kind of paddle into it so hard so that you can take off actually under the rip, so that you don't really have speed at the first, but you can actually pump and generating speed to come out of the tube. So you don't really want to take off from the top of the wave at Cloud 9.
No.
It gives you so much speed, maybe too much.
Even we saw some of the competitors earlier in the round yesterday kind of almost take off left to then fade back to go right, and feel like that definitely kind of played a bit of an advantage to some of them. And then, like you said, they were pumping in the barrel. It meant they got deeper. It meant they got better scores. So yeah, I feel like a lot of preparation for this event. You think you could come here and just get the most craziest barrels, and you definitely can, but they're actually, when it comes to event preparation, there's probably a lot more that goes into it of just like actually figuring out this wave. So I think the people who came here a time before and spent some time here, probably the ones that are going a bit better in the draw right now. But it's looking like this heat is pretty much over, and it's going to be Coco and Shino. So Annie, unfortunately, after the hooter there on that one. So Coco Cairns, Shino Matsuba moving on through. We're going to go to an ad break, guys. Don't go anywhere. The men's round of 64 will be coming up right after this.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next!
There's no stopping me. Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
We are back from a bit of a break in the action early in the day. We've had 2 heats of the women out there. Here's the results of that last one. Coco Cairns taking it out. Shino Matsuda in second. Unfortunately, we lose Paige Harabin and DeSantos. Moving into the men's round of 64, the main round of the men's. Take it through with me, the man, myth, the legend, Jerry Deegan.
Well, hello and thanks for having me back. That's Macklin Flynn, I believe, in green, starting the heat really, really well. Nice little pit there. And he's gotten smart. I think the big ones aren't necessarily the best ones. Those names have just gone off, but I think I've got them there. Alastair Reginardo, he is from Australia. We've got Phil Moralapaya from right here in town. He doesn't live more than 300 metres away from here and grew up there his whole life. And Billy Stairman, who's from NZ, is that correct?
Yeah, from Raglan.
Raglan, I've never been there. Have you been there?
I have. Went there for the first time earlier this year. Loved it. Cannot wait to go back there. Macklin Flynn from West Oz. So coming off his career best result last week over there in WA, got a 3rd place in the QS 1000, and I know that our other co-commentator Justin Majex, huge Macklin Flynn fan, and I'm just going to put it out there right now, Jerry, I'm a huge Phil Mar fan.
I am too, and he's really popular around here. There's a bunch of people there on the oh, who's that? That's Phil Mar right there, backhander. Oh, I know that Stuart Cadden's watching us, and he's up there in Foster. Stuart won the two Pro Juniors back in the 80s, and he's the backhander that came here and essentially taught these kids how to backhand surf, how to pig dog. So good on you, Stewie. I know you're listening because I spoke to you the other day. Really legendary mid-North Coast surfer.
And for those listening who haven't had the pleasure of meeting Jerry, Jerry has been running this event since the 1700s. Is what it feels like.
That's exactly what it feels like.
No, Jerry is our event organiser, but he's not only that, he's so much more. He's a bit of a local celebrity around here. Basically, I spent, I'd say, the last 20 years in and out of here.
No, 95 was when I first came, so it's pushing 30 years.
Wow.
And yeah, we had a resort here and had a wonderful life with me and my lovely wife Susan, my daughter Lily, who I hope is watching now that
hey,
I've here. So Lily says we all say hello to you and we all miss you, wish you were here. So yeah, no, back in the mid-90s we came here on a holiday, and a year later, 96, we decided we'd come here and stay for 1 year, and we stayed for pretty close to 22 years, and then a couple of years ago we moved back, although we come back here all the time.
All right, Billy Stairman, 2-time Olympian, just trying to get a little bit of a cover up there, but that one had a weird little shoulder on it. But Jerry, you've been running this event, like I said, for a really long time now. This is the 28th edition of this event. You'd say 29 years though, because there was a bodyboard event here prior to this one, but
not prior.
During.
I think that was in 2002, so they had both events.
Great
that year.
year. That was the year I was born.
Well, that was a pretty good takeoff. Yeah, well, I was born a little bit before that.
2001.
Nice, yeah, nice little cover up there. Yeah, so they had a bodyboarding event, World Bodyboarding Tour, back then, and they had an amazing event. So I haven't been running all the events since then. I probably started around 2000, but I have been to all the events.
So how do you get into running this event?
Well, there's Alastair. He's going to get a nice little shake. The boys have got smarter. These smaller ones are much more manageable than the big ones. How do I get into it? When I first came here, there weren't many people around. We surfed a lot by ourselves. He's our Western Australian lad, and that's much better than his first one. Not as good a finish, although he hasn't finished. He has finished. He's not going to keep going, surely. Yes, he is. He's milking that, they would say in the old days, milking that to the nth extent. So that's pretty good. He's going to add a couple more little points there. So we came here and they had this event, and it was just only the people that were here, some locals and some foreigners. And then when they decided to get a little bit serious, Mayor Resilien, who's considered the godfather of Philippine surfing, I don't know if we're meant to stop talking and talk about this wave now, but I'll just keep talking.
Go on. Keep going, Jerry.
And
Tell us a story.
He said to me, look, we want to make it a bit more serious. Can you help out? And of course I said, yes, I'll do whatever I can. And back in the late 90s, we actually invited some pro surfers to come here. And I don't know if Andy King and Jay Thompson, those guys were watching. So I knew Andy King from Cronulla, and I gave him a call, and him and Mick and Bottle, and he brought a bunch of his mates out here, and
sick.
Some of the Maroubra boys as well, Mark Matthews. I can't remember everyone's name, but yeah, they brought them out here. We paid for them to come out, and they gave us a lot. And they brought a photographer, a decent. I think John Callahan actually came and videoed that, shot that particular one. And sometimes I get my years mixed up a little bit, but that's approximately what happened. Then since then, I've been asked to do it once, again and again and again, and I'll go the backhander. So that's our local lad. Not quite getting it covered up enough there. See if we can do something else. Yeah, nice little finish there. So since then, we've changed, and then I started doing some work for the Department of Tourism for the event, and then came along Surfing Queensland with Starkey. Then we started to get some sponsors, Surfing Australia, and now, of course, 5,000 WSL. So it's been a pretty, some would say quick progression, but for me, it's been a long time. But the fact that we've got a 5,000 here is pretty exciting.
Oh, it's insane. The highest event the status that this event has ever reached, which is, it deserves it. This wave, the people, the place, it deserves to be a QS 5000 event. So I think it's very well overdue for this place, because I just think the energy and the atmosphere that this event brings, it is so incredible. It's such a cool event to be a part of. And
yeah, it is. And it is the biggest event we've had in the Philippines. I'm just told there'll be an interview, but just quickly before that happens, it's the biggest surfing event in the Philippines. It's one of the biggest sporting events in the Philippines.
Oh, wow.
So it's not just about surfing here. This is one of the biggest international events. And I think I heard in the background that we're going to head off to an interview.
I believe Di will be down there with Coco Cairns, winner of that last heat.
All right. So you're now into round of 16, which is pretty much decent results, but how?
I'm happy. I'm just happy to get through another heat, and just happy to surf with 4 other people.
How was the condition actually? It looked perfect from the beach, but it kind of seems like it's hard to get right ones.
Yeah, I don't know. It still is perfect compared to like any other QS really, but it feels like, because it's pretty low, it's like the big ones are breaking kind of further out, so it's like not, I don't know, but yeah, it's still good.
What was your plan actually before the heat? You were looking for the barrel or the turns?
I was obviously looking for the barrel, but I was still happy to do turns if that's what the wave wanted me to do.
Pretty much that's how you get through that heat. But well, you're gonna surf tomorrow, so you have time today. What are you gonna do after this?
Probably go get lunch and just chill out.
Okay, so do you wanna anything you wanna say? You wanna say something to your family, friends back home?
Hey mom, dad, Kaimana, and miss you guys.
All right, great surfing, and I can't wait to see you in the next round. Thank you so much, and back to you guys.
We are, but yeah, amazing. We love Coco. She is a lady of few words, Coco, but she's actually pretty funny when you get to know her. She can be a little bit shy at the start, but she's a really incredible surfer, surfs a lot of different surfboards. So Coco Cairns taking out the last heat of the women's round of 32, moving into the round of 16. And right now, looks like Macklin Flynn, he's got a 5, 6, 7 and a 4. So 2 pretty good looking scores early on in this heat. Filmar is in second with a 2.5 and a 0.83. Alistair and Billy not with much, just a pair of 1s. But Filmar also has a surf shop called Happy Islanders here, which actually puts a lot back into the local community.
Absolutely. It's not just a surf shop, it's a hang. It's a place where they can mentor the young kids. They supply surfboards. So him and his lovely wife Andy and their kids, it's sort of a cafe / surf shop, but it's a big hang. People like doing it, and people spend a lot of money there because those two are fairly famous now in the Philippines, and so people like to go and hang out with them. They're very generous with their time. They're also generous with looking out for the young kids and helping them. There he is, right there, the man we're talking about. Hard to tell on that angle how deep he was, but I think he was a little deeper than the last one, and he knows that he can sit inside and get those smaller ones and get fully shacked. I mean, no one knows the wave better than him.
Yeah.
But Happy Islanders, look it up online. Again, I'm not much of a social media person. I guess it's www. Although no, I know it's not.
Jerry.
It's Instagram or whatever it is.
Don't be silly.
I don't know. I'm old. Jess, you know I'm old.
No, he is actually the reason I got waves out here. The first week I was here, he's such a legend. Remembered me from last year, and was helping me get waves. Him and Rima Magaluna, who is another local surfer coming up in a few events' time. Macklin, though, he's just on a heater right now. I would say, in comparison to the rest of this heat, Macklin would be the underdog. Like, he's the grommet in this heat, probably with the least amount of experience in a round like this. Billy Stearman, though, good looking barrel, carves that one all the way back around. So Macklin, the underdog, getting a pretty good looking barrel. Billy, though, is
That was
like,
deep.
no, give me some of that.
Yeah, they almost had a second section there as well. So I'd probably go that one over the previous one, but they were both really, really nice.
Yeah, I absolutely. This is my favourite event to come to, and I feel like last year when we were here, we did get a little bit jibbed for waves. So I feel like this year we're getting the full taste of the beauty of Cloud 9. And
yeah, it's gotten better every single day, by the way, and it's probably gotten better each hour. You know, it keeps progressing. So, no, really nice. This is what I hope for when it comes. And again, we had that. You were with me last night at the press conference. We had a press conference with a bunch of people, and they asked me what my expectations are. Now, my expectations about the organisation are relatively, I don't know if this is the right way to say it, but low, because I know it's organised correctly. I don't need to worry about it, but I do worry about the surf.
yeah, I mean, it's the one kind of uncontrolled variable that we have, but it's really been showing up. Like you said, it's been getting better and better every day. One thing that I had a look online not too long ago, and I saw there was an Instagram post, and some people were like, why'd they call it off, da 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 da. Well, hang on, let's watch these replays first, because that wave from Macklin was super deep, came out, got a turn at the end, and then looks like we can see Billy's. Well, we're going to cut to Alistair's. So Alistair got pretty deep as well. So this was a really good exchange from the two Australians, one New Zealand competitor. But can you explain to the viewers the reason we go on hold during the low tide?
Yeah, we do, because no one is as tough as me, and they get scared about the low tide and think they're going to get into trouble. I'd pull them out there over low tide, but you know, they're pro surfers, and there's a sort of responsibility that WSL have to make sure everyone's safe. And once the tide's really low, it is scary out there. You can get a barrel, but if you do an air or a closeout Rio, you're basically on dry land. We've got 9 days to run the event. We don't need to rush through low tide. So, you know, just out of safety, and sometimes the surfers don't like it either. Sometimes the surfers don't like it either. But we do it because we care, and we don't want injuries. We don't want blood on the reef. And so that's the very reason we do it. And in reality, I mean, I haven't heard anyone really complain, and believe me, they complain to me. So I think on average we're doing fairly well.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like the surf is genuinely better on the higher tide anyway. We get those longer running waves. There's opportunity for barrel and turns. Mid to high tide, I'd say, is the best. Even talking to the local boys, Rima, Marima, Filma, they're all like, no, mid tide's the best tide. Like, they'd always tell me to wait. Just wait till the tide comes up. So
yeah, mid tide's the best. Without
yeah,
question.
even the locals don't muck around when it's low tide out there. They're like, no, why would we surf it? We know it's going to be better on the mid to high tide. So
yep.
Yeah.
There was a time that no one ever surfed on low tide.
I've heard this.
No one ever surfed it on low tide. When we first came here, you know, if it wasn't up to almost your knee, you wouldn't walk out there. But again, now due to the pressures of the amount of people, I think a lot more people just want to get out there with no one out there. So they do. But I agree, mid tide is the time. Sometimes better than high tide is mid tide. But then again, it depends a little bit on the swell direction. You know, if you've got a north swell, you probably want a bigger tide. If you've got an east swell, and so people know exactly what we're doing here. The wave's coming in almost exactly on a northeast angle. Straight is northeast, so north is sort of shuts it down. South really just shoulders through. It's no good. So like a straight northeast swell, I think it's at its best.
Exactly like my home break North Narrabeen.
Well, let me tell you that I'm a surfer of Cronulla Point.
The Shire.
And it needs a big swell for the point. The south swell is when it's at its best. But I'm a huge fan of 3-foot northeast swell, first reef.
Isn't it?
Bring it on. A Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock when everyone's at work and you've got a 3-foot northeast swell. Beautiful. And you're out there with 3 people. I love it.
Beautiful gentleman's hour.
Yeah.
We say.
Yeah. And I'm a distinguished gentleman that likes to go out at that hour. He pushed through that one quite nicely. Not sure at this stage, unless he can do more there. We can't that it'll beat one of those other scores. I'd like to say hello to Jeremy and Chelsea, who are sitting there in Manila, funnily enough, just watching the program. Chelsea is desperately asking me to find one of the girls' rash vests to take to Manila next time I go. So I said I'll try to sneak one out after the last heat at the end of the event.
Wow, Macklin did a really good job to push through that one. I kind of rode him off towards the end of that wave. I said, oh, he's probably too deep, might clamp down on him, but managed to hold his line right out. I was talking to Justin about him the other day. He spends a lot of time surfing a lot of different waves, and in WA there is a lot of waves like this, so we can get a lot of barrel practice, a lot of shallow reef practice, and I feel like board shorts would be a lot nicer than steamers over there in WA right now.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think you're 100% right there for any up-and-coming surfers. Vary your waves up. You know, I tell the kids out here, they say, oh, I want to be world champ. I say, well, just don't surf Cloud 9 every single day. Go to the lefts, go to the fat ones, go to all of them. Do not just surf Cloud 9 every day, because for a long time there, a lot of the locals couldn't go left very well. And now things have changed. But I think for any aspiring young man or woman that wants to, you know, really make a name for themselves, surf as many different waves in as many different, could go out when it's on shore. You know, just do those challenges like. I just know a bunch of people that do that, you know, surf every day for...
yeah. Don't even. I want to say
surf every day in
Surfest.
September or whatever it is.
Oh, I wish I could get my sister's attention right now.
Jasmine Schaefer is my niece, and she does them all the time, and she'll surf anywhere and
I
everywhere.
can see the logo in my head. Why am I blanking right now?
Because you're catching up to my age, obviously. It's 81 and 82. Hang on, it was 91, wasn't it? For you.
Oh, all I want to say is Surfline or Surfest, but it's not. But I know exactly what you're talking about. A really cool initiative as well. They raise money to take over to third world countries. And you surf every day of September. Everyone listening is probably like, Jesse, it's this. And they know exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know. Someone's
We're
going to
only
text you any
human,
second.
Jerry. We're only human.
Well, people do text you quickly, and a good mate of mine from Cronulla, Steve Dewey, said, not much of a social media person, are you, mate? Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I feel like this heat, though, Jerry, it's been a pretty good one. We're seeing some pretty solid sets start to roll through. We're going to see that swell keep increasing. And, I mean...
And see that one, that bigger set? Like, those bigger sets aren't that good. They sort of roll through and shoulder out. And I think the guys have done a really good job so far of picking the correct waves. And I will say that some of the girls didn't do such a good job. And I think at the slightly lower tide, there were more wash-throughs, and they were a bit nervous about getting caught inside. So they... You know, that was what the deal is. Another mate of mine, Dencho, he's listening, and he knows only well what it's like to get washed through at Cloud 9, and he sent a little message about the tide and the wash-throughs. So, Dencho, I'll try to finish the comp as quick as I can.
Surf Aid.
There's our Surf Aid.
Yeah.
Surf Aid. So there's our wonderful tower. It used to be 3 stories, but the big typhoon 3 years ago knocked it over, so the government's done a wonderful job building that back as far as they can, and hopefully we can build a couple more stories on, because there's not a lot of room for people to watch. There, our judges are on the left-hand side there. Obviously, there's our priority people there, and our judges all sit on the left. Those pieces of wood up the top there, that's to stop the glare, the sun in the morning, because the sun here is brutal. And
strong.
If you live on the west coast, say, of Australia, it's in the afternoon, and if you surf on the east coast in Australia, or the west coast in California, wherever you are, it's brutal in the morning.
Yes, and they think it's the same as the east coast of Oz or the east coast of anywhere. It's the exact same. The tides are the exact same as well. They move by an hour each day. It makes it very easy to understand. Here we go, Filmer getting deep in that one and kind of finding a bit of a random exit for here at Cloud 9. That one came on pretty straight on the reef.
It did, and he knew what was happening. He knew what was happening, and he got out of there. In the old days, they used to talk about the doggy door a lot. That was a pretty big doggy door, but that's what it was.
And this is Macklin. I feel like Macklin's just been in beautiful rhythm in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, to stand himself out from the crowd, I mean, he's getting a lot of 5s, but 5s have been doing it so far. I'll be really interested to see what they scored that last wave for Filmar. It was a bigger wave.
Yeah.
It was a rounder wave. That's a big, solid wave. And he's pretty deep, because on that angle, that's pretty deep.
It wasn't the longest barrel, but it was a big wave. He got super deep in it. You can see how wide it was. It just shows, like, when Cloud 9 is good, the barrels are super wide. I don't know if that one's going to go into Macklin's top 2, because...
No, you saw his board the whole time.
Yeah.
You saw him the whole time. It was still... I would kill for that personally, but...
He's still a junior as well, actually.
Really?
He got second in the under-18 Australian junior titles last year, and still surfing in those pro junior divisions. So
Will he go to the World Juniors? Do you know if he's going next?
Oh, he's not. I saw that for Australia, it's Winter Vincent and Huey Vaughan. They qualified.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so Huey taking out the last event yesterday or the day before. It literally wrapped up very recently. Winter coming in second. But this guy, he is extremely talented, and he just looks really comfortable in these waves. And I think, oh, look at that score.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just got so distracted. 8.33 for Filma Alapayo.
It's a big wave and they loved it. And that wave was a pretty nice one for Flynn. I can't tell the angle, but he is just relentless. He's not stopping. I mean, and that was another really nice 5 or 5+ barrel, I think. So at the moment, they've got it semi-locked up. Oh, no, Filma, we're looking up here, yeah. Okay, so Filma has moved into first. That's fantastic. So, yeah, they need a pretty decent score to change the position now. Here was that other one. That's a nice deep barrel, that one.
Oh, that is a nice deep one. Got the carve all the way back around. So Macklin kind of showing that he can barrel, he can carve. He's also got a pretty good air game, Macklin, as well. So, yeah, he's still really young, and I feel like with the amount of waves he's caught in this heat, it's probably showing his grommet kind of energy, you know, but he's on the upper spectrum of the grommet. He's pretty much out of it. I think he turns 18 this year maybe.
So what is the age of
as
the
soon
juniors?
as you're 18, you're like, oh, don't call me a grommet.
When I was a kid, I think it was 19.
It's actually 21 now.
21, is it?
Yeah, so it was 18, but then because of COVID, people like myself, we didn't get to compete in our last 2 years of the Pro Junior.
Oh, you're exactly that age.
Yeah, I was exactly that age, turned 18 during COVID. And then, so when we came out of it and we could start competing again, Jesse and Ty and the team made a decision that the Pro Juniors would then become 21 and under. So got to compete in it all the way up till last year.
Okay, very nice. Here's Alistair going to finish with a huge air, straight air. Pretty windy, sort of blew him backwards a little bit there. He needed it.
Yeah, Alistair, just coming off the Challenger Series, had to come back here to re-qualify. This is not going to be the result that Alfie's looking for, so you can see a little bit of frustration there. He is going to Taiwan, though, so has another opportunity to try and get it kind of rolling for him, because I know he definitely wants to get back to the Challenger Series. And honestly, his caliber surfing, that's where he belongs. So,
well, good luck to him. You know, hopefully he can get a far better result there.
I hope so. But Jerry, thank you so much for coming in. We've got to get you in again. I feel like we only scratched the surface.
I'm happy to come back anytime. Maybe I'll try to get back later in the afternoon and give someone else a break. And,
absolutely love
have another
that.
chat. It's always my pleasure.
Would love that. All right, guys, we're going to go to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. More of the men's round of 64 coming right up.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next!
There's no stopping me. Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
Welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon session, and there we go, Filma Alapayo on screen. Stoked to see my little mate Macklin Flynn make it through. That was a loaded heat, so for Macklin to get through along with this guy, one of the big town local heroes, is such a cool thing. So my name is Justin Majex. I'm alongside True Starling. Hello, hello.
Hello, Justin. We're back. And we've got some good surfing going on.
We certainly do. We've gone past the low tide, a bit more water filling in on the reef, and we've got an all-Australian matchup, so I'm sure plenty of people back home are tuning in, we've got Caius King, Lennox Smith, Ollie Rissenbeck and Kyan Falvey all competing in what is going to be a dynamic matchup.
Yeah, an all-Australian affair. I mean, this is going to be an exciting one. Caius King is currently ranked 4th on the Australian QS rankings, or leaderboard, I should say. He got a 3rd, I think, over in NIAS. So I'm excited to see him in this event. Lennox Smith, he had a 5th at the Central Coast event. You know, there's so many great surfers in this one. This is Kyan Falvey's first year on the QS, and he's having a hassle right now.
Well, he has been a form surfer, and look at that thing. Beautiful drone vision once again. Nice rail grab carved down. And I'm sure his dad, Ben, is tuning in. And right behind him is Lennox Smith, putting the brakes on, disappearing, standing tall on the exit. And you could see that section just pushing back on him. But what an exciting opening exchange right there.
Yeah, wow, that was so great to see. Kyan got a good one. Lennox backed it up with a good one too. I'd love to see Kyan's from that front-on view. The drone makes it look great, but front-on just looks better. And look, we've got a bit of a paddle battle going on right now. Let's take a look at Kyan's. Wow, fully disappears and comes out. That was a pretty good barrel there from Kyan Falvey. And he gets a completion of that carve. I liked it, and then this is Lennox's one.
Yeah, Lennox, great surfer, was recently over in Western Australia, and if he'd rode out of that, that would have been a really exciting two-wave exchange. But yeah, I've been lucky enough to interview Kyan both times. He's won twice thus far in the event, and yeah, he's on his way, young fella. First sort of real crack at these things. And he would be pretty happy to open his round of 64 heat in such a dramatic style.
Yeah, for sure. Kyan lives in Cabarita Beach on the Tweed Heads, New South Wales, so he's no stranger to getting barreled, surfing snapper on the pumping swells that we get through. So he loves being inside the tubes, and I think, yeah, for Kyan, for his first year on the QS, he's making movements, especially in this specific event here at Cloud9 Siargao. I'm sure we'll see him over in Taiwan, which is the next event. A 5 locks in for first of Lennox Smith. An 8 for that first wave of Kyan.
I love it. Excellent surfing. I couldn't agree more. And that must just pump you up so much to hear your first score in probably your first time in the round of 64 here at your first event in the Philippines. To get an 8 must just really, not goosebumps, but must just get the adrenaline running, knowing, hey, I can do this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all okay, and he's just so capable as well, and I think he's just backing himself, and it's really showing right now. So I'm pretty excited to see what Kyan can do for the rest of this heat, but you never know. That is Filma Alapeo on screen, an 8.33 and a 3.73 in that last heat, so you can literally get through with an 8 and a 3 and take out the heat. So anything can happen, but I think this specific heat that we have going on right now, we have 4 very talented surfers. This is a really stacked heat, so I think A games have needing to be brought.
Yeah, couldn't agree more true. As we see a good-looking set, Lennox Smith up and riding. The swell has really filled in. Stalls under the lip. Finds the exit.
Don't. Oh my God. I was just about to be like, that is superhuman. Wow.
Yeah, I really think this is just such a performance wave. At this size, you saw how much speed he had coming out of the barrel. And there's just that little launch pad section that we saw Sierra Kerr launch really high on. And, the surfers that can get that combination of barrel to big air have been scoring up in the excellent range. And I like Lennox's approach. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's just looking really comfortable out there. We saw in the event last year, that's pretty much how Marimar won. Getting barrels and doing airs pretty much straight after. Let's have a look at the replay. You can see him stall through there, and he gets the cover up. And then, yeah, just this launch pad goes so high, gets the rotation, but just coming down very hard and fast on that one.
Certainly did. Well, we're going to throw it to Jesse, who's with Filma out on the tower.
Huge heat win, but a bit of a last-minute heat win just then. You got to be feeling pretty relieved, Filma.
Yeah, I feel great. I feel great on that last wave. I've been looking for a good one, but then few minutes left, and I finally got that one. So
It was one of the bigger waves, but it looked like it came on the reef kind of straighter than what you're used to. How'd you pick that one out? It felt like it was kind of a gamble, that one.
no, I surf cloud nine my whole life since I was young, so I know the waves. I can read it properly. Then when I saw that one, I knew I can get a score on that one. Then when I get into a barrel and then I saw that it's closing out, I know what to do and just doggy dog on that one.
Tell me about Happy Islanders as well. You and your wife have this really awesome cafe and surf shop. It's not just that though, you guys put a lot back into the community, a lot back into the next generation of surfers. It feels like you're a lot of people's role model here.
Yeah, Happy Islanders is our YouTube channel. We built this brand to make the cafe and then a surf club to support the talented kids and the grooms. That's why every Japanese friends that I have, they're always giving me boards, donating a surfboards, and I'm giving it to the young kids. So share the
You're not only a role model to the younger generation, but you're obviously coach to a lot of the athletes here. I saw that you were surfing with Anon Matsuoka earlier. You were her board caddy. There's a lot of people trying to pick your brain here about this lineup.
I am also coaching. I forgot to tell that. That's why I made the Happy Island Surf Club. So yeah, I'm coaching my team. Also open to coach some, if they're interested to. I'm open. I will be happy to support you and share my knowledge to help.
And we know you have a lot of fans in not just Siargao, but all of the Philippines and all of the world. Anything you want to say to anyone in Filipino?
Thank you everyone for the support. Thank you to everyone who's watching this event. Thank you to all who supported us. Thank you so much. We love you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. All right, guys, back to you in the booth.
Well, I love that brand. Who couldn't be happy on an island like this? And Lennox Smith knifing, trying to slow down. So Lennox finds the tube. I think during that interview there was a few waves ridden. This is live action. Ollie Rissenbeck under that one, kicks out right in front of White. And yeah, 15 minutes on the clock. It has been a tube fest. I think we have the best seat in the house to watch some amazing surfing going on this afternoon, True.
Yeah, we really do, and it's so exciting. I mean, right now it's quite clearly pumping. There's quite clearly some great waves that are coming through. So it's really exciting to watch, and it's great to watch these four Australians go head to head. Kais King, though, he's being a little bit quiet. He's here training with Adam Dufner, and he spent a fair bit of time out on this peak out here. That last wave for Kais was a 6.5. This is Ollie Rissenbeck. That was a nice barrel there for Ollie. That was his first wave. This is the last one from Kyan. Wow. Drops in. Doesn't come out of that one. He gets another one as well. Oh, sorry, that's just a replay of the same wave. So, huge wave. He gets super deep, and then that is Ollie once again in and out. That first one, he was a little bit deeper, so it's getting more and more consistent out there, Justin, and it's definitely picked up, that's for sure.
Yeah, look at the size of that one. Look at this next set, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't look like anyone's quite in the chute. But yeah, we've got new energy in the ocean. Obviously the push of the tide starting to turn. And yeah, I guess this is what we come to the Philippines for, particularly Siargao Island. It has been a wave riding mecca for many, many years. And yeah, your sister was in here with Jerry Deegan, the OG, the pioneer of this event. And it has sort of morphed and shaped itself over the years to become the Philippines' biggest event, a QS 5000. Super, super important. Asia's longest running surf event as well, I believe. So it's got prestige, the wave's got power, and to be crowned a champion here, you have to, I think, be able to do it all. You have to be able to get tubed, do airs, be able to do turns as well. So I think it's a real fitting challenge for the international field that are here to compete.
Yeah, I agree, and even just the vibe of the whole contest area, everyone is excited to be here, to be surfing these great waves. Everyone I talked to on the way back from that long boardwalk, they're saying this is their favourite location for an event because there's so many great waves. The food is really good. It's just it's a whole package kind of vibe. So I feel like we'll see a 29th year, hopefully. I mean, I'm hoping for that. That's for sure, because I love coming to the Philippines. I love coming to Siargao. And when we're watching and getting to talk through waves like this, you can see why.
Yeah, some scores in on the board. Everyone's now got 2 scores. Lennox Smith currently leads with a 5. His backup is a 4.77. Kyan Falvey has the best wave of this heat, an 8.0. His backup is currently just a 1.3 for that long tube he got swallowed up in. Needs a 1.77 to go up into first. Ollie Rissenbeck has got a 5.07 and a 3.37, chasing a 4.24 or better. And I don't think we've seen the replay of it, but Caius King, he locked in a 6.5 as his best wave so far. His backup a 1.57. So obviously Phil Maher's interview with your sister was a long one, a really insightful one, but yeah, I don't like missing surfing and I don't like missing good waves, but I'm sure we're going to see more of it as Kaya swings here, looking to replace a 1.50. Looks like he's going to go to turns.
Ooh.
And yep, you can see it's still pretty shallow there. The bottom just fell out of that, and unfortunately for Caius, he will head back out the back, still chasing a 2.81. Well, here it is, the production team doing an amazing job. This is the 6.5. Maybe not.
I was like, whoa.
The judges got really generous all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the 1.57. I'm sure the team behind the scenes are going to whip something up. They're going to find it. Oh,
Somewhere in the archives, for sure.
my goodness. By the end of this event, I'm calling there's going to be hundreds and hundreds of really good waves to look back on. This is the 6.5. So Caius King.
Oh.
That was a beautiful turn to finish with. So there we are. We've seen all the scores that are now on the board. We've caught up. Barely taken a breath, really.
I know. There's already 10 minutes to go as well. It feels like this heat, we've seen 15 minutes go by, and it's just, there's been so many good waves that have rolled through in this heat. The 8, we've had 6.5s, a bunch of 5s as well, and it's just, it's so hard to distinguish what's good to what's excellent as well. But then once you see ones and you're like, oh yeah, okay, that's going to be an excellent score, you can kind of tell. But it's just, yeah, it's so great to be watching this heat. I mean, Ollie, he's from Newcastle. He has that 5.07. You could see him waving his arms there, asking for an update. 9.5 minutes to go. He has priority, and the next opportunity to get that 4.24 he's looking for.
Well, the good thing about the judges, they obviously have great memories. They can, compare, contrast, but the strength of what they get to do, I think, in that tower is look back at all the waves before they lock their scores in. So right now the 8.0 to white is going to be the benchmark they're going to compare everything to. Obviously you've grown up through the Australian junior system. Not every event or every judging tower has the ability to have replays.
Yeah.
So I think this makes their judging even better because they can throw down their initial thoughts, then look back at other things, and from there really get the right scores in the right spot. So I'm sure there's a whole bunch of Aussies tuning in back home. We've got quite a few New South Welshmen. Well, they're all from New South Wales, I'm pretty sure, in this heat. So big shout out to the team from Surfing New South Wales. I'm sure that Surfing Australia crew are tuning in as well. Quite a lot of these athletes here are part of the either TID programs or like the Rising Stars on that whole podium to the pathway sort of thing. So the High Performance Centre, there's a lot of athletes, certainly some in WA as well, that are nationally identified. And yeah, I think it gives you great insight to great coaches and better preparing themselves for the big stage.
Yeah, for sure. It just welcomes, I guess, some more opportunity to just better yourself and better your craft. And yeah, we've got some excellent coaches at Surfing Australia, and it's great to see them being utilised by especially a lot of the juniors who are just wanting to kind of get better at surfing. And it's really cool, I think, to to see that happening and to see the growth of especially Australian junior surfing. They're the next generation and the next opportunity to have that CT qualification. The likes of Charlie Haitley, we saw a little bit earlier winning her heat. You know, she's trains there a lot. She spends a lot of time there. I know that, you know, it's, definitely utilised, which is great.
Well, right now, 7 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. I'll also extend a big shout out to my team back in Western Australia. Surfing WA has got a few champions on the rise, and it all comes out of our office at Trig Beach. But the real hot spot for surfing in Western Australia is that southwest corner of the state. So many great waves, great athletes, and it's very different to the New South Wales coastline that is so spread out. There seems to be amazing waves everywhere in New South Wales. We have 5 main surfing regions, which, you know, most of the good talent seems to come out of the southwest just because of the quality and consistency of the surf. So right now, 6.5 minutes. True, do you ever sort of lean into some coaching? Do you have a coach? Do you offer support and insight to anyone else coming through underneath you?
I do have a coach. We'll come back to that though, because Kyan Falvey uses second priority. Wow. Oh. He did that so well, Kyan. He negotiated those bumps and those lumps on that wave, and you can see he's just, it's a double thumbs up. That's about as much excitement as you'll get from Kyan. That was a great wave. I was pretty stoked to see that, actually.
Yeah, he's quietly spoken, but he lets his surfing do the talking for him. Let's watch the replay. Scratches so hard, just knifes under this. You can see that big boil that he travelled over. He was gone for quite some time there, and the body language says it all. I think he's happy with that one.
Yeah, I think so too. You could see the smile that he had paddling back out. There we go, scores are in. 9.5 for Kyan Falvey. That is the best wave of the event so far. Ooh. Huge, huge stuff. I think we need to see another replay of that, because that was just incredible. Yeah,
that was skits. So good to see. And this guy is just going from strength to strength.
Wow.
All right, here it is. This is the drone angle. Look at this big boil he has to get over. You can see the foam ball just chattering under his board. He used all his strength to maintain the line through that one. And as a surfer, nothing feels better than that.
He completely disappeared as well for quite some time. He got a fair bit of travel in that wave. So, yeah, it's now a battle for second, because first is right now comboed. Lennox Smith goes to second place, looking to better a 4.77. Ollie in third has priority. He's looking for a 4.7. So Kyan actually got that under Ollie's priority.
Crazy.
And Caius is looking for a 3.27. So, yeah, this is going to be a very exciting last few minutes of the heat. And right now, Kyan, if I was him, I'd just be sitting wide or just making my way in just to wait until the heat finishes, because there's no reason for him to go out and get caught up in priority or for anything to go wrong.
Well, at least he's going to chip away on the inside, I think. Going to turns. Maybe going to find an inside drainer. Oh, my goodness. Whatever this guy is eating for breakfast or lunch, I want some of it, because he is in scintillating form. That is just, so good to see. So he caught this on his way back out. This is one of these sort of wider peaks that are coming into play now. We've got a bit more water on the reef. He is just almost writing a textbook how to surf a heat here at Cloud9.
He really is. That was just next level. I mean, even if he didn't have that 9.5, I feel like that would also go into the top 2. But yeah, that was crazy for Kyan. I mean, like you said, he's just in rhythm out there. You can see him on his way back out. You can see the caddies there. Ellie Lampkin, she's telling him to go in. She's like, don't come back out. You're done. You can cap it. Kyan's just going to go chat to Maddie Job, who is, I think he's travelling with. They've got the GoPro, having a chat.
He's chomping on the GoPro.
Yeah.
That is good mojo there. So, yeah, it's so cool. Like this young little band of Aussies that are all together, cheering each other on, travelling together. I think you really got to channel that positive energy when your mate's doing something good. So cool to see Matty Job out there in the water and just giving his mate a high five there. So 2.5 minutes. I think this heat could go either way right now. It's essentially a 3-man heat surfing off for one spot. Lennox Smith would feel very nervous right now.
Yeah, he would be feeling really nervous, especially because Ollie holds that first priority. He doesn't need a lot. Caius only needs a 3. I mean, it would be a pretty big upset to see Caius get knocked out in this first heat. When he got over here, he actually got the flu, so he'd been pretty sick for the first couple of days. But he managed to get over that. He spent a fair bit of time on the reef out here at Cloud 9, getting used to the way this wave breaks and kind of the timing of everything. And Ollie as well, he's a tenacious competitor. He surfs so well, he charges, and I feel like they won't be giving up just yet. We'll see if there's some waves, an opportunity coming through in the next minute and a half. This is crazy.
Well, the guy that doesn't need a wave is on one, so Kyan... well, I'd be putting that board on ice right now. I don't want to be doing any throwaway manoeuvres. Here goes Ollie Rissenbeck. He's a big fella, stalls on the first section.
Oh!
Goodness. His approach was radical, unfortunately falls off. Caius now his opportunity to answer back and maybe just over stalled, just held his arm for a bit too long. You can see how important this is for these guys. There's 1 minute on the clock and the paddle battle is on. I think Caius will get second priority looking at this angle. He'll probably get third priority actually because Kyan has made his way back to the peak. So right now, Lennox Smith with priority is going to have to play a bit of defence. But how does one guy defend 2 surfers?
Oh, honestly, yeah. Especially with 2 surfers who don't need much. I feel like Lennox just needs to sit on the outside of them, stop them from getting any waves. I feel like right now the person that is in the most threatening position to Lennox is Caius, needing the 3-2-7. But there's 20 seconds to go. Will there be an opportunity? Kyan looks like he's considering this one and he's going to go it even though he doesn't need it. Just wants to get more and more tubed.
Yeah, has to pull through the back of that one, and it looks like a little bit of a flat. Oh, no. Lennox, he's done enough to make it through, goes for the big air right in front of his fellow companion there from Australia. So for me, one of the most entertaining heats of the entire event so far. Yeah. We're going to go to a short commercial break and we'll be back here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup really soon.
When there's still so much I can be.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, Manila Banker's Life, para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Boy Abunda po, para sa Manila Banker.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 4, Siargao International Surfing Cup QS 5000. So official result from the last heat. Kai and Falvey, 9-5 and 8, advancing to the next round, and Lennox Smith on to the next round. So now I'm here with True. How are you?
I'm good, Di. I'm excited. That last heat was so exciting. There was so much going on.
So many waves for men's, and we have now heat number 3. Oni Anwar in blue, Rafael Castro in white, Shohei Kato in red, up and riding local guy.
Oh, Gabrielle gets
Wow.
a second turn in there. Oh, wow. What a great combo from
Yeah.
Gabrielle. That was great.
That was a great combination. No barrels, but still managed to put solid 3 turns. So it's going to be a great score too. It's not on the bigger set, but still just such a great wave. Wow, really love the floats straight into the second turn and third turn. Finish off nicely. Well done, Gabriel. But it counts in 2.67.
Yeah, 267 for Gabrielle. So maybe a smaller wave. Judges are just they're looking for the tubes right now. They want you to get barreled out there. It's too good not to. There's so many opportunities, but the heat before we saw Filmer Alapeo, he won his heat. He had an 8.33 and a 3.73. So, you know, you can win heats with small backups. Even that last heat, Lennox got through with a 5 and a 4 from memory. So, you know, those are scores that are getting you through heats. But then we see those really great waves come through with the excellent scoring potential like we saw from Kyan. And they're definitely coming through often in heats. And wow, look at that one.
Now, yeah,
Mind surfing.
Yeah, mind surfing. Every wave, unridden, no takers. This one, but look at this wave, everyone. Just perfect cloud 9 out there. But looks like, you know, you gotta have one solid score to go into the second round. I mean, next round. You know?
Yeah, you gotta have at least a 5 or a 6 in your score line. That last heat was really just a battle of the backups. Ollie needed a 4, Caius needed a 3. It was sad to see them go.
Right.
It was actually a bit of an upset, I think, from Caius King getting knocked out. Because he's so good at here. He got 3rd at Nias when it was big and barreling. He's so good.
He's getting all the good, really big tubes yesterday and the day before. I've seen him surfing, and he is amazing. So, yeah, it's sad to say goodbye. And he's in the good ranking right now.
Yes, Caius is 4th at the moment on
so
the QS.
It's kind of crucial moment for him.
Yeah, it's yeah, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a blow, but here we go. Rafael, living in Bali, kicks out of that one.
So now we know that he gets the point.
He
So
does.
He's having a fun, but it's a really serious event for him too.
Mhm.
He really want to do well to get the best score, best point.
Yeah, not so much a fun tour anymore, and
Mm.
he's that now that he's aware that he gets these points, he's like, oh, okay. Yeah, because I live in Bali, I actually get these points on the Asia rankings. So a little bit more on the line for Rafael. He's up and riding again. He's looking at this inside one, takes off wide and coming unstuck. I feel like that wave wasn't going to do too much.
Here is our guy Oni having a look, but
Oni's out
no
there.
one. Yes,
Wow.
Oni Awa in blue.
Oni lives in, is from Lakey Peak. I don't think he lives there anymore. I think he might be back in Australia, but yeah, Oni is no stranger out there. I saw him getting some really good ones in a free surf a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I saw him in Bali last
Uh-huh.
week, and he said Cloud9 is definitely comeback place. You know, it's just too perfect, so that's why he's coming to this event every
Mhm.
year. So he loves this place, and he knows really well. Alright, so we're gonna have Justin with Heat last winner. Go for it, Justin.
Yeah, thanks, Di. Appreciate it, mate. I'm here with Kyan Falvey. Mate, talk us through that heat. Heat of your life.
All right, well, we've just lost Justin there, so we'll pick up with Oni. Gets a good bit of
Have it up in this
coverage,
heat.
driving through that turn. And we'll kick it. He'll kick out, so we'll make sure that there's no waves out behind there. But
It was a great wave from Oni.
yeah, that was a great wave from Oni. Really linking into that one. Justin, I think we are good for some waves, so we'll send it back down to you. Hopefully we've got you now.
We'll try that again. I'm not
There we
sure what
go.
happened there, but I'm here with Kyan Falvey. Mate, amazing heat. You just set off there. Heat of your life. Talk us through it.
Yeah, by far the best heat I've ever had, and yeah, it was a hell crew in it, like Leno Smith and Caius and Ollie. They're all going pretty well on the QE, and it was kind of a heat to step up and got a couple waves, and yeah, got pretty bad, so I'm stoked. Can't complain.
Have you got a 9.5 and a backup excellent score in a heat before?
Nah, I don't know if I've ever had an excellent score in a QE, maybe one or two, but few and far between, yeah.
Mate, conditions are going off right now. Is this, you've surfed through 3 heats. We've done this 3 times now. I feel like we've got some good mojo going on. Yeah, tough heat, but what more could you ask for being here at Cloud9?
Oh yeah, third time round, yeah. No, you can't ask for much more. Just gonna try keep it rolling, hey, and just keep onto it, keep moving through, hopefully.
Through to the round of 32, have you reached this point of an event before in your career?
Nah, I think the round of 64 was my best. So, yeah, new best, round of 32.
Tell us a little bit about your equipment. What are you riding? I'd put that thing on ice because it's going really well for you.
Yeah, I actually got this thing the day before I left, and I was like quickly squiggling a little spray on with a permanent marker and clear coating it right before dark. And I rid it for the first time the other day, and then second time in my heat, and then again and it's feeling pretty magic. Yeah, same as that other red one I got. Both feeling good, both the exact same board. Yeah.
Mate, I'm sure plenty of people from your home beach are tuning in, watching the performance so far. Anyone you want to do a shout out to or say good day to?
Big shout out to Mum and Dad and all your mates in cover. Thank you, thanks for watching.
All right, we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you guys. It was a great post interview from Justin and Kyan. Mr. Felvey must be super happy with the result.
Yes, yeah, it's such a great result for Kyan. I feel like the round of 32 so far is his best result, but I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to jinx him. But Justin did that interview. He's done it the 3rd time. But how is this wave from Oni Anwar? We saw that when we had a quick little break from that interview. Oni just knows how to get barreled.
Right.
Out behind Rafael. Also getting a quick cover up, maybe not too deep on that one, but definitely gave it a crack, and then this is...
So only got us 2 waves already. So quick in and out from the tubes. It wasn't as deep as the last one, but still was managed to put big roundhouse cutback after that. So, well, Oni locks in 2 waves already. So, but now Shohei Kato is still waiting for a wave.
Yeah, Shohei is an amazing surfer. He had a great year last year.
And actually, he did really great in Nias as well.
Yes. He's currently second on the Asia QS rankings too.
So this is really important heat for him to. He really want to go, get through this heat onto the next round.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Shohei.
Shohei is a really focused person, so he always trains by himself with his friends. Pretty much every day he posting, training he does, and he surfs all the time with his brothers. So he's so focused. He's a great athlete.
Yeah, it's great to see the dedication from all the surfers, and especially from Shohei in this heat. He's having... Ooh, doesn't like the look of that one.
Maybe a little bit, too inside for that wave, but...
I would be really bad out there because I'd just be going all these every wave I could, and I'd probably, not actually get good scores because you're just finding all the inside ones that look really fun.
They are good, they are still firing, but in the competition, you kind of want to get one of the best one in the heat. And Shohei is just holding on to the first priority, just waiting for the right ones, waiting for the one he's getting from the, the one he's getting at practice surfing. He's actually getting really good waves in, practice surfing. I mean, the free time.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely having fun out there and being a standout, which is so great to see. But 10.5 minutes to go. He's having a little paddle around. Holds a priority though, which is good to see. But yeah, I think he's waiting for a wave to come through. Looks like Oni has spied something, but doesn't like the look of it either. And I feel like it's just going to keep continuing to get better, throughout the afternoon.
Definitely, because the tide's still coming in. That means just going to get better and better. And now a file up and riding in the tube, traveling, but it wasn't, the wave didn't offer too much for him in the barrel. It kind of closing out a little bit.
Yeah, that was... Oh, no! Snap board there for Rafael.
So first board got snapped today, day 4.
Yeah, we've done well with the first one, and yeah, you can just see just the nose of that board snapping. Looks like it's unfortunately not attached there. So he's saying, "Quick, come here! I need to get my other board. I've only got 9.5 minutes to go." So he'll be making his way over to the caddies to grab his backup board.
Great to have caddy beside them, because when you surf like this condition, it's so easy to snap a few boards.
Yeah, it's so easy. So right now, Rafael just has to keep that board intact. Make sure that he doesn't do anything to it because he's just down a board in his quiver. So he'll regroup right now, talk to his caddy, get re-psyched up for the next 9 minutes of this heat.
Oh.
Wow.
I cannot believe that it's been already over 15 minutes and there's only like 9 minutes remaining in this heat. It goes by so quick. Now Oni is the only person who's getting waves and getting tubes, getting scores, but he's got 4 and 310, so probably it's not ideal situation for Oni too.
Yeah.
Probably he's looking for the excellent score that everyone got last heat.
Yeah, he definitely would be eyeing that, but it just seems like those waves aren't coming through. I mean, there's definitely still
Right.
some great waves coming through, but those ones offering the excellent scores, maybe a little bit slow. It feels like it's a heat-to-heat kind of scenario. It's like Shohei, he's paddling a little bit deeper, hoping to find another good wave with 8 minutes to go. He doesn't need a big score right now, which is good. He's in a good position,
Right.
but he really needs to pull the trigger. He lets this one go. So does Oni Anwar. No one likes the look of that one.
Everyone's now very selective with the waves. I wonder what's the local guy, Gabriel, will be doing with this condition.
Yeah. I'm intrigued, because he also hasn't found any waves out there that have been to his liking. He's kind of like, oh, I don't know about this one, I don't know about that one. And, the local surfers are so in tune with this wave. They know what's up, which is really cool. But, yeah, no one's found anything that they've been enjoying so far with 7 minutes to go. Looks like Gabrielle is having a paddle die.
Well, racing down the line, it's gonna go to the turns. It was a great turn, and just checking turn right there. Nice cut back. Just waiting for the section to stand up for him. Just checking turn again. Is there gonna be a section that he's gonna do big turns? Well, he finished off nicely, but I don't think it's gonna be a huge score, even though he got a couple turns in.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be the 0.81 that he needs. Let's take another look. He's flying down the line. Paizel looking really good underneath his feet. Gets that nice arc, but then it kind of gets to this inside and it slows down a little bit. He's got such a great style. He's super patient off the bottom. Really enjoying him surf this wave and kind of the different approach. Looks like Shohei getting a wave during that replay. Needs a 3.87. That last wave of Gabrielle, a 2.47.
加藤翔平選手2本目のライディングです。さあチューブの中に入ってくる。さあ長く入っていてしっかりとここは出てきました。カットバック、ここでライディングを終えます。素晴らしいライディングを披露してくれました。さあリプレイです。これはかなり深かったんじゃないでしょうか。いい点数が期待できるでしょう。かなりの時間使ってこの波を待っていました。Wow, that was worth waiting for. That was that wave. Yeah, he wanted to have that. That's great.
Yeah, that was...
Comes in 8.1.
There we go. Excellent scoring right there for Shohei Kato. And you could just see as well, even when he was coming out of the barrel, he just negotiated every little lump there and did well as well with the foam ball. So Shohei waited and he remained calm and executed near perfectly on that wave, an 8.1. It's got him in the lead right now. Oni holds priority, needs a 5.38. Gabrielle now looking for a 4.43 to go to second place, and Raphael chasing a 4.43 as well. And just under 5 minutes to go. Will there be an opportunity? Oni holds the first priority, so he has the first chance at a wave and also to kind of keep everyone off the waves too. So we'll see what happens with 4.5 minutes. This is crazy.
加藤翔平選手、ラストウェーブで 8.10 エクセレントスコアをスコアしていきました。これにより第1位へジャンプアップ、バックアップは 1.27 となるので、こちらはすぐ塗り替えていきたいところです。さあ残り時間4分10秒となっています。本日はこのラウンドオブ64のヒート11あたりまで行う予定となっています。残り時間4分。That was a well served from Shohei Kato. I really loved that wave.
Yeah, he did so well. Read it well. It looked like it was starting to kind of clamp on the inside, and he just raced out of it with so much speed. Then that huge carve. It was so great to see from Shohei. I love that wave. And 3.5 minutes to go. I think he's in a good position right now. But it's just the 1.27. It's like, let's get a better backup. But Gabrielle is having a look.
Gabrielle in the barrel, traveling, pumping through the tube, but unfortunately just wave closing out on him.
Yeah, that was...
Yeah, it was.
It just got too
Mm.
small too quick for Gabriel to find an exit, and 3 minutes to go. Hopefully he has another opportunity to find one. It's Rafael now who holds a second priority, and he's scratching around to try and find a 4.43. There's some waves that are coming deeper. How was that one? This drone angle is just making it look so beautiful.
Mind surfing every wave. But here is Rafael having a look at this one in the barrel, traveling and through to the next section and
Whoa.
coming out so clean. He actually travels one section then to another section.
Yeah.
And he comes out so clean. So I love to watch. Yes, beach angle. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Here we go. Wow. He gets in it, that's for sure. He travels for a fair amount of time. Gets the carve and needs a 4.43. Oni answering back, crouches down, comes out. There we go, classic Oni style.
That was a classic wave as well. It's
Yeah.
just waiting for it, cover up, and just comes out of it.
Yeah.
So clean. It's a great wave from both Oni and Rafael.
Yeah, let's take another look at this one from Oni. He just
Wow, that
gets
was
in there perfectly. And
so easy and no rush.
yeah.
He just took off. Just wait for the section to stand up for him. That's a great wave.
Yeah, Oni just showing us what he's made of out there. So we'll see what happens with that last wave of Rafael, and then we have another wave to lock in for Oni. Super crazy. I mean, yeah, there's so much going on right now. Shohei has the priority, an 8.1 and a 1.27. Okay, this last wave of Oni was a 4.67. That last wave of Gabriel a 3.6. So Rafael looking for a 5.07. Gabriel chasing a 6. Shohei.
加藤翔平選手3本目のライディング、これはボトムターンをしてから中部に入ろうとしますが、少し波が肩がなくなってしまう形になってしまいました。ここはプルアウトしてもう1本乗っていきたいところ、バックアップが 1.27 となっています。
Wow, so just under 1 minute to go. The local lad holding first priority needs a 6. Will he get an opportunity in the last 40 seconds of this heat? Rafael holds a second priority, needs a 5.07. So Oni, it's really out of his hands right now. If a wave comes through, he does not get the pick of the lineup.
加藤翔平選手、インサイドの波しっかり乗ってきて、ここは大きなフローターリップをメイクしていきました。彼のバックアップ 1.27 なので、こちらは必ず塗り替えてくるでしょう。At the back, Gabriel up and riding in the tube, traveling, come out clean, going to the big cutback.
Wow.
Well, it was
so
a
much
great
is
wave.
happening.
So much is happening in the last 10 seconds, but I think this is a wrap.
Yeah.
So probably we're going to wait for the last of Shohei and Gabriel, but we're going to go into the commercial break and we'll be right back.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want.
We don't stop. We GoMo.
This is Siargao International Surfing Cup, day number 4. We are now into round of 64 men's heat number 4. Here is surfer in blue, just trying to go air, but I'm here with Jess. How are you? How's your afternoon going?
Great. I just polished one of my favorite things in the world, a fresh coconut.
Nice.
Oh, I just love coconut. I wish we had more. I'm sure I just need to go looking harder, but at home I feel like there's nothing quite like a cold coconut. And I've Babes, our superhero over here. He works under the man Kong, who puts on a lot of the funding for this event. Anyway, Babes is like our go-to guy. He puts some cold coconuts in the fridge for me. So love you, Babes. Thank you.
Okay, so this is Monojo Yahagi up and riding. Yahagi Monojo 選手、1本目のライディングしっかりとチューブをメイクしてきます。そしてエアーに行きますが、ここは板と体が離れてしまったようです。Well, but did you see the first of Bronson Mady's wave?
No, I didn't. I missed it.
He got 2.5 because, he didn't make out of it. But here is 金沢滝選手もしっかりとチューブの中に入ってきてメイクしていきます。So, this heat we have Taki Kanazawa in white, Bronson Mady in green, Yahagi Monojo in blue, Rinta Oto in red. So 3 Japanese surfer against 1 Indonesian. And this is the surfer from the last seat, Oni Anwar, progressing through to the next round with Shohei Kato.
With Shohei Kato?
Yes, Shohei got an 8 actually,
wow.
But he waited for about 15 minutes to get one wave and he scored 8.10.
Wow. Well, it's worth the wait if you're getting an 8. So Shohei is so talented.
Right. I've seen him surfing big waves in Nias. And a couple of years ago, he was traveling with his photographer in Western Nose, and he scored some big, great waves in Australia too. So he's been surfing a lot, training a lot. He charges. He's so focused. He's a very strong man to beat.
Tell me about the competitors in this heat.
Right. So Taki Kanazawa is, as you know, brother with both Roy Kanazawa.
I love Taki.
From west side of Japan. And Monojo Yahagi is from Shonan. That's the town I'm from. Actually, we surfed together when he was like 12, 11, pretty much every day when we have waves at home break. But now he's a big guy. He's very strong and he's so good at air games. And Rinta also is CS surfer. He followed all the CS tour this year, and he's one of the strongest competitors in Japan.
Yeah, Rinta as well. I'll get back to this in a second because Taki Kanazawa, he's still young, only 18 years old, but very talented. Roy is, I would say, one of maybe the more recognized surfers in Japan. But I haven't seen his name in the draw.
Really?
Yeah, maybe I need to look a little bit harder. Go
Probably
to Specsavers.
he's in this round.
But looks like before we get back to more on Taki Kanazawa, we are going to jump out to the tower with True, who I believe has Shohei Kato.
Thank you, Jessie. Yes, I'm here with Shohei Kato. Shohei, that was a great heat. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You got that 8.1 and you waited quite a while for that. So how did you remain calm?
Just my heat was a little bit slow, and but I focused the last barrel, so so happy.
And to be here in Cloud9 once again this year, were you excited to come back and compete?
Yeah, I came last year. This year my favorite sport, and then my favorite waves. The country is so good, and yeah, I'm happy to be back here.
Is it your favorite because you get to get barreled in a heat?
Yeah, so stoked.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back home in Japanese?
とりあえず今ラウンド1がやっと始まってすごい待ってる時間も長くて緊張したんですけど狙ってる波に乗れてラウンドアップできてよかったです。
Thank you, Shohei. Back to you guys.
Thank you, True. Thank you, Shohei. What did Shohei say at the end there?
Oh, he said he was a bit nervous because he waited so long to surf in the first round. So, but he's so happy that he got scored and he's gonna do his surfing in the next round. Wow, this is Monojo Yahagi coming out of the tube, so clean, and did a layback hack. That's a great wave from Monojo.
I remember seeing him here last year, and he had a heat, and he caught something ridiculous, like 16 waves in a heat last year. He was just catching wave after wave after wave. But I feel like in just a year, he's grown and filled out a lot. I feel like he's definitely looking a lot stronger than this time last year. He did get knocked in the round of 32 last year, so he's probably looking to go a couple rounds better. And then Rinta actually had a really strong year earlier in the year. So there was 2 events in January over here in the Philippines. There was 3,000 in the Union and a 3,000 in Belair. Rinta actually got 3rd in both of those events. So he has a pretty good relationship here with the Philippines. So hopefully he can kind of keep that flow, that ball kind of rolling here at Cloud9. But I just feel like right now the waves are getting better and better and better. Definitely this mid-tide, Cloud9 loves it the most. And I'm excited to watch this next heat. That looks like one of our Filipino surfers. I think that's Troy Espenjon. Apologies if I got that wrong. But yeah, this is... Troy Espenjon. So the sole Filipino surfer in that next heat, and he was looking really solid yesterday. So we just got a jam-packed afternoon. We're going to try and run to heat 11. We've been told that heats 12 to 16 are going to be off for the day, so still plenty more heats to go, Dai.
Still plenty of more great actions, so everybody stay tuned for more actions. But in the meantime, we have heat number 4. This is a great matchup in between 3 Japanese surfers against 1 Indonesian surfers. Actually, Bronson Matey spent a lot of time in Japan.
Really?
For the QS back-to-back games last month, and he won one of the junior events, and he did a crazy air in a Japanese beach break. So probably a lot of Japanese people who are watching this live recognize him from that competition. He's so he's upcoming junior surfers in Indonesia.
His junior statistics actually are pretty crazy for this year. Every single junior event he's made a final, and 3 out of the 4 events he's gone in, he's won.
That is a good year to have, So here is next surfer preparing, Putra. He's also from Indonesia. He's been on the QS tour quite a long time. He's about my age, and he's been competing a lot. And one time, there was a CT at Keramas.
Yeah, that's right.
Not a few years ago, but couple years ago.
I think 2013.
Yeah, and I think he was in the competition with the wild card, and he was surfing against some of the best surfers on the CT. So he has experience.
He does. He actually lost to Kelly Slater in that event. I think in maybe the 2nd or 3rd round. It was good. No, it got to man-on-man heat. So I think back then it would have been the 3rd round. But yeah, how cool.
How cool is it to just surf against, Kelly Slater.
I know.
In your career.
That would be absolutely wild. And obviously Kelly, he mentioned that he'd retired earlier in the year, but I just feel like he's just too hungry to surf events. I just think he's definitely going to come back at some point.
Definitely.
There's no way that's the last of Kelly Slater.
Especially those Tahiti and Fiji events. He definitely come back. I'm hoping to.
I hope so too. I love watching him. I love watching him at Pipe.
Right.
He's insane out there. So the stage that all of these guys are working towards, they've got to go through the QS, then the challenges, trying to make their way to the championship tour. But Bronson surfed in that last round, won his heat there. So I feel like these guys would have a lot of experience competing against each other.
Right.
Another person who I think has gone from, who's really grown into himself in the last year is Taki Kanazawa. I feel like he's a lot more confident in his surfing now.
Totally. Wow, here's late drop from Yahagi Monojo 選手、レイトテイクオフからチューブに入り、ドギードアでしっかりと抜けてきます。かなりサイズのある波に攻めていきました。さあ残り時間が13分を切ったところ、リプレイを見てみましょう。かなりレイトテイクオフになったところ、しかしここチューブの中でテイクオフしているようなかなり高度なテイクオフをしてきました。ここはすぐにプルアウトして沖に戻ります。現在第1位が金沢滝選手 3.27 そして 3.0 第2位に矢作門之丞選手そして第4位に音凛太選手が来ています。音選手逆転に必要なスコアが 3.34 残り時間12分20秒となっています。
I don't know. I wonder how the judges are going to feel about that one at Manojo, because I feel like that was maybe just a mistake.
I would say it was just a late takeoff. You know, qualified as late takeoff. It's not a tube riding.
I don't think so
but
either.
It was the hardest part of the way to do takeoff.
I know. I was watching him going, oh, he's probably going to go over the falls on this, and then managed to pull it off and keep it together. But Manojo, I think that could have been a really great wave.
Right.
But
well, let's have a look at it again. Wow, he was almost like taking off in the tube.
He pretty much did. Yeah, I agree.
He was in the tube, but here is 金沢滝選手テイクオフしてストールをしてしっかりとチューブの中に入っていきますが、ここは少しストールしすぎたか、やはり掘れていると上に上がる流れが強いために板が持っていかれやすいです。少しストールをしすぎるとその流れを、板が、受けやすく、それによってこけてしまったような気がします。
You could see on that wave from Taki there is a couple boils out there, and you could see the wave kind of boiled, and then Taki's board got a little bit stuck on it. I think that's probably why he went down.
So, Monojo Yahagi went left.
Went left on almost a straight closeout, that one, and then the wave broke right on the back of his tail. But these guys absolutely charge, and Manojo has an incredible air game as well.
Incredible air games, yes. He can do big alley-oops, full rotation, air reverse. He's a magician, actually. Like, he can do anything.
Yeah, I remember that was because we had it small here last year for this event. Manojo, he was not looking for the tube. He was just going air after air after air and pulling it off. And I was really shocked when he got knocked in the round of 32. I was like, really? Like, I was really hoping to see him go further, just because you never really knew what was going to happen when he got off on the wave. And I would love to see him get a really good barrel today and then come out and just do a huge air.
Well, he's charging so much so far in this heat, right and left at cloud 9. It's a kind of rare to see going left with this size of the wave at cloud 9. Probably with the size of yesterday,
No, that needs to be tight.
You know, it can be seen going left,
needs to be loose.
but not like today.
This man on your screen, that's Tully Wiley. So he's coming off a Challenger Series run as well. His first year on the Challenger Series, definitely took a lot of learning out of it. He said he had a really great time on the road, but he is being knocked back to the QS. Taki Kanazawa.
金沢滝選手、これはレイトにテイクオフしてチューブの中に入りますが、ここはクローズアウトと判断し、プルアウトをしていきます。Here is Bronson Mady, stalled, standing tall, comes out of it so clean, and gets another section to the layback. You know, must go maneuver, layback after the tube.
It's the Cloud9 classic post-tube turn. It's definitely everyone's go-to. This was a really nice wave. Look how far forward his back foot is as well. So you can tell he has a lot of practice at surfing barrels, and that was a really unique way to surf that wave. And I feel like when someone is super comfortable in bigger, slabbier waves, they're not scared to move their feet around. And yeah, Bronson was walking up the board, heading his way back down it, and yeah, then finished really strong. Definitely the best wave of the heat so far. And Bronson, actually, there was a local event in Indonesia just last week. I think it was at Ulus, and a lot of the Indos competed in it. And
yeah, it's pretty much like board riders
battle.
It's one of the biggest one at Uluwatu.
Yeah, that's right.
He had a 10-point ride with a big full rotation air reverse and backhand.
Yeah, that was literally what I was just about to say. I was like, I'm pretty sure he got a 10 in that event.
That was crazy. I was there, actually. I was watching it live. Here is Bronson again, standing tall, traveling a lot, spat out. It was definitely, it's going to be the best wave and best scores in this round. And going for the air even. At the back, Rinta Auto is up and riding, but unfortunately couldn't come around the section.
Long wait for that wave too. Dai Rinta only has a 1.2 in his lineup, but he got this with third priority, just this one. No way. That was a perfect Cloud9 wave. Sick. And then Rinta just kind of going a bit square on that one.
Right. He probably take off too late so that he couldn't pull the rail in and into the barrel. But we have just under 7 minutes remaining, so probably with that. Oh, he's switching surfboard now, going into the blackboard.
Yeah, it looks like that was Noah Arkfield as his caddy as well. So Noah, as you'd know, a very good local surfer from the Philippines. He lives literally 200 meters down the road.
Right.
And talk about crazy air games. Noah does insane airs. He's very underground still. I feel like not a lot of the rest of the world might not know about him, but in the Philippines, he's kind of the next up and coming thing. And yeah, I'm excited to see how he comes up against the rest of the field with this international field this year, because when it comes to local events, he's always finaling. And he's definitely, I would say, one of Marimar's biggest rivals, because Marimar does win a lot over here. But Noah is on the up. He is definitely on the rise, and just found out he's going to come to Taiwan next week as well.
Wow, it's going to suit his surfing actually in Taiwan, because it's literally just skate park. You can do airs with every section.
I love Taiwan. I love Jinzan Harbor. It's such a fun wave. So we're heading there next week, but Dai.
矢作物じゃ選手、こちら稲見乗ってきました。しっかりとチューブに入って抜けてきたんですが、抜けたところでノーズが引っかかってしまいました。そしてその後ろ、金沢拓選手、これはしっかりと決めていきたい。しっかりと深いところからクリーンにチューブが抜けてきました。今のはかなり深いところからのチューブライディングとなり、しっかりとすぐプルアウトすることでこのサードプライオリティをゲットできる状況です。金沢拓選手バックアップ3点なので、ここを塗り替えていきたいところ。第3位には矢作門之丞選手 3.37 で逆転。ではこちらリプレイを見ていきましょう。Let's have a look at replay again. But this is great wave from Taki Kanazawa.
Not an overly long barrel, but he got really deep. You could tell he was trying to work his way through it. Got a nice clean exit. But looking at this scoreline, Bronson's last wave coming in at an 8.33 die.
Excellent score, but definitely it was an excellent score. It was deep. It was a bigger wave, traveling quite long time, come out so clean, and he did the layback. So yeah, it's 8.33.
Yeah, every day of the week. And then that last wave of Taki coming in at a 5.33 is up and riding again now.
金沢拓選手、さあここもストールをしてしっかりと体を隠していきたいところ、ここでレイバックをしてこの波を終えます。さあ後ろでは矢作門之丞選手テイクオフ、これはマニューバーの波になるのか。引き際どいところに当てていく。さあ2発目に エアリバースを試みるんですが、ここは板と体が少し離れてしまいました。矢作選手、必要なスコア 5.70、 残り時間3分30秒になるところ。
Yes, and Minojo going for the air there, but the wind kind of blowing that board away. I feel like he's kind of trying to stick to his guns where he knows he's really good, but the wind's not really playing in his favor right now. So Minojo looking for a score still. So is Rinta. This has been an oddly quiet heat for Rinta.
Right, he was waiting for the wave, but he took off this wave. He couldn't quite pull the rail into the barrel, so it was really unfortunate for Rinta. And time is ticking.
And Rinta, he's looking to re-qualify for the Challenger Series as well, so kind of needs to get a result here. And I'm sure he'll be heading to Taiwan as well next week, but I feel like when you come off a year on the Challenger Series, you know you want to get back there. To lose in the round of 64, that's going to sting. So
following CS Tour and the QS as well is a really hard journey for for everyone, because probably Rinta just came back from Portugal and Brazil and head back home for a couple days and straight come here. So it's a big journey.
Yeah, it's definitely a long tour, but again, I wouldn't be upset to come here after Brazil and Portugal.
Definitely.
Such a beautiful part of the world. You can see this drone shot. Not many places in the world have this, have a tower looking straight out into a world-class peak. So, yeah, we're pretty lucky to have this set up here. You can tell with all the big banners along the wall there. That's where our judges are. The left side of the tower, that is the athletes area. Can only head out there 2 heats before yours, so they're trying to keep it as quiet as possible. You can take coaches out and your board caddy, but as soon as your heat's done, they're pretty much like back to the beach, because we do have a hotel hosting all the athletes and staff not too far from here. There's showers, cold drinks, a pool, a massive TV, but right now it looks like Rinta.
Rinta 選手、これは重要な波になってきます。深いところからしっかりチューブをメイクし、しっかりとマニューバーも入れてきました。これは綺麗に前に出てきた。That was a great ride from Rinta Auto。そして後ろでは金沢滝選手、こちらストールしてチューブに入っていくが、少し後ろ足を滑らせるような形でした。Let's have a look at again Rinta's last wave. It was great tube riding and gets a bonus. Great finish right there from Rinta. Definitely this is going to be his best score, but the time is ticking. He needs 740 for that wave to go into the second. Can he get back out and get another one?
Yeah, I don't know if that one wave is going to be a 740 for Rinta. I mean, it was an incredible wave, and he definitely has the talent to win heats like this, but he left it really late in this heat to try and get the ball rolling. He only had a 1.2 all the way until 8 minutes to go. So Rinta is looking for a small score. Taki is going to play defense here. So Taki literally just keeping him off that wave to make sure that Rinta doesn't get another score. We're going to wait until after the ad break to let you guys know exactly what's happening, but Bronson here going down on a victory lap. All right, we're going to go to an ad break. We'll be back with the next heat right after this.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next!
There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup. Beautiful Cloud 9. Last heat, not quite sure who got through. We're going to get it on screen. Here it is. Well, that was the heat for the round before, actually, so it was Shohei getting the 8.1. We have had a heat since there. But right now in the water, we do have Tully Wiley representing Australia, Takuto Ota in the blue, Putra Hermawan in the white, and Troy Espejon in the green. So good looking heat in our hands, Justin.
Oh, every heat in this round of 64 is a good looking one because we've got seeded surfers coming into the event and the waves are pumping. So good to see this new swell starting to fill in as we see our Japanese surfer stroking into this one, stalling and making a clean exit. Tully Wiley from Victoria. He's a big fella, but he squeezes into that tube with ease. So straight into it this afternoon after our little break. The tide has filled in. The swell is starting to fill in. The winds are clean offshore. It's been a memorable afternoon. Day number 4 here on Siargao Island. It is amazing. We missed this one during the commercial break as well from our Indonesian surfer.
Ooh, Putra. Absolutely loving it. Di and I were reminiscing back in 2013 when he surfed a CT against Kelly Slater at Karamas there. So Putra with a little bit of CT experience. So does this guy. Tully Wiley surfed in the Bells Beach in 2022 and this year in 2024. Had his first year on the Challenger Series. Unfortunately, he has been relegated back to the QS, but that first wave, he looked pretty solid on it.
Yeah, Tully is a big boy, and he's got some big backhand surfing that goes alongside his frame and his physique. Big shout out to everyone back there in Torquay, his hometown. I'm sure everyone is eagerly anticipating the score to drop in. A 4.0. 4.0, so Tully takes an early lead. We've just ticked past 21 minutes. And Jesse, this is, 3 Asian surfers, 1 from Australia. And Tully doesn't want to waste any time not trying to get back onto the Challenger Series in 2025.
Yeah, definitely not. This guy got a quarterfinal finish here last year, so Takuto just trying to stall for that one. You can see he was going a little bit fast and it comes off there, so maybe a little bit too much speed there. He's from the town called Sendai, which is on the east coast of Japan, but from little rumours I've heard, he's just moved to Chiba, which seems to be a common theme for a lot of our Japanese competitors. It's like the hotspot of surfing in Japan.
Good to know.
And very, very talented out here. Last year it was small, so I'm excited to see him now in these slightly bigger conditions, but here's this wave, never really got behind it. As you could tell, he had a lot of speed, tried to shuffle back on his board, but yeah, that wave is just kind of going to be a wipeout and just be like, all right, let's start again, let's start fresh. He did get a 217 for his first wave, so he's got 2 pair of 2s, has him in the lead. But how was the tower when you went out there before? I feel like everyone's kind of ramping up, a lot of Filipinos out there now.
Yeah, the sun is trying to break its way through the clouds. It is a Tuesday afternoon here. But yeah, the boardwalk, the tower, the whole sort of area is just pumping. We've got all these little market stalls behind us. There is just such positive energy in the Philippines, and especially on this beautiful picturesque island. It's pretty much the hot spot, the surfing heartbeat of the Philippines. So many good surfers coming from this area and so many travelling tourists coming here, not only for the waves but for just the hospitality that gets rolled out while we're here.
Yeah, they're the most beautiful people. We've been saying it all event. I feel like if we haven't sold the Philippines by now, clearly people haven't been listening to the broadcast because we are all obsessed with this place. And I feel like a lot of these surfers are too. I went to a press conference last night. Tully Wiley was there as well, representing the athletes. And yeah, he was just saying how much he loved this place. And to come off a big year on the road in Brazil and Portugal and all the rest of the other Challenger Series events, and then to come somewhere as amazing as this, is like, it makes it pretty easy to come back away from home. So yeah, Tully, an awesome human, comes from a really great family, so I'm sure his sister Jazz, brother Mac is probably tuning in as well, and the rest of the family. Kale Bell Warren's probably tuning in. So Tully, actually, I could be wrong in saying this, but pretty sure he's the president of Torquay Board Riders, and he's actually the team manager for Reef and Dragon Australia.
Wow.
Wears a lot of different hats, Tully.
Good on him. Well, I've got some Reef thongs on my feet right now.
No hit to hit up from now on.
Yep. Big shout out to Sean Wright, the West Australian rep. We're going to throw out to the tower. We've got the last heat winner ready to have a chat.
All right, Bronson, you must had a best heat so far. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was pretty pumping out there. Just offshore, perfect barrels. The boys were just going back to back. I was just kind of annoyed because there's not too many wave in the middle of the heat before. I just wanted to get barreled the whole time, but yeah, just still stoked to make it out. Waves pumping, and yeah, next one.
Right, so you're telling me that this is your 4th trip to Siargao Cloud9, but how is it this surf? Is it like one of the best one?
Yeah, in 2019 it was definitely almost close to this, but today it's just on another level. I think it's just every wave just perfect, and yeah, you just can't ask for anything more, I guess.
Right, so I gotta change in the heat. You change your board, you swap your board. Is that why is that?
No, because before I paddled out, I was just thinking if I get 2 good ones, I'm just gonna check out the carbon, how it works out there, just to check on the wind and stuff, if it's too light or not. And yeah, I still didn't catch a wave on that board, so I might try it again.
All right, you just checking out, huh? Okay, so you wanna shout out to your friends, families, all the supporters back in Indonesia?
Yeah. I just want to say hello to Lakey boys, maybe watching back home, Chandra, Rizal, and my mom, dad. Thank you.
Awesome job, Bronson, and thank you guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Di, and well done to Bronson. He has been a highly rated talent for many, many years, and it's good to see him overcoming that knee injury he recently had. He had to go to the States and get a knee reconstruction. And
what?
Yeah, last year, I'm pretty sure. So was missing a little bit of competition due to that. And he's back, he's getting barreled, and he's looking fit. And yeah, hails from Lakey Peak, resides in Bali. And let's have a look. 3 guys, all pretty close there.
Sometimes I feel like these 4-man heats, when you're on the one peak, I feel like everyone looks at everywhere and be like, oh, maybe should I? You know, you're always kind of asking the question of should I go, should I not? And when it is as perfect, just like Bronson said, as it is today, I feel like it's almost like this grommet energy comes out in everyone, and everyone just wants to catch any single lump that comes through. So you'll probably see every athlete looking at each wave at least once, thinking, oh, maybe. But it's probably the guys who are taking their time really analysing which waves are going to be the biggest, the widest, probably the most critical, that are just going to get the big scores. And I feel like in the last 4 or 5 heats, we've had an excellent score in every heat. Bronson getting an 8.33 in that last one. We saw Kyan Falvey getting a 9.5 and an 8. Shohei, he got an 8. I feel like it's just really starting to turn on right now. It's really starting to light up out there.
Oh, so true. But just before the shot, the front on view, it's just almost like that wave you draw on your school book when you're looking out the window thinking you want to be at the beach. It's just this perfect triangle-shaped TP that barrels on both the left and the right. But that does force the competitors to be really close, shoulder to shoulder almost. And, of course, priority is such an important part of surfing now that, you know, you you want to have it so you can be on the best waves. And the question is generally asked of the priority judge, you know, if someone thinks, oh, is that a paddle? Is that not a paddle? But everyone knows the rules. We use this system at the elite level all the way down now to junior events, and it just takes that hassle out. You know, sometimes you didn't have to be the best surfer to win a heat. You just had to be the best hassler and position yourself in the best part of the lineup to try and catch those waves. As we see,
I was going in my head, going, do it.
well, Espen John is a famous name. This is a big barrel here for Putra Hermawan, hailing from Indonesia, from the beautiful little island off Bali, known as Nusa Lembongan. So in his interview the other day, he drew a lot of similarities to lacerations, which is one of the many waves over there, but lassos is a dead set racetrack tube that you got to lock in and weave your way through. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Longbongan's the one place I haven't got to over there. You can see Tully was looking at that wave. Troy, he was traveling so well, maybe just got a little bit too hungry there and sat deeper, but I love the fact that he's going for it. That wave was so big, so open. So Putra looking like he's kind of feeling it after that one. I feel like that was a good confidence booster. Something I said to Di earlier, the free surfs here are so crowded, and you watch them in a heat, they all sit pretty close together, but when you put the rest of the competition field out there, it can get really hard to get a wave and figure out the lineup. So a lot of these guys are kind of figuring out during their heats. There is Takuta, unfortunately couldn't get super deep in that one. You can tell by that body language a bit of frustration. So yeah, like I was saying, a lot of these guys figuring it out right now, and this wave, it can get a little bit hard, but Tully read that one beautifully. So kind of just screams volumes to the talent that we have in this pool, like, because sometimes you can get lost in a lineup, but here these guys are just like, no, we got it, we'll figure it out. We've got 25 minutes, use the first 5 to see how we're going, and then the next 20 to really lock in. So I feel like that's been like a constant theme during this round of 64.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. They're all very good paddlers, so in the free surf, I dare say they probably sit a little bit deeper and wider than they have to, but this is almost expert backhand barrel riding. You can see he's just dragging through, the bottom falls out, so he went through one of those boils, and I think this angle really shows the skill that Tully's displaying. He's up forward on his board, he's using his backside to slow down, and he's using that front arm to guide him through. Sort of dropped down a level at one point during that, so great skill on display there from Tully Wiley. Another fact about Tully, he was judging the Australian Junior Surfing titles close to home down at Phillip Island last year. So
was he?
So if he's not doing enough with a competition rash vest on, he certainly keeps himself busy while he's on the beach as well. So I've known Tully for a long time. Obviously came over to WA many years ago to start his QS campaign at the WA Pro Surf Series, and for me it's just really inspirational to see, like, you know, we started those events back in 2018, and you know, we had Morgan Siblick won, Liam O'Brien's won in WA, and you sort of fast forward and these guys are either still on the CT or have been on the CT or competing in the final 5. So I just love the pathway that our sport has in front of it, and if you can grab the opportunity and get to all these remote and sometimes beautiful destinations like this one, the reward is getting to that elite championship tour.
Bring a tear to my eye, Justin.
Oh, stop.
That was lovely. No, it is really cool. I feel like even all of these regions where all these athletes are coming from and competing from, but obviously you and I know Australia best, and feel like the Australians have such a beautiful pathway from such a young age. Like, you touched on priority earlier. Even a couple months ago, I commentated the Billabong Oki Grom Comp. The under 12s had priority. They had 2-man heats at fun, perfect 2-foot snapper, and I feel like the pathway now is starting our surfers off so much stronger, so much younger. And yeah, it'd be pretty cool for someone like yourself who has so much to do with Western Australian surfing and Australian surfing to watch these Groms kind of come through the rank and know that you had a a good pull-in part of their journey. So yeah, I couldn't agree more. I feel like even now myself, like commentating Grom comps, I'm like, am I really getting old? But like watching these Groms who I've known for so long now, back when they were in the under 12s, when I was in the under 18s, doing their thing, starting to compete in QS events like Mila Brown, Sierra Kerr. It's really inspiring actually, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Here's another up-and-coming Australian on screen, the son of Mark Occhilupo. This is Jay Occhilupo, so he's got world champion genes in him, and he surfed a really good heat the other day to make it through to this round of 64. A couple of Aussies going up against Piso, so the next heat should provide some fireworks as well. So I'm just stoked that so many of the Australians are here getting amongst it. It's really cool to see. You know, these guys who are seeded through to the round of 64 have been hanging around for probably close to a week, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone tries to get here early, tries to avoid the crowds, and, you know, a week of built-up energy gets to explode in a 25-minute heat. So it should provide some fireworks. This one is skipping past pretty quickly, 7.5 minutes on the clock. Tully Wiley is leading. The best wave is in the red column, a 5.67. He's back up a 4.0. The requirements aren't that massive, and this is a big looking set. Tully, fourth priority, drops into it. Doesn't like what he sees, so he's just trying to keep busy. He's another guy that's been here for a little while, just waiting around for this exact moment to hopefully progress through to the men's round of 32.
Yeah, he's definitely been here for a few days, and like I mentioned before, he kind of got straight off the plane from Brazil. Speaking to him, I think he had 3 days at home, and then made his way straight back here. I know people like Oscar Berry, who's coming up in that next heat, had 48 hours at home to unpack, wash, repack, and get themselves here. But yeah, like we said time and time again, there is nowhere else I'd rather be in the world right now. This is where it's at. I feel like even watching the women out here this morning, Sierra Kerr, she really kind of set the benchmark, and then now the men, we've seen excellent wave after excellent wave, and this guy right here, Troy Espinjon, loving the feeling of that one. Bit of a point to the sky, point to the crowd, be like, Filipinos, I'm doing it for you guys. So yeah, Troy, like you said, from a very, very talented surfing family here. There's so many. There's the Espinjons, there's the Alapayos, there's the Takongs, yeah, I feel like he's doing his family pretty good justice right now.
Yeah, well, look at this. Just slips straight behind the curtain, comes out clean. Just throwing a bit of love to all his friends and family who are no doubt either under the tower, on the reef, pushing people into waves, doing some surf instructing, or on the boardwalk just soaking up what has been so far the best day of competition here at the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup. The waves are pumping this afternoon. I'm getting messages from people back home just saying, oh my goodness, is that for real?
Yeah, I know, such good conditions. I feel like the co-sanctioned events this year have had pretty pumping waves for every event. You think back to Krui. Krui was solid, but it was good. Think back to Nias, they got crazy waves at Nias this year, and then now we're here at Cloud 9. It's gotten better and better every day. It looks so fun out there today, and it's kind of the dream tour right now. I feel like these guys are just soaking up every minute, and yeah, I feel like what a cool place to come and compete.
I think this drone angle just gives you like that surfer's perspective of what they have to do. You could see there, Putra backdoored the section, and you can just see that thing boiling and snarling and swirling inside, and he just got bucked off. He's a little guy, and that was a big tube.
Yeah, look at the scores for this last wave though for Troy. 7-point ride, so 7 points for Troy. Has him in second. Troy has actually had a crazy year this year, so went over to the Maldives. I was actually there commentating, competed through the Junior Asian Surf Championships, walked away with a third, which was actually the Philippines' best result there, so got a medal for Team Philippines. And then they had a local Olympics type of event, and he actually won the junior division, so he's kind of really doing it for the Philippines right now. Tully getting caught up on the foam ball just then, but he's for someone who comes from Bells Beach, which I may be wrong in saying this, so Victorians, please don't hate me, but pretty sure that wave doesn't barrel too often.
Rarely barrels.
His barrel technique is insane. It's so good.
Yeah, he is. He was right on the foam ball there. And the thing about this wave, it just produces so much energy in a short amount of time that the vortex, the inside of the wave, just spins so hard, and that just caught up to him and mowed him down. It was job well done for 70% of that wave, but Tully looking to improve on a 4.0. Here's the replay. This is a big wave. Grabs the rail, gets that perfect pig dog technique, leaning really far forward. And he just got a little bit sucked up the face there, and you can see that foam ball just swirling on itself, and you know, the lip and the inside of the wave just became one and just mowed him down.
Textbook technique though, Justin, like that, even in that slow-mo, like every single placement, where he was on the wave, just how his body was positioned on his board, like that to me looked textbook. I mean, yeah, Tully, obviously he spent a lot of time in Indonesia, and he's obviously spent a lot of time working on that technique, and I know that there's a slab. Is Bird Rock a slab?
Don't know, no.
I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there could be a slab around that area, but yeah, Tully is just looking really on point, looking like he has just done a year on the Challenger Series. I feel like everyone who comes off it levels up, and they look better when they come back to the QS, so hoping that the next 2 minutes 20 play out his way, because I'd love to see him out here again in the Rashi and kind of competing and showing us like traditional textbook surfing. I love it.
Yeah, well, it's a really tight heat. There is, not too much separating first and second. The requirement for green to move up just a 2.67. Putra Hermwan chasing a 4.25. And right now our Japanese surfer in the blue with first priority needs a 5.68. So, the waves on offer, the quality of the surfers in the field, and in particular in this heat, is so high. Here we go, the local looking to improve on the 1.07. Maybe not the best wave selection, and you'll know that.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I almost said, oh, good on him. Like, he needs a 2.67. He's chasing down that first place, but I don't know if that check turn is really going to do it for him. So he has 1 minute 20. It actually is a relatively easy paddle back out. The current kind of does take you out to this deeper part of the reef where you can sneak back out pretty easily, but I also haven't surfed it out there today. I don't know if it's breaking all the way through. Maybe everyone's going, Jesse, no, it's not. It's a hard paddle out today, but I feel like when you're Troy and you've surfed this wave time and time again, he probably knows exactly where he has to be. Might pick up one of those wider ones just to get that score to take him to the lead. But right now, I feel like it is kind of eyes on Putra, but potentially going down there.
Yeah, so I think he wants to improve on that 1.07 because this guy is lethal. Here he goes, stalling. It's a smaller wave than we've seen him on previously, but goes again. So double barrel for our surfer in white, the Indonesian. Is it going to be enough? He's called it a heat. He knows he doesn't have enough time to get back out there. He's going to leave it with the judges, but 2 tubes, 1 wave.
That doesn't happen very often in a heat, does it?
No.
2 tubes, 1 wave. So we'll see where the judges leave that one. It needs to be a 4.25 to change the tide in this heat. Troy is hunting something higher than a 1.07. His check turn potentially could go higher than that, but let's take a look at this replay. So gets pretty deep for a moment there on this barrel, then fades back down, checks back in, gets another one. It could go there, Justin.
Well, interesting situation to round out heat number 5 here in the men's round of 64. Putra looked a bit hurt there. He's sort of grimacing a little bit. Maybe just stressing about the score. I would be too, but we'll go to a quick commercial break and we'll come back and let you know if he's done enough to move through to the men's round of 32 right after this.
With Gomo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I Gomo any way I want.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Well, welcome back everyone. We are into the 6th heat of the men's round of 64 in absolutely firing conditions. Still awaiting the official call to see how that last heat ended. So stand by. But I'm lucky enough to be joined by WSL's Asia Pacific APAC Tour Manager Ty Sarati. Good afternoon, Ty.
G'day Justin, how you doing?
I am so good, mate. This is the best job in the world when the Waves are doing this, and obviously you must, feel satisfied in the fact that we went on hold and, come back this afternoon to just absolutely firing conditions.
Yeah, it was tricky to go on hold because there was still some good waves coming through, but we thought the afternoon would be better, and it's turning on and it's absolutely pumping and kind of seems just to be getting better and better as the afternoon progresses.
Yeah, so right. Ty, it must just be so good to come back to an event that is, so long-standing, so prestigious, part of a really welcoming community and, obviously a really big elevation for this event here in the Philippines.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here that put in a lot of hard work to get this event up and running every year and to get it to a QS5.
With GOMO, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track
Around and love coming back here each and every year. That looks like Oscar Berry with a nice little start.
Yeah, tagging it through the inside. He is a big and powerful surfer, mixing it up on the Challenger Series and looking to make his way back there in 2025. Yeah, the support not only locally but I guess nationally here in the Philippines. Surfing's a big deal now, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. The Department of Tourism are a huge supporter of surfing, and I think they really see the benefit of surf tourism, and I think just from coming back here year on year you can see how much this town has grown, and I think a major part of that is on the back of this event and surf tourism in general.
Well, here's the replay of Oscar Berry's first. He is a big, powerful surfer, and he is well positioned there. Catches a little bit of an edge on that rail grab cutback, but makes up for it with a nice inside manoeuvre or two. So a good way to start the heat. 25 minutes on the clock. Ty, there is plenty of opportunity out there. It's not really doing anything but pulsing and pumping, is it?
Yeah, there hasn't been too many slow heats since we've gone back after the little break. Looks like Axel just got one. He'd been pretty much owning the free surfs every time I've been out there, and that looked like a nice start to his campaign as well.
Yeah, we've got 3 Australians and a local Filipino surfer, so I'm sure people are crowding around screens if they're not down here at Cloud 9 to check out Piso Alacala, a 3-time winner I think we put together.
Yeah, Piso is he's the man out here. He is an amazing tube rider and past winner, so knows the break well, but he's coming up against a couple of tube hounds in Oscar, Axel and Jay, who all know how to thread a tube.
Well, speaking of threading tubes, this guy did it really well. We're going to head out to the tower with Jesse Starling, who's with the last heat winner.
Yeah, Tully, coming off a full year on the Challenger Series to then come here to Pumping Cloud 9, you can't really complain, hey?
Yeah, pretty stoked to be here. It's such an amazing wave, and it's definitely a tough year on the Challenger, like a lot of beach breaks, and they're pretty hard to compete in with such good surfers. So to kind of roll over here after a pretty tricky year is super relaxing, and to paddle out with waves like that, it's been good.
Last night you were at the press conference with the congressman who's such a big part of this event. You also saw how much the Filipinos put into this event. Did last night kind of give you a newfound respect of like how passionate the Filipinos are about not just this wave but the people and everyone coming here?
Yeah, it was super inspiring to see just how much he loved kind of surfing, and I didn't really think that much of it. Like, you sort of see all the comps in Asia and it's great, and you kind of just think it's all of WSL's work, but the local community puts in such a huge effort to get these events running, and it's honestly like the dream tour. Like, I've just come off the last regional, which was Nias, and we were getting like 8-foot tubes, and then to come here and it's like 4 to 6 foot A-frame barrels. Like, it's it's pretty epic we get to do this, and so yeah, big thanks to the crew that get this comp organised, and it'd be cool to see it get upgraded in the future.
And Tully, we'll keep it nice and short because you do have friends in the water right now, so I know you want to watch them, but you've got so many friends and family back home. We'll talk about it last night. You got a massive friendship circle. So anyone want to say hi to you back home?
Yeah, just all my mates at home. I know they're all watching, and all my family watching. Hi guys, I'll be home soon, but just a couple more heats to make hopefully. So yeah, love you guys, and we'll speak soon.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Tully. All right, take it away, Ty and Justin. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse, and congratulations, Tully. He's a big unit now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a big lad. He's from Torquay, so he doesn't mind a right-hand point break, although Bells probably doesn't barrel quite as much as here.
Ty, as we just see Axel, fourth priority, have a little look at that one. Mate, you've been coming to this event for many, many years. Obviously, you know, you've spoken about the support of the congressman, but how pivotal is a guy like Jerry Deegan to the success of this event? And yeah, obviously now the biggest surfing event ever held in the Philippines.
Yeah, Jerry is instrumental in making this event happen. He's like the unofficial mayor of Siargao. He knows everybody knows him. He can make anything happen. He can get you out of a pickle. He can do the small things, the big things. He does it all, really. And along with him and Babes, I don't think we could do the event without those two guys. They put in so much work, and it's just great to be able to work with such great people.
I couldn't agree more. Two legends that have helped not only get us here, but get all these surfers here as well. One thing that I'd like to let our viewers know is that Axel Carota is leading with a 5.9, Oscar Berry a 5.33, Jay Okalupo and Piso yet to open their account. Ty, it's a busy run of events through Asia. Tell us what you've been up to and what's coming up on the schedule.
I've just came from Sri Lanka, where I had a couple of meetings there about a potential event back there for next year. We've had a little break from Sri Lanka, but would love to head back there. I was actually there for a friend's wedding, and I promised them a shout out. So shout out to Dill and Alex and the groomsmen, Jacob, Josh, Doug and Corey. But yeah, also managed to sneak in a meeting with our event partners over there, and yeah, hopefully get an event back there in the near future. From here we head straight to Taiwan for the Taiwan Open of Surfing, which is another great event, and shout out to Kathy if you're watching. It looks like this typhoon that we're getting some swell from is headed straight to Taiwan, so hopefully the people are all safe there, and here's Jay on a nice one.
Wow.
Sneaks out.
That was a big wave, that one.
Yeah. Oh, he's so...
It is pumping, Ty.
Wow.
Yeah, we do send our best wishes to our friends over there in Taiwan. The benefit of that typhoon is it's pulsing all this swell into us right now, which is benefiting these surfers on day number 4. It sounds really exciting, but, you know, I manage and run events back at home, and, you know, the one thing you can't control is the ocean. So how nice is it that, you know, you see days like this during the event and, you know, all your hard work and the work of the local community gets paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, Jay tucking into that one and sneaking out the doggy door. Yeah, you can't plan for the surf, but when the surf is pumping, it just makes all the hard work that much better. And to see all the smiles on the surfers' faces, they're all having the hellest time.
Yeah, I think this has become a new surfers' favourite destination. You know, the people are so welcoming, the water's warm, the waves are pumping. Tell us, has there been a change in the dates? You know, we've seemed to have really lucked into some really good conditions over the last 4 days. Has this moved sort of forward or back from where it was last year?
Pretty similar to last year. We kind of just have to wait and see when that last Challenger Series event is, and then we go as close to that as possible. Got to give all the Challenger Series surfers enough time to get from Brazil to here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we seem to have lucked out being in late October this year. The event used to run in late September. I think in 2019 when you came, we were here, and it was late September. But yeah, we've moved back a month. And we've been pretty blessed with waves this year, so yeah, it seemed to work out for the best.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad you got a bit of personal time in, mixing, you know, the wedding with some future planning for the 2025 schedule. How important are these co-sanctioned events? You know, we've seen a little bit more of them through the Asia region, but it's just a breeding ground of talent from Australia and right across Southeast Asia and the Asia region.
Yeah, as we see Axel taking off under the lip in this one and sitting very pretty. Oh, comes unstuck. I thought he did all the hard work there and then maybe just...
You put the mockers on him, mate.
Yeah, commentator's curse. I think it's so great to have these co-sanctioned events, getting the Asian competitors to compete against the Australian and New Zealand competitors. I think them being able to compete against each other just makes them better competitors, and hopefully helps them on the Challenger Series, and hopefully helps more of both these regions qualify for the championship tour.
Well, Axel Corrado, he was on his way to another good score. It has backed up his 5.9, so he's still in first place. The score for our surfer in white, the Filipino local, has locked in at a 6.50. So you don't become a 3-time champion of this event by not knowing your way around a tube out here at Cloud9, do you?
No, he was very patient, waiting for the first wave. He was probably the last one to ride a wave, and he got the biggest and best tube of the first exchange. So he's sitting pretty nicely with a one wave total of a 6.5, but it's pretty close heat. I don't think there's much separating first to fourth here, so we could be on for a bit of a classic heat.
Mate, you had a lot of thank yous to do at the opening ceremony a few nights ago. The closing ceremony is generally a big sort of production and another really exciting thing. What do you see on the forecast, and what do you anticipate coming over the next few days?
Yeah, the opening ceremonies here are amazing. So much work goes into those things, and they're so loud and fast and action, and here we see Pisso taking off. Looks like he might be a bit deep on that one. Yeah, they're just high energy and so much fun. It's hard to explain.
unless you've experienced one, you can't actually put into words how different they are. You know, we see opening ceremonies at a lot of the Asian events, but I think the Filipinos, they do it better than anyone.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favourite opening and closing ceremonies, that's for sure.
And talk us through what you see on the forecast. Obviously, it's quite a long waiting period. You know, we're here for 10 days in total. I think there's one day that we can't surf, but what do you see sort of in the back end of the competition window?
Yeah, I think the next 2 days look really good. Should be quite similar to today. Maybe the 31st is a little bit bigger with maybe some wash-throughs and maybe some more solid waves, but there should be still some gems hidden in there. Yeah, we obviously can't run on the 1st due to a religious public holiday, but I think the next 2 days should see us get through 90% of the event at least. I think we should run huge days the next 2 and put ourselves in a good position to maybe finish on the 2nd.
That is super exciting. So you've heard it here first. Ty Sarati, the APAC tour manager, lucky enough to pull him away from the 1,000,001 other duties that he's got to sit in here and have a chat with us. Ty, you know, for you, obviously exposing surfing to, you know, these sort of new surfing nationalities like the Philippines, it must be pretty inspiring that you get to travel to new locations, host internationally rated events, and then come back and see that, you know, the level of surfing has developed over the years in those spots.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the level of growth of surfing in the Philippines. I was speaking to the head coach, John Carby, yesterday, and they had over 300 competitors in their national event. So yeah, it's amazing just to see the growth year on year of coming back to these places, and the likes of Noah and Marimar and Filmar. I think Filipino surfing's in a really good place, and it's so good to see the progression, and yeah, hopefully we can see some more Filipino surfers qualify for the Challenger Series. And there's also JR on the longboard tour who made the finals there. I think he finished 3rd overall, which is a huge effort.
Wow.
He's such a quiet and humble person and absolutely rips on the longboard. So I think Filipino surfing's in a great place, and kind of can't wait to see what the future holds for the Philippines.
And where is JR from? I should probably know this, but he's not from Siargao?
I'm fairly certain he's from La Union.
Yep.
Where we've had QS 3000 and LQS before. That's about 5 hours north of Manila. Another great surfing destination. The Philippines just has so many different waves. It's a pretty unique place. I think, I'm not sure how many islands, but there's thousands of them. And I'm sure there's some
uncharted waters out there somewhere.
I'm sure there's some pretty good waves out there that haven't been too recognized, that I wouldn't mind doing a little add-on trip to this one and going searching with our friend James.
Yep. I think that would be a very good thing. Ty, how many competitors will carry on from this event here in the Philippines and make their way over to Taiwan?
I'd say a fair chunk, probably 80 to 90% will come from, here we see Axel. Again, just a little bit too deep on that one. It's kind of cool having the legs. There's a direct flight from Manila to Kaohsiung, which is only a 2 to 3 hour drive from Taidong. So it makes it a bit more affordable for the surfers when they're in legs, and we really try to make the events as back-to-back as possible. Sometimes it's a bit difficult due to, locations and like surf seasons and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we definitely try to put them back-to-back so the surfers don't have to spend as much money as they would doing individual events.
It must be so cool to be able to hear from, the likes of Tully to say, hey, this region, these co-sanctioned events, we've had just dead set pumping waves. When you've got events in Australia, you've got, Southeast Asia, Indo, the Philippines, it's almost like a little dream tour within itself.
For sure. I think we're pretty lucky as these two regions to have the waves in Australia, and then to be able to come here and surf the waves in the Philippines or Indonesia or Taiwan. It's a pretty sick little tour, and hopefully prepares these surfers to qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah, I think this is, definitely one of my favourite locations. Between the Philippines and Taiwan, they're very different locations. This is very tropical. Obviously, we've got palm trees and white sand beaches. Taiwan, a little bit different. It's almost got that sort of city that meets, sort of new surf town vibe going on.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. You get to go to so many different places, and to go to places where you probably wouldn't normally pick to go on a holiday is kind of cool. It like opens your mind up a little bit to new experiences, and you meet so many different people from so many different cultures and backgrounds. So it's quite humbling, and it's so cool to see how other people live their lives.
Obviously, you've been in Sri Lanka. Big shout out to your mates, your wedding party over there. What does 2025 look like for the the APAC region? What's new? What's coming? What can we sort of wait to see in 2025 without giving me too much information or our listeners?
Yes. So Newcastle upgrading to a Challenger Series next year, and then Snappers upgrading to a CT. So we are a little light on for events in Australia next year, but we're working hard to try to get a couple up. Should have Burley QS 1000, obviously your events in WA, hoping to have them back up and running. It was really good to see those two events this year. Probably had the largest number of competitors that we've had travel over there, and we'd love to upgrade Yells to a 3000 next year. So
wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay,
yeah.
No pressure. I'll see what I can do. We're really motivated to get those events not only established as permanent fixtures of the regional tour, but hopefully elevate it, because we've got so many good surfers in Western Australia and so many good waves, as we see Oscar Berry just too deep there, tried to backdoor it, and the wave just ran away from him. You're a negotiator, you're a surf forecaster, you're a bit of a frother yourself. How do you sort of spend your time around the events? It's taken us 4 days to get you in here to have a chat.
Keep pretty busy during the events, chatting with the partners, the government officials, the surfers, all the staff that we travel with, which are an amazing bunch of people.
They are.
It makes my job so much easier traveling with all the guys and girls. Couldn't do it without them, obviously. And then manage and try to sneak in as many surfs as I can. That's
well, you are a surfer, you're allowed to do that. We have gone under 5 minutes, and look at this. This is a big set.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone has a backup wave here, so this heat is wide open with 4 minutes and 11 seconds to go. It's up for grabs. It could be anyone's, really.
I found every single one of these heats, apart from probably Kyan Falvey earlier today, who absolutely, just stamped his authority on this wave and this location. Every heat has that many talented surfers in it that, anyone could catch a wave and flip a result quite easily.
Yeah, and if it's your turn and the wave comes, you're gonna, anyone can win here. It's a pretty special place, and as we see a set roll in, is it going to break? Is anyone going to take it? Maybe Oscar's having a look from fourth priority.
Yeah, he doesn't need a big score, but that wave doesn't offer what he wants. So he's chasing a 2.21. His backup currently a 0.67. So do not leave your TV screens wherever you're watching this and listening to myself and Ty talk our way through it. The next 3 minutes are definitely going to provide either an establishment of first and second spot or a flip of the leaderboard. It only takes one set to roll through, and I love the fact that the waves are really consistent. Everyone's had plenty of opportunity. I think the surfers have been pretty selective of the waves they want as well.
Yeah, for sure. It must be so hard surfing heats when the waves are this pumping and letting waves go that you would definitely go in the free surf. I actually don't know how they do it. But yeah, this heat has been a little bit slow, and no one's got the backup So I'm sure they're all quite nervous out there. I don't know who I'd like to be, Jay in first priority but last place, or yeah, I don't know. They're not chasing many scores. It's separated by 3 points from first to fourth.
So close, so close.
2 minutes to go.
Ty, we've got close to 200 competitors here on the men's and women's side. We'll come back to that.
Looks like Axel held off Oscar then, but I'm sure the priority will change as Axe went over the falls.
Yep. Yeah, this is a lot of tactics go into surfing now. You know, everyone's very competitive, obviously. They're chasing results to hopefully get back onto the Challenger Series. We'll get a little look at this, so having a look.
It could have been a good move because Oscar wasn't chasing much, and we'll see how it plays out. Here's Oscar having a look at a little inside one. Gets in there, sneaks out. Chasing a 2.21.
Ooh. Well, he's done all he could, I reckon. He looks at his watch, realises there's probably only a minute to go. He's looking over at his caddy maybe going, do I get back out there? He's going to be in fourth priority.
Oh, his axe too deep.
Oh. Gets clipped. So 1 minute on the clock. The question I was asking you, Ty, you know, close to 200 competitors. As we see Piso here, he's gone into second, so a 3.4 has locked in for Oscar Berry. And Piso, he wants to ride this one as far as he can to improve that 1.10 he currently holds. So
that'll improve his position and put Axel and Jay chasing slightly higher scores, even though they won't be too high with 30 seconds to go. Here's a replay of Oscar sneaking into a nice little one, which you'd be very happy with in a free surf out there.
Oh my gosh, I've seen even the worst barrels I'd still be happy with, because yeah, this is it's a hard spot to get a wave. How did you go during the break?
It was actually not too crowded, so I probably had my best session, but yeah, the pack out there is extremely hungry and not too sharing, which is understandable. They're all here for the event and want to win.
Well, I don't think this wave will count. I think he's caught it after the siren, but he's done enough to move through, keeping his chance of being a 4-time winner here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup wide open. We're going to go to a short commercial break, and we'll be back right after this.
When there's still so much I can be.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo, anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 4, Siargao International Surfing Cup. The official result from the Heat 6, Oscar Berry and Piso Alcala advancing into round of 32. Now we're into round of 64, Heat 7. I'm here in the booth with True Starling. How are you?
Hi, Di. I'm doing really good, thank you. How are you?
Great afternoon.
Yeah.
It's just so much, actions to watch from the auto surfers. And now we are into Heat 7. We have Daiki Tanaka in red, Tenshi Iwami in blue, Luke Brumby in white, Tim Bain in green. So 2 Japanese surfers against 2 Australian surfers in this heat.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. Daiki Tanaka is a very good surfer. You can see him making his way back out the back, and someone just getting exploded on that one. Looked like that was Tim Bain. This is his first wave for Luke Brumby. He had a great heat yesterday. Goes for a second tube, comes out. So gets a little bonus section, drives through a nice hard carve.
I really love the combination.
Yeah.
That was great. And this is Daiki Tanaka. 田中大輝選手の1本目のライディング、ストールをして、そこからスピードを加速させて、このチューブ抜けてきます。さあ、こちら別のアングルからの1本となるでしょう。これはまた違う波になりそうですね。もうすでに2本目のライディングを終えているのがレッドの田中大輝選手。So, he's got 2 waves on his way already. Wow.
Huge. So first wave for Daiki was a 3. Second wave was a 2.43. Luke Brumby looks like his first wave was a 5.33. So that's pretty good scores with just on 21 minutes to go. And it looks like we're on track for a Heat 11 finish. So we'll finish Heat 11 and then we'll have about 4 heats tomorrow morning to finish this round off, and then probably, I'm not part of the team that makes a call, but if I was to make a bet, I'd say we'd go into the men's round of 32 as well, because then we would be up to the same rounds.
That would be great. And well, look at the venue. Is some waves coming through in a lineup. So now Tenshi Iwami is holding on to the first fry already. He is a very strong competitor, and he has a good, relationship with Philippines, especially with Cloud9, Siargao Island. Here is 岩見天一選手、これは大きな波にテイクオフしていきます。さあ、タイミングを整えて、綺麗に入り、そして綺麗にチューブを抜けてきます。ここはすぐプルアウト。素晴らしいライディングを披露してくれたのがブルーの岩見天一選手。
Here we go. This is Luke Brumby out behind Tenchi. Luke also finds an exit. That was a good-looking wave as well, looking to back up the 5.33.
Wow.
I'm excited to see the replays of those waves from both Tenchi and Luke. They were some good-sized waves, and they looked like there was 2 good, pretty good barrels. Tenchi's was really nice.
That's really great, back-to-back ride from Tenchi and Luke. But really liked both of the waves, actually.
Yeah, they were 2 really nice waves. They got some travel time. It was great to see. So with 19 minutes, we got some pretty important scores to lock in. But these last few heats that we've seen go by have been super exciting. The waves are still firing out there. So much opportunity. Let's have a look at the replay for Tenchi. Just drops in, sneaks under the lip, gets a fair bit of travel time, and he was pretty deep as well. And just comes off the back. And then this is that wave of Luke Brumby. Wow. Disappearing, comes out with the spit. That was a good one.
Yeah, I think the size of the tube was bigger on the Luke's wave than Tenshi's wave, and it got horror, and he come out of the tube with a spit. It was a great ride from Luke, so it's gonna be very good scores.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good score for both Luke and for Tenchi, but it looks like Justin has made his way over out on the boardwalk, and he's going to have a chat with the last heat winner. Take it away, Justin.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Oscar Berry. Oscar, the waves are pumping, but you were saying you had some nervous moments out there, mate.
Yeah, it's hard out there. It's not like it looks cooking, but it's like very hard to surf a heat. Like, I don't know, if you're in the spot and manage to find yourself on a good one, anyone can get through a heat. It doesn't really matter who you are. So it's the beauty and it's also the hard part of it. But I'm so stoked to scrap through that one. It was good to get the scrap on and get through.
Mate, you competed on the Challenger Series this year. Probably not in waves as good as what we've got out the back. What did you learn through that experience, and what are you bringing to this QS 5000?
It was a pretty long year, like pretty big year, but I had a lot of first round knockouts, and then also got to have some really fun times at Snapper and hanging out with the boys. We had some pretty classic times. So, and surfing wise, I learned a lot about the 4-man heats, especially. Like, they're just so hard. So getting through one is just like, it's gold. So I want to try and bring some of the things that I've learnt back to the regional QE and try and get back on there for another year.
For sure. Is this your first time to the Philippines, or have you been here before?
Yeah, this is my first time. Yeah, it's pretty sick. It's like I don't know. It's just sick. Like, real good food and pretty cruisy. But yeah, no, it's sick.
Who's in your squad? Who are you rolling with? Who's been caddying for you? It's a good little squad of Aussies here.
Yeah, it's classic. We've got Harles and Codes, the boys from Yamba, from the 6'4", and in saying that, I want to shout out all the other boys from the 6'4" and all my mates on the Goldie. But yeah, I've been rolling with Codes and Harles, and we've been having a hell time, just kind of on our own program, and yeah, having a sick time.
Mate, one thing people might not know about you, a very talented skateboarder in your time. Do you still get on the skateboard and roll around, or is it all about this thing?
Oh, it's kind of been all about this thing for the last little while. While I was in Brazil, actually, the comp finished early, and I was like, what should we do? Like, I didn't really want to stay in Sacramento because there's not much going on there after the comp finishes. So we went into Rio, and there was a skate comp on there, and a few of my mates that I used to skate with were there, and we got to link up with them and watch some of the skating. It was so good, and it kind of inspired me to get back on the board when I get home. So pretty keen for a bit of time at home to unwind, and yeah, might have to get back on the board.
Well, we wish you the best of luck in the round of 32. You've done enough to get through, mate, and best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Thank you, Justin. That was, Oscar's so cool. He's such a great human, super chill, always smiling, which is great.
Yeah,
but
right.
right now, scores, last wave of Luke locked in at a 7, and first wave of Tenchi was a 6.47. Looks like Luke is going to have another look die.
In the barrel traveling, but probably comes on stuck in the tube, but 7.0, that is a good, good point to keep. And Tenshi's last wave, 6.47, is slightly, lower than the Luke's wave. So, but both of the riding was amazing, and really love that performances from the surfers.
Yeah, it's interesting to note too that he said that it's hard out there for a heat, and I would have loved for him to go a little bit deeper into that about why it was hard. I guess it looks really good, but I think maybe you got to be a little bit more on point with your wave selection.
Yeah.
And be pretty aware of, where you are and where your board is in the wave, making sure that you're not making any mistakes, because it can really catch you off guard out there quite quickly.
Right. And it's a 25 minutes heat, so you don't have, an hour or like a whole day to wait for the best ones. And you never know what kind of wave comes in. You might be in the heat that there's no, best waves in the heat, but you gotta deal with it in the heat. You gotta do whatever you can with the wave that comes in the heat.
Wow.
Well, just like he did, Tim Bain got a great tube riding, but probably that's the hard part of competition. You just never know what kind of wave comes in, even though it's perfect out there. That's hard part.
Yeah, I agree, but let's have a look at this replay.
Wow.
Tim Bain fully disappears, comes out, a little look back. He's like, I'm back in the game. I'm ready to go. That was cool from Tim.
Yeah, definitely he's back in the game now. He was, so behind the wave, backdoor it. It disappeared quite a long time, travel, and comes around, come out so clean with the spat. So it was a great wave from Tim.
Yeah, awesome to see Tim locking into a good one. Let's have another look. Yeah, it comes from behind. Dai, he was so deep on this.
Yeah, here.
Wow.
That-
The
that-
look back.
Yeah, that is the best feeling, you know, when you're getting your tubes, come out of it with the spit.
I look back at the judges. It's like, yeah, that was a good one. That felt pretty good. I was pretty deep. I disappeared, and I came out clean. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that'll be a pretty good score for Tim Bain.
I reckon it will be. And I like the, you know, classic claim without hand. Just standing tall, just looking at the judges.
Yes. Yeah, I like that too. You can see Saxon Reba on screen there in the red rashi making his way out. PJ Alapeo for the next heat. He had a great heat yesterday too. Here we go, Tenchi.
さあ岩見天選手2本目のライディング、これも同じようなライディングになりそうですが、ノーズを刺しながらこれはしっかりとメイクしてきた素晴らしいボードコントロールです。Well, at first I thought he was gonna just nosedive, but somehow he managed to, you know, point the barrel and come out so clean.
That was crazy. There was a few fumbles on that wave, but he did so good to ride out. I feel like that's going to be a nice score for Tenchi. Yeah, I can't wait to see the replay. That last wave of Tim Bain was a 6.43.
Right, so as good as Tenshi's first wave. So he's now back in the game. But probably Tenshi's got a good backup score. Can, you know, go into the lead almost.
Yeah, I think so too. If he gets another 6, we'll wait to have a look and dissect it with the replay. And there's just like, there's 11 minutes to go. Daiki Tanaka's been a little bit quiet right now.
Right, he's holding on to the first priority and just, you know, probably repositioning himself a little bit more because, you know, all the Tenshi and Tim and Luke, they are all behind the wave. Especially Tenshi. Have a look at this. Almost bogging the rail. I mean, he was bogging the rail, but somehow managed to, you know, get in the tube, come out.
Oh, wow. That was really great redirection, great recovery there from Tenchi Iwami. He has a special connection to this place, leaving 25 boards here last year.
Yes.
So, you know, an 8.6 rewarded for Tenchi.
では岩見天選手の最後のライディング 8.60 をスコアしました。現在 8.60 そして 6.47 トータルスコア 15.07 で第1位のポジション。残り時間9分45秒。第4位には田中大輝選手、逆転に必要なスコア 9.33 となっています。そして岩見天選手、ここでもう1本すかさず乗ってきます。大きなレイバックターン、これはしっかりメイクしてインサイドセクションに、ここはプルアウト。Wow, 8.60. Huge score from Tenshi Iwami.
Yeah, Tenchi just feeling comfortable out there. This is, of course, the surfers in the blue and the red rashi. They've been seeded into this round, which means that they've just been, I guess, with their rankings that they had from the qualifying series last year, and if they're Challenger Series surfers, they get put into this round, so they miss the first few. Here we go, Tim Bain. He's deep. Is he going to come out? Unfortunately, he just gets pumped on that wave, but he needed to do it, looking for a 5.91. I love that he's trying to get as deep as he can, but that wave just eating him alive.
You know, when the set comes, actually the shape of the wave is exactly the same, but you gotta know that which one is gonna hit the reef, which wave can just hold and hit the reef, so that actually the tube have the big exit in it.
Yeah.
And that one the team got last for the last wave, it kind of breaking out the back, not actually hitting the reef, so the exit was really small and it was hard to surf in the barrel.
Yeah, it was, but it was good to see him give it a go. He needs a 5.91. Daiki needs a 9.33. I'm really not used to this from Daiki Tanaka.
Right.
I feel like usually he's used to kind of just surfing through heats and coming out with a bang. But right now he's just being left behind.
Right, it's not a common that he's just waiting, still, hasn't got a good score yet, because always he's getting, 5 and 6 in the first, 10 minutes of the heat. But now he's still adjusting, probably positioning himself, where to sit actually, to approach. So yeah, it's a bit of hard time for Daiki.
Yeah, it is, and I want to see Daiki on a set. I want to see him on a good wave to really make the most of the opportunity. He's such a great surfer. So with Daiki holding the first priority, 7 minutes to go, he's looking for a 9.33. Dai, do you think he has time to go to second in 2 waves?
I reckon still yes. With the 7 minutes remaining, he probably there's gonna be 2 or 3 sets coming in time. So, and he's got a first priority, so he needs good barrel next one. That's for sure. And probably try not to get those 9.33. Just trying to get 6 or maybe 7, and then get another one to go into the second.
Yeah, I agree. I think breaking it down. To get to second, he needs a 12.33 combination. That's a 6, and then a 6.5 even, to make it harder. But time is the enemy right now. Time will not stop for anyone. So Daiki needs to use the rest of this time wisely, and hope that he has the opportunity to progress through in 2 waves. We'll see what's going on, but Tenchi Iwami, this heat's just been all about him, an 8.6 and a 6.47. Mind you, Luke Brumby's 7 was pretty next level as well, Dai.
Well, every single wave they got as a tube riding, incredible stuff, like good techniques, traveling so deep, disappeared in the barrel so long time, so... Well, I'm just hoping there's going to be another few sets for every surfers.
I feel like there'll be an opportunity, hopefully. Sometimes I feel like we say that and the ocean goes flat, and then sometimes it just pulses for the last 3 minutes of heats. You just never know what's going to happen. You can see right now Luke Brumby and Tim Bain sitting shoulder to shoulder, because Luke knows that Tim is very much capable of getting a 5.91. Tim holds a priority over... Luke holds a priority over Tim right now, but Tim's going to have a look at this inside one. Air drops down. He needs a 5.91. I don't think that's going to be the score right now, but he locks in for a nice tube on the inside, gets a good turn, but unfortunately comes unstuck. You could maybe see he pulls out of that one. He's like, oh, okay. I need to just regroup right now, because that wave... it's not going to be the 5.91 he needs.
Right. So I was wondering when he's gonna just kick off the wave, because you need to barrel in the fast section to get 5 and 6s.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. A barrel at the start is where you're going to be able to get, like you said, 5s and 6s. And if I was Tim, I would have kicked out of that wave a fair bit earlier so that he has less of a paddle out. But we're not. Maybe he saw something we didn't. Let's have a look at the replay, Dai.
Just like takeoff, just come around a section and trying to get a barrel here, and he did. Probably he saw the section next to it, so that's why he continued, just keep going. But unfortunately, he comes unstuck on the big calves. Now he needs to get back out again and waiting for another chance to score 5.91 to go into the second. The time is ticking, 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, nervous moments for Luke Brumby, Tim Bain and Daiki Tanaka right now. I feel like second is definitely up for grabs.
Right.
An 8.08 Luke Brumby needs to get to first. I feel like he definitely has the capability of doing that. It's more just whether the wave comes through.
Definitely. Probably it's just battling for the second place. That's because we are just hitting 3 minutes mark. And it's gonna be hard to to beat the 15 points in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be all about who's gonna be in the second position.
Yeah, nervous times. You can see the beautiful view here. The water is so blue. It's so warm and clear. And we're just so lucky to be here at beautiful Cloud 9 in Siargao in the Philippines. I love it here. I was very excited to have to come back. Do you think you'll come back next year?
Definitely. And I'm hoping to be in the, draw in the heat as well.
Yes, Dai.
If it's possible. But
yes.
But sometimes I'd rather just sit in the desk. Watching the TV, watching the live commentating.
No. Now that you said that, we will be getting you in the Rashi next year. You'll be in a heat making rounds. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting.
That could be interesting. But
You're there.
I love watching and talking about surfing so much. So
yeah, we're so lucky to be able to do what we do. And it's super fun. But yes. Let's just get Dai in the draw now. He's going to get a wild card into the round of 32. Everyone look out. He's been watching every heat.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But with 1.5 minutes to go in this one, Tenchi Iwami just holding down the lead with an 8.6 and a 6.47. Luke Brumby trying to defend second place. His low score is a 5.33. He's going to try and better it on this one. Locks in for a tube. He's racing down the line. Unfortunately, doesn't find an exit. So that leaves the door open for Tim Bain. He's having a paddle. Doesn't get onto that one. Tim is looking for a 5.91. And Daiki still hasn't had a wave, really.
Yeah.
Needs a 9.33.
Probably need one of the biggest sets, to get the requirement of 9.33. That is a huge score, but, he's capable of getting those kind of excellent score. But that time is, the enemy, because we only have 30 seconds remaining in this heat.
Yeah, Daiki's just been waiting for something that hasn't come, and he just hasn't been able to surf his way into this heat, which has been unfortunate to see. He might get an opportunity in the next 15 seconds. A 9.33 is his requirement. He's going to have a paddle.
田中大輝選手、さあこれが最後の波になるか、チューブの中に入り、これはきれいに抜けてきます。さあ大きなラウンドハウスカットバック、これもしっかり前に出てきます。必要なスコア 9.33。さあどうでしょうか。
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Daiki Tanaka. It won't be the 9.33 that he's looking for, but Tenchi Iwami and Luke Brumby progressing through.
Alright, we're gonna go to the short break and we'll be right back after the commercial.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder. Explore. Pause. Taste. Connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want.
We don't stop. We GoMo.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief, The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Welcome back to the 28th edition of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We just saw Heat 7 complete with Tenchi Iwami progressing through that last heat with Luke Brumby coming in second. Unfortunately, Tim Bain and Daiki Tanaka will bow out of the event. Right now, that is Hiroto Arai up and riding in the blue. He's going to take on Saxon Reba, PJ Alapeo, the local Filipino here, and Varun Tanjung from Indonesia. Varun has already locked in a 5-point ride, so he's getting an early start in this heat. I'm True Styling, and I'm joined in the booth with my little sister Jessie for the first time today.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's have a look at the replay of this one, Jessie.
Oh, wow. Varun getting a good start to this one. So that purple board, you can spot it from anywhere. He liked the feeling of it. That one came through at a 5. It looked like he was up and riding on a wave just then. We quickly zoomed past him on the drone. But, yeah, this is a pretty good heat. PJ Alapayo, so brother of Filma and of Angie Alapayo as well. And I feel like the bigger the surf gets, the better PJ gets. And chatting to Angie just before, he was super excited to be competing out there today. Wow, another barrel there for Varun. So I feel like the Indonesians, they're looking super comfortable in these conditions.
Yeah, they're having a ball out there. I think this was the 5. That was the first wave for Varun, and a great way to start off his campaign in this heat. That last wave, a 3.83. So, yeah, like you said, Jesse, Varun just looking really comfortable out there. There's some good waves rolling through. He just seems to be able to know which ones are the best. We've seen some great waves come through all day. We've had excellent scores. We've had great heats. It's been really fun to watch. Jesse, what's been your highlight?
Highlight has to be Kyan Falvey today.
Yes.
Not only did he absolutely blitz his heat, I just think he's an awesome human. And I love seeing him do well today. So, yeah, we're just saying hi to one of the judges walking past. Gogo, another Indonesian. So he's probably tuning into this heat pretty diligently with Varun in it. I know that all the local Indos absolutely love Gogo. So we're having a lot of fun here today. And, yeah, so like you're saying, my highlight, Kyan Falvey. Great human, great scores. Very well-deserved scores, 9.5, huge, absolutely love it, and loving all the respect that he's getting for it as well. A lot of social media I've seen on it already, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Kyan's just, he's been progressing through more and more heats. The round of 32, which is the next round that he'll be in, is actually going to be his best result in a QS so far. Yeah, but I feel like he's still got a little bit more to give. We'll see. But back to this heat, you know, we've got some really great surfers in this heat. Saxon Reba holds a first priority, you know, and he's probably been watching a lot of the goofy footers that have been competing the last few days, especially the locals, and taking away a couple of little notes, probably.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably even watched Filma Alapayo earlier. I feel like Filma is so good out here. He's also taking on a bit of a coach role as well as a competition role here. So Filma probably cheering on PJ, I would say, but also probably has a bit of a soft spot for Saxon being a goofy footer in this heat. And Saxon's actually ranked pretty high up. He's number 13 on the QS rankings. At the end of the season, we do take the top 10 through the Challenger Series, so pretty important points on the line right now for Saxon if he wants to kind of keep in that top 10 world. He needs to climb up a couple more spots and then stay there, which is easier said than done. So these 4-man heats, though, they're definitely the hardest rounds to get through. But we've got pumping waves, so everyone's going to get fair enough opportunity.
Yeah, they definitely will it. And you can see PJ having a look at this one. But Saxon's going to take it. Saxon up and straight into this one. Locks in for a decent barrel ride there and skips out. But he got a bit of the work done before Saxon Mate, come on. Just kidding.
No, we only say that because Saxon, True and I are all very good friends. We grew up in the same region of the Northern Beaches, so we've pretty much known Saxon all through the Grom comps. And I just spied a new sticker on the nose of his board. It looked like a Riviera sticker.
Revere, yeah.
Revere.
Revere. Yeah, it looks like a Revere sticker. I mean, Saxon is an incredible surfer, and to see that backing is, yeah, definitely pretty cool to see for Saxon. And that was a great ride there, just tucking in for that barrel and coming unstuck at the end, but he got the work done earlier than that.
Here we go. Hiroto now up and riding. Ooh, goes down with the lip, so took the wrong line on that one. You could see it kind of came in at a weird angle as well, really closed out along the reef. So just another small score going to lock in for Hiroto, but Saxon is going to get a score on the board. It's not going to be an 8.83 to jump him into the lead, but it's definitely going to be one of, if not the best wave of the heat so far. But I think Varun's just been... The first kind of 5 minutes was just in super good rhythm. Now he has that opportunity to sit and wait, be a little bit more selective. But this guy right here, PJ Alapayo, the local surfer, loves when it gets a bit bigger here, tucks in and gives us a little hand pray emoji. Absolutely love it. And tags it. I'm not sure if you can hear the locals behind us, but they're absolutely screaming. So a lot of the community watch from the beach here, and I feel like that was the Alapayo clan just cheering on PJ.
Yeah, you definitely think so. There is so many local Filipinos here watching and supporting the local Siargao surfers, which is amazing to see. And PJ just doing so well. Let's take a look at the replay. It's a bigger wave. He gets some travel time, disappears for a bit, comes out, and yeah, just thankful to be having this beautiful ride. Gets a second combination. So PJ, like you said, Jesse, he feels more comfortable when it gets bigger, and yeah, he is very much looking at ease out there.
You know what as well, like even looking just at his equipment, like he's obviously not on the most brand new equipment. He's not got the stickers on the nose of his board, but he's absolutely lethal out here. I said it a few days ago, I would rather draw the top seed than one of these local boys because they are so good out there. Yeah. And PJ kind of just highlighting that point that I made a few days ago. So
yes.
Yeah, absolutely loving seeing the locals do what they do. But before we continue on in this heat, Dai is with Tenshi, I believe, the winner of the last heat.
今見天使選手8点台そして6点台をしっかりとマークして第1位で通過しましたが、もう満面の笑みなのでもちろん気持ちは分かりますが、今一度ちょっとこう今の気持ちを教えてください。
試合の前にこう波見てる時にかなり波数が少なくなっていて、でこう自分的にこう2本だけ決めて帰ってくるっていうイメージでやってたので、まあそれがうまくこうはまってよかったなって感じが今一番強いです。
So he knew that there's gonna be not many waves coming through in the heat, so he was just focusing on getting those 2 waves only and come back here, and that's what exactly he did in the heat. それではフィリピンと、クラウド9とかなりこう関係が深いというか関わりがすごい深いと思うんですが、岩見選手にとってこのクラウド9という場所はどういう場所なんですか？
初めて3年前に来た時に、人の優しさだったり海の綺麗さだったりこうビーチのゴミが落ちてないところだったりこうもう本当にお世話にもなったし本当僕のなんていうかセカンドホームというかいう風に顔を感じてでそれでちょっと恩返しがしたいなっていうので去年25本から30本板を寄付してでこうローカルのキッズたちがこうやってるのを見て結構嬉しいしこの場所でこう点数出せたかったのはすごい嬉しいです。
オープニングセレモニーでも岩見選手のね板がこう踊らされてたっていうストーリーズ載せてましたけど、あれはさすがに笑っちゃいましたか？
あれはもう爆笑しました。
So yeah, he really loved this place, food, environment, all the locals. That's why he was trying to give back something, and that's why he decided to, you know, get a 25 or 30 surfboard, just donating the surfboard to the local kids, and he wanted to give it back, and that's what he did. So he's really, you know, humble person. He's a really good guy. それではたくさんの方が、応援してくれてると思うので最後にメッセージお願いします。
この場所でいい点数を、出して勝つことができました。このまま明日も勝ち進んで、いい結果出していくのでこのままよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
じゃあ次も頑張ってください。Alright, this is Tenshi Iwami and back to you guys.
Great, thank you so much, Tenchi and Dai. Like Dai said, Tenchi is such a humble person. Yeah, he's so amazing. We love to see Tenchi and we love to have him in the next round. An 8.6 and a 6.47 in that last heat was two really great looking scores. Meanwhile though, that last heat from PJ Alapeo was a 6.33. So PJ locking in the best wave of this heat so far. Varun getting the 5 on his first wave. So 12 minutes to go. It's a little bit quiet right now, Jessie.
Yeah, definitely, but we did have a really big flurry to the start of that heat, even though some of the scores aren't probably reflecting that. Just the 0.3s, the 1-1s, the 0.67s, they were all attempts. They were all pretty much near makes. So, yeah, I feel like there's still plenty of waves out there, just like an Indonesian man told us one time, the ocean breathes in and then it breathes out. So it's just a bit of a breathe-in moment there. Saxon travelled a fair bit through that barrel, though, and kind of got caught up just towards the exit. This guy, 15 years old. His youngest brother, 12 years old. The two of the youngest competitors competing in this event. And
his brother's in this too?
Yeah, Jaden.
Wow.
Yeah, but Jaden unfortunately did get knocked out yesterday. Sister Aura was in it as well.
Oh my
She
God.
was the youngest competitor in NIAS this year. She was just 13, charging those 8-foot waves.
Of course she was.
Good on
That's
her.
great.
They all reside at the Ments.
Whoa.
You'd love to live there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever leave. You'd never see me again,
No,
Jessie, if
I'd
I
be
lived
sad.
there. All right, live action. PJ Alapeo pulling in once again, gets some travel time. Finds another nice hard carve for the local Siargao out the back behind him, Hiroto Orai. Travelling in this one, but unfortunately doesn't find the exit. He was so close to coming out there for Hiroto. Wow, that would have been a good wave.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty exceptional wave, actually. He was really travelling for a long time there. Let's take a look at a front-on angle for PJ. So tucks in, gets a little bit of cover, still could kind of peek his nose, but that's going to be a bit of a backup score. So he still has the 6.33. He is only looking to replace a 0.5, so that does that every day of the week. It's probably going to be enough to put him up into first, and it's going to put Varun on the back foot. So there it is, the score locking in. It is enough to change the situation. So PJ Alapaya goes to the lead. Varun now, like I just said, on the back foot, has priority though. So had a really strong start, a really busy start to this heat. Now he's got 10 minutes to kind of back it up and finish off strong as well.
Yeah, it's super exciting to see this, and I feel like, you know, time obviously is ticking away, and we've kind of seen the same sort of storyline. Whoever gets a good start and locks in about a 5 at the start kind of starts to progress through the rest of the heat, you know, because 5s and 6s, even though they're not hard scores to get, they're difficult to find out there today. We heard from Oscar Berry a little bit earlier, and he was saying, you know, it's tricky out there. It is quite hard. So, you know, he's just kind of normalizing it for us. It looks like it's pumping. I mean, look at that.
Wow.
It is just absolutely picturesque out there right now, but it's hard to find the good ones, and you really need to be aware of where you're sitting, where your positioning is on the wave, to make sure that you're really making the most of what you've got.
Exactly, and I think as well, just to note, we did go on hold over that dead low tide, but it's really paying off now that we've hit that mid to high tide. We've seen the best conditions of the day so far, and I just think these guys are reaping the rewards, but at the same time, it is still tricky. And something I was saying to Justin and Di earlier, a lot of these guys are figuring the lineup out during the heat, because trying to figure it out during the free surfs is super hard. You're sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone. So I feel like, yeah, a lot of people probably spend the first 5 to 10 minutes of this heat actually properly figuring it out, and then use that back 15 minutes to try and lock in a couple of pretty solid scores. And Oscar kind of just proving that point as well, because He only got here a couple days ago, and his boards didn't arrive, I think, till potentially the first day of competition. So he didn't really get a good chance to familiarise himself here. And actually, I heard his boards came all the way here. They couldn't find him, and then they went all the way back to the airport. So then they had to come all the way back here. I heard it was a bit of a debacle, actually.
Wow.
But got his boards and got the heat win, I assume.
Yes, got the heat win. It was great to hear from Oscar. He'd spent the whole year on the Challenger Series, not having the best year, but he wants to get back on there. And someone who's eyeing off a Challenger Series spot, Varun, locking in straight away on this wave, comes out, gets a nice carve there. And he liked the feeling of it. That drone angle can be a little bit deceiving at times. You're looking straight at them, but then once you get that front on angle, you can kind of get an idea of how deep they really are. So 7.5 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah, sometimes that drone angle tricks you and you think they're a lot deeper than what they are, but Varun actually got some pretty good cover-up time there. Really nice full roundhouse, so gave us a little fist pump, said, okay, I'm feeling it too.
Okay.
So Varun, this is that drone angle shot though. You could tell here he definitely got covered up. And yeah, I love it. I really love that full roundhouse. And you know what? He's a passionate surfer. He's kind of always used passion to his advantage, momentum to his advantage. And he was only looking for a 4.67 of that one. Could definitely go there.
Yeah, I think, it was pretty similar to the 5 that he had, so it could really challenge for the 4.67 that he needs to go to first, making it harder for Saxon and Hiroto to get into an advancing position with 7 minutes to go. Saxon Reba holds a first priority. He's had a 3.67 and a 1.17. At this stage, needing a 5.16 to go to second place. So we'll see what happens. He's having a really hard paddle at this one. It's a bigger looking set. What's he got? Can he lock in for a tube at the start of this one? Has to pull square. Goes to turns. Huge first turn for Saxon. Drives hard through another one. But I think he knows that it's not going to be a good one. Well, it was a great wave, but I don't think it'll be the 5.93 that he's looking for, because that last wave of Varun was a 4.6. Wasn't enough to get to first, but definitely enough to better his situation, Jessie.
Yeah, something I actually want to take into consideration during my next break is when I want to talk to some of the judges, because when you watch turns like that first turn from Saxon was so sick, but there's obviously pristine, perfect barrels out there. So would love to pick their brains on how turns do really compare, because it's not like those turns weren't sick. I mean, they would score in any beach break competition and probably score pretty well, but when you're at a wave like this, I'd love to know how they actually compare. And Saxon had a really good dig at getting into that one. Just couldn't really find the barrel at the start of the wave, but still love how he made the most of the rest of that wave. And I'm intrigued, because we have seen 7s being thrown down for turns in those earlier rounds, but with a day like today when it's as perfect as it is, I feel like, are they just write-offs? Do they become 1s and 2s turns, even though they're super crisp, super critical? Like, that was a really hard section to do that turn in, and very... that part of the wave is very open and exposed to the reef. Like, Saxon would have been looking dead straight at it coming back down. So I'm bear with me, everyone. I'm going to do some little bit of heat-off research. I'm going to pull aside one of the judges and be like, listen here. Tell me everything.
Give me some insight.
Tell me everything you know, because I'm sure there's a lot more people just as curious as I am out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an enigma, that one.
Yeah, well, 2.77 for that last wave of Saxon. It was a great turn, but Cloud9... it is a barreling right, and I think looking at what we've seen today from the barrels, we've seen some really great turns as well. I mean, Sierra Kerr got a 9.2 from 2 carves.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but they were huge carves. They were massive. That first one that she did is just, it's going to live in my head rent-free for a while. But we've got just under 4 minutes to go in this heat. Filmar Alapeo with a 6.33 and a 3.33. Sorry, PJ. I keep seeing the P, and I keep thinking it's Filmar, but it's not. It's PJ.
Well, they're brothers.
Out there. They're brothers. I know, but still, it's PJ, and he's absolutely ripping with that 6.33. Varun Tanjung sitting in second with a 5 and a 4.6. And it looks like Hiroto is going to use his priority on this one. Saxon's going to go left. We'll stick with Hiroto, though. He gets a bit of tube time there as well. So we'll see how deep he gets. He's looking for an 8.43 at this stage. So I'm not sure if that'll be the 8.43, but it will definitely go into his top 2 and help to lower that requirement.
Yeah, at this point, I think with 3 minutes 40, I was just thinking about that, watching him sit there. I was like, he still probably has time to break that number down in 2. And 8.43 is a massive score, and it's a lot of pressure to put on yourself, especially with 3 minutes to go, needing an 8. Here's this front-on angle, so does definitely get a good amount of cover-up time there. It's definitely going to be his best number on the board. He's going to break down that requirement. He's got 2 minutes 40 to try and find a different wave, a bigger number than probably that wave that he just got. The only issue is he has 4th priority. That is not your dream scenario, but unfortunately, I mean, he's giving himself every opportunity right now to still make this heat. He's definitely a never say die kind of guy, but unfortunately, when you leave it this late, you do kind of create an unnecessary amount of pressure on yourself. It's just one of those situations where you just think back and be like, why didn't I do that? Or why didn't I do this earlier? So he has formed this pressure, but I feel like Hiroto's the type of guy who'll just take it in his stride, be like, yeah, you know what? I have put this unnecessary pressure on myself. I just got a 4. Now I only need a 5.6. I'm still in this. I got 2 minutes. The mid-size ones, a lot of people don't look at them. We saw Kai and Falvey get a really great wave under priority. Was a 9.5. So it's definitely still potential, and our dad would always say it's never over until that hooter goes. So
yeah, it's definitely within reach for Hiroto and also for Saxon as well. A little one could come under priority and it could really wall up and look pretty good. But we'll see. We'll see what happens in the next 90 seconds of this heat. Varun Tanjung, though, holding 2nd place and 1st priority. So he's kind of dictating what is going to happen towards the back end of this heat with who gets what wave. And I feel like Varun will be on the best one. It looks like there might be a few lines coming through. Hopefully all the surfers can get in position.
Definitely lines coming through.
So we'll see if there's going to be any takers on this one. Saxon Reba, he's having a good look. Strides into this one. Is he going to get covered up? He does for quite a while, but doesn't find an exit. Oh, he kind of does, but doesn't get a completion for Saxon, unfortunately. There's 45 seconds to go. I don't think he'll get another opportunity. And look at these lines coming through. This is a good-looking wave, and Varun Tanjung is going to use his 1st priority. PJ reluctantly letting it go. Varun doesn't find an exit, goes over. So PJ now has a 1st priority. This leaves Hiroto Arai out there with 2nd priority. 20 seconds to go. Will a wave come through? He needs a 5.6. Saxon Reba's going to call it a day and make his way in. He had a great heat, but unfortunately just unable to complete a few rides. So we've got just under 10 seconds as a wave, but PJ is going to use priority on this one.
Yeah, he kind of had to pull the trigger there. If not, Hiroto would have had an opportunity. But PJ Alapayo, the local, another Alapayo taking out a heat win today. So we'll be PJ and Varun moving on through. Stay tuned, everyone. More action coming up very shortly. We're just going to go to a quick ad break.
when there's still so much I can be?
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo, any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 28th rendition of the Siargao International Surfing Cup on your screen. Results of that last heat, it was PJ Alapayo, the local boy, taking it out. Varun Tanjung coming in second. Fortunately, we did say goodbye to Saxon Reba and Hiroto Arai, so two pretty big names falling out of the draw. To take us through the round of 64, heat number 9, Jerry Deegan, welcome back into the booth.
Thanks, Jess. Again, you know I love to be here, so that was really good. And I personally, I'm really happy about the result of the last one. Very sad for the two lads that didn't get through. It's a brutal game. But PJ is a guy from here that I've known since he was a kid, and he knows the place like the back of his hand, and he's a goofy footer, so, how can you go wrong?
And in this heat right now, we have Dylan Wilcoxon, so the young Indonesian, Dane Henry, young Australian actually, Marlon Harrison and Harley Walters. Actually, this is a really young heat. We're talking every single surfer is still in the Pro Junior division. So this is pretty much a Pro Junior heat, which is pretty cool to see. Dylan, 15 years old, from Indonesia, lives in the Mentawais, had his younger brother Jaden and younger sister Aura in this event. Dane Henry, I feel like that name kind of speaks for himself.
Even I have heard of Dane Henry.
Yes, his name and reputation has just been on the up and up recently. He did 2 ridiculously ginormous airs just in a free surf, back-to-back waves at the start of the year. I think Stab might have reposted it. Duffy got him doing a crazy air recently, and he's actually here training with Adam Duffner, as we call him, Duffy, and he's got a really cool support crew back home from Kingscliff Board Riders, and I know that he's pretty loved at Surfing Australia as well. So Dane Henry, not only an incredible aerialist, he's also very good in the barrel, and he does extremely good turns. Kind of reminds me of a young Mick Fanning, his style.
Well, that's quite the compliment. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. And Duffner came to, he's Australian obviously, but he did Murramar. He came and coached for Murramar, I think, at the start of last year's Challenger Series, if I'm correct.
And at one point, was he not the coach of Team Philippines?
I think he did something with them. They brought him out to Manila. They took a team to maybe the World Champs or something like that.
Yeah, John Carby went as well.
Yeah. Carby, the biggest imposter in all of surfing. He's fantastic. They love him here. He's a good surfer, and he does look after them all. I hassle him a fair bit, the old Carby. That was a nice little airdrop there. Straight into the barrel. So for the young Indonesian lad.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that bomb.
Dylan's just been having fun. That was an absolute screamer, that one. Wow. And we've spoken about the first two. We kind of have to give a bit of a wrap on the next two. But Dylan, this is a small one, but a deep one, Jerry.
It's deep. And from that angle, you can't tell how deep it is. But if there was a front angle, you would see that you probably didn't see his board at some stage there. They do mark them down a fair bit for the smaller wave. But my advice to a couple of them, and they don't really ask me for advice that much, is get a couple of scores on the board and then go and wait for the bombs. And I think we're going to head out to the heat winner from the last heat, which will be PJ.
Yeah, with True.
Thank you, Jesse and Jerry. Yes, I'm here with PJ, the winner of the last heat. Congratulations, moving on through the round of 32.
Very quiet, PJ. Thank you very much. Feels good.
It's exciting to see you in the next round. You had a great heat, that last one, locking in some really good scores. Were you focusing on doing the same things as you did in the last heat to prepare?
Yeah, just look for a good one and get deep. Yeah.
I've been noticing that a lot of the local surfers here have been sitting a little bit deeper. Is that so that you can get deeper in the barrel and find more time?
Yeah. To go really behind. Yeah, that's the plan.
Is there anyone that you'd like to thank, whether it's around here or any sponsors that you'd like to say thank you to?
I want to say thanks to Sydney Surfboard and Kong Bingo Matogas, and especially to my brother, always there supporting me. Thank you, brother.
Awesome. Thank you so much, PJ. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you. His brother's Philmar.
And Angie's sister.
Angie's sister. His dad's Ipon. I've known his dad for many, many years, and I've known the whole family. He's a man of very few words, PJ.
Yes.
But I can assure you do not want to drop in on him out of Cloud
No.
9. He's a bit of an enforcer, and he makes sure that no one drops in on the locals for very good reason.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like the Alapayos are kind of the enforcers around here.
They didn't used to be, but now that those two kids have gotten older, they have become the guys.
Yeah.
There were some other guys previous to them that I used to have to deal with regularly. But, look, in general, they're all pretty friendly. And if you do the right thing here, you get the right thing done by you.
Yes, they are the friendliest people, and I think they will only retaliate if you are doing the wrong thing. And I actually watched Philmar send some people in a couple days ago.
Yes, it happens.
And Dylan getting another small one, but a deep one. So got a 283 for that one prior. This is Dane Henry up and riding on this one. Better looking wave, a bit bigger. Got super deep in it. Wow.
Oh.
Full rail carve all the way back. And right behind him, Marlon Harrison, really deep in this one. Extremely talented barrel rider. That was a great one, Jerry.
Yeah, that was great. And obviously he's racing straight out to get priority again. So in your opinion, it's not worth doing the big cutback and chasing it through the inside once the barrel's done?
Oh, I do love the extra spice at the end.
I do too.
And I think when it's early on in the heat, Marzi's probably playing a smart game there because he's going to get a score, going to get back out, get second priority. So that it's pretty smart competitive surfing from Marlon. But Dane, I would have missed that carve if I hadn't have seen it. I would have been like, no, bring it back. So I appreciate that surfing that Dane put out. But bit of a bigger wave here for Dylan, but still a smaller one. He's got great technique in the barrel. He's done the carve, but look at this one behind it, Jerry.
Yeah, no, this is insane. Real deep. Oh, yeah, he's way behind it there, hanging on, and just pops out and boom. Yeah, it was almost a Rio back off the white where it bounce off. It was unreal.
Gorgeous. And then Marzi, this was the one, in my opinion. That one was super deep. Hooked straight back out the back. And Marlon, it was so funny. The first day he got here, I stayed with him and his girlfriend, Charlie, for a few days before I moved in to Kessler with WSL. And the first day he got here was just absolutely frothing. It was dead low tide, and he got out there and he was like, oh no, it's too low. So then we went back out on the mid tide, and I think he got like 3 of the best waves we've seen come through that day. The local boys were calling him in. He's a really, really talented barrel rider. He gets really deep behind the rock there at Snapper. He's actually won at Nias before, which we all know is a barreling wave.
Yes,
and,
indeed it is.
Yeah, he's super comfortable.
Well, he got a 6.83, so they really liked it. That was his first wave, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, they really liked it. There it is again. And he's super deep. It almost pinches a bit there, but he just came out super clean. And good on him.
Yeah, and then Dane Henry got a 5.5. Other surfer we have out there is Harley Walters. So Harley has been surfing through from the second round, so the round of 128. And he's been pretty lethal. I think he knew that he probably got pretty lucky to get through his last heat. It was really touch and go between him and third place. I thought he deserved to get through. I also love the way he surfs, so I was kind of itching for him to get through because I think he's such an incredible goofy footer.
Okay.
And
he's racing for something now.
Older brother's Dakota, and here he goes, first wave.
Nice late takeoff. That's deep. That's a nice one. I'd really like to get the front angle, but finished it with a nice little cutty as well. So, yeah, it's hard to tell on that angle exactly how deep, but he looked like he was in the dark. He was in a cave then, for sure.
Yeah, his skin went a little bit blue for a while there, which gives us the...
Here we go. Oh, how good are they? Oh, yeah, he's behind the curtain. Okay, probably, not quite as deep as it looked from the other angle, but it was a real nice barrel. It's a really nice way for him to start his account.
You're loving it for the goofy footers, Jerry?
I love it. I'm a goofy footer. And to be honest, we don't have the real wide angle here all the time, but watching in the last hour and a half, some of the lefts have been phenomenal. Now, I guess the coaches, I don't guess, I know the coaches suggest they don't go left because it's really hard for the judges to see, and there's a wide angle there. But some of the lefts have been better than the rights.
Really?
Thick, juicy. Look at that there. I mean, it pinched a little bit at the end there, but some of the lefts, particularly on the big sets that aren't the semi-crumbling on the rights.
That are going too deep.
Yes,
yeah.
Some of the lefts are absolutely amazing. And look, I've got a message here from Benny Horvath, who's I know is watching there with his son. He's a shaper from up north of us anyway. up with that other group of Cronulla people that have all moved north, Kingy and the whole crew. So g'day to you guys. I think he had a chuckle earlier at something I said that Stephen Dewey had said. So hello guys, I'm glad you're watching. There's a lot of people sending me messages saying shout me out. So I will take advantage of the next 13 minutes.
Definitely take advantage.
I will. So yeah, that was a nice wave. He got 4.43, but he opened up his account. So I mean, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, Harley, he's still a junior, like I mentioned, all of these guys are, but Harley actually got a pro junior win at Redhead this time last year. Went to the the WSL World Juniors at the start of this year. I think he might have got a 9th over there. So he's a really, really talented surfer. Similar to his brother, just kind of has every every trick in his bag.
Yeah,
like
gotcha.
he can do airs, he can do barrels. He's an incredible, just technically good surfer. He's got a lot of power behind him. And Harley kind of went from young Harley to, whoa, Harley's a man. He has a moustache. What's going on? Really quickly. And you know how sometimes...
Hey, I've got a daughter doing that. She doesn't have the moustache, but she's gone from a girl to a lady. Hi, Lily.
Yes, hi, Lily. And but you know how sometimes when young guy surfers go from like being a grom to going into a young man, they kind of need to take some time to figure out their new limbs, their new strength.
That's right. The boys grow up they get tall really quick, hit that 16, 17 and go boom.
I don't think Harley had to do that. I feel like he just took it in his stride, and I feel like overnight his surfing leveled up, and it was just like, oh, okay, Harley means business.
The classic one for that, and I know some of the oldies will remember, I think was Nicky Wood. I don't know if you remember who that was.
No, never
He's a surfer from Newcastle who was a cousin of Mark Richards, and he won bells.
Oh, wow.
He was a tiny kid. Here he is again. Is he going to pop out of that? He's pretty deep. So he was a little kid. And then he hit 16 or 17. I think he won bells at 16, maybe 15 or 16. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
He's got a caddy. He's got a caddy.
Yeah, his brother.
And then he got tall really quickly, and his knees just screwed up. And for poor Nicky Wood, he was really the up-and-coming guy that was going to be world champ. And his body just didn't work for him once he started to get tall.
Oh, you're kidding.
His knees fell apart. And, you know, he can think back, and he won bells. It's a great, great thing to do, but... It was a real shame because he was going to be the one. And I know anyone over, say, 40 or 50 will remember Nick Wood, but I know you're not quite there yet.
I'm not quite there yet. Still got a while off. Wow, good looking tube there for Dylan. Oh, great finishing turn there too. Wow, really loved that one. I feel like I wasn't expecting the mongrel to come out of Dylan just there. So he's got this freakish surf ability, actually, Dylan. He's just
looks like he's got lots of speed.
Yeah, he's really naturally talented. Harley, you could see just then, was racing through that one. Unfortunately, his board snapped. He's still swimming, so I'm sure Dakota, brother, is trying to get to him. But look at this one, Jerry. This is pretty good.
It's pretty nice, pretty short. I don't know. I was going to say he almost dodged that second section. I know I'm not allowed to say anything bad, but you know I'm the one.
This is
I'm the one that
broadcast.
says whatever I want to say. So he popped out of there, and then I don't know if he could have done a little stall, but the turn was probably well worth it. So not sure what score he's going to get for that one.
I liked it. He only has a 3.2 and a 2.83. I would say that that's his best wave so far. Definitely the biggest wave he's taken off on so far.
Yeah, for sure. The earlier ones were a little smaller.
And Joe, we've had pumping conditions today. Like, it has been so good. Does this day kind of take you back down memory lane of any other kind of years the event has run where it's been like just pumping all day?
Yeah, it does. I mean, one of the first years Miramar won. And again, your memory's far better than mine. I barely remember who won last year. But
Miramar?
I know he did, but I'm just using it as an example. Yeah, so the first year he won, it was just absolutely pumping. And it was like this, more perfect. Didn't have those end sections. Every wave was perfect. There was one a fair bit before that I'll try to think of the guy's name. The one that was back when I don't even think we were a QS as yet. Who's the guy's name that invented the passion pop? The guy from the Gold Coast. It was a manoeuvre. Anyway. There's been a few. I've been to 20 odd, so yeah, there's been a couple that have just been amazing days, and we've had very few that haven't been epic surf.
I'm literally texting someone right now going, who invented the passion pop?
Yeah, his name's and Nick, what's his name from the Gold Coast, came second. Nick from Snapper.
Vasicek?
Nick Vasicek came second.
Nick Vasicek, quick little detour. one of my favourite humans to watch out snapper. His backhand, so good.
You know, I watch his clips, and I don't know why he never became world champ. To me, I think he's the most stylish, most gutsy, most powerful surfer there. And if you're listening, Nick, I'll remember. I had a laugh with him one day. I won't go into it because I probably shouldn't mention the other person's name. but yeah, Nick's a great guy and fantastic surfer. Wade Goodall. Wade Goodall. Yes, so Nick beat Wade in the final. Epic waves. It was Wade's 21st birthday on the day.
Oh,
and
stop it.
It was just one of those magical days. Yeah, it was really, really good.
You'll take that on your 21st birthday. Last wave for Dylan, 6.1.
Very nice.
So judges deeming it second best wave of this heat. So Marzi still with the highest wave score. It's a 6.83. Needs another score to get into the lead. Harley is back on a board in one piece. This is exactly what we want to see. You could see brother Dakota was kind of making his way in. Maybe he's going to take out another board just so that there's a backup of the backup, because you'd hate to snap another board and then be like, oh, what do I do now?
Absolutely.
Here we go, Harley. Going for an air. That's a way to snap a board.
Yeah, it's a great way. He threw that board away knowing that the danger was there. I got a couple. Tom Supart, who owns the water park here, has offered us WSL a day at the park. So we've got a day off. He also has something called the Waterman podcast. So if anyone wants to get on there and listen to that, he actually interviewed me just recently. So I haven't listened back to it because
let's listen to it.
I can't hear myself for an hour. That's just all too much.
I can, Jerry. I'd love that.
Glenn Rickson, I know he's watching there. Glenn's a bit of a local here, and Olin's there in New York. He's in New York or on the east coast of the States.
Wow.
We're watching it madly. He's a guy that was here very early in the piece, and of course, if I don't say Christine and the Chung family, then I'm in a lot of trouble. So I've got to mention all them. And again, I'll try not to say too many, but you know, they've told me I had to. They've told me I've got to say the names. I know Lucas is waiting with bated breath for me to say his name. So Lucas, we're glad you're watching. Nice young kid from Manila. So that's about all I've got for now. And those that text me, you better be quick.
Love it. Well, that's Dakota Walters on screen. So that's Harley's older brother with a board in two pieces. Looking like Dylan's kind of finding his flow, getting the paces up right now. So Dylan, love to see the replay of that one because kind of came in last minute, but it looks like he got pretty well spat out at the end there. Here's this replay, Jerry. What are your thoughts?
I think it's a beautiful replay. Pumped a little. Maybe he didn't need to pump so hard. He might have got a bit deeper, but it was a beautiful looking wave. It was perfectly positioned. Again, he could have been a fraction further back, but it just looked so nice. And what he's done is he's come out, he's had a strategy. I'll get as many waves as I can, and it's working. And he's with 5 minutes 44 to go. It's absolutely working.
It's been the theme of the day, Jerry. Anyone who is catching a lot of waves, staying super in rhythm with the ocean, they're the ones been getting through. The people who are sitting until the last 5 minutes, it's not been working. It has not been paying off for them. They're putting unnecessary amount of pressure on them right in the very end, and then they're going to look back and be like, oh, I wish, because when you're watching what Dylan's done, he's not on the best waves.
No,
He's got a pair of fives, and that's got him in the lead. These guys could get a pair of fives in their sleeps, but they're just being overly critical because it is pumping.
That's right. And I find when there's only 5 minutes or 4 minutes left, they start to back themselves in a corner. Maybe take waves they wouldn't have taken, and then try manoeuvres that they probably shouldn't be trying. But they're left with kind of no choice. So I like what he's doing, and he's doing it under priority mostly as well.
Yep.
So he's playing a smart game. Anything can happen, and we've seen a couple of times some hallelujahs at the end of the day that have turned things around. But yeah, he's playing smart at the moment.
Yeah,
and here he goes again.
A real theme of the day, and Dylan, I feel like navigating that theme too. He's just having fun right now. He looks like he's just enjoying his time. He's got such a gorgeous style. He's got a really, like I said, real natural ability when it comes to surfing. He's kind of has shades of Jai Glindemann in his surfing as well, that kind of relaxed approach but still super strong. Took off pretty late on that one, almost took off straight up into the barrel.
Almost too late, yeah.
And then I can't believe he's just 15. He's got such cool style for a 15-year-old.
Maybe as I get older, I'll get style like that.
Oh, gosh. Me too. I hope so.
Yeah, he's ripping. He's absolutely ripping. And again, 4 minutes to go now. The others are going to start to panic. Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like Dylan's just on cruise control right now. And also, like, this is a huge event for him. And I don't think he really cares too much. You know, he's 15. You know, he's just having a really fun time. He's here with his family. The waves are pumping. He's got 6-1 and a 4-1. He's got the lead over 3 really big names coming through Australia's junior tour. I mean, this was a big heat for him to kind of prove himself. Marlon Harrison, Harley Walters, Dane Henry, they're 3 of the biggest names coming out of Australia's junior region. And right now he's got them kind of backed in a corner with 3 minutes 20 to go.
I mean, and they need nothing. I mean, I'm pretty shocked that they haven't seen what he's done. He's getting 4s, 5s and 6s, yet they're not prepared to do that. They only need 3s, 2s and 1s. So I'm a little surprised that they are waiting for something that may well not come when he's getting waves that are actually out there and they're coming constantly. Look, he's not even in the picture. He's just waiting for the same thing he's been doing. He could prove himself wrong, but at this stage he's looking pretty good with 3 minutes to go. And they're just starting to worry. Should we go and sit with him?
Yeah, look at them. I feel like this is the point where surfers start to get a little bit fidgety. You know, when you're 23 minutes into a heat and you're Dane and Marlon and you're only got 1 wave in 23 minutes. That's a pretty big stat. And then if you're Harley, you've already gone through 1 board in 23 minutes. But they're still in it. But they only need small scores if Marlon doesn't get another wave. And Marlon is quite a smart competitor. He is playing the patience game right now, so he has priority.
Sitting with priority, yeah.
So it's, and then Dane's got second priority, and then Harley doesn't. They won't need much. It's really neck and neck between all of them.
No, with priority though, that if Marlon gets a wave, it's going to push it far more out of reach for Walters and Henry. That's the issue there. He does have priority. You know, say he gets a 3 or whatever moves to first, it's going to really turn the others into 5s and 4s that they're going to need with only a minute and a bit to go. So again, he's obviously coming second. He's in a fairly handy spot, and these 2 are ready to roll. So Dane will get this one.
Yeah, Dane not looking for much. So here he goes. There's not much of a barrel here. Takes to the air, pulls it off. Wow, Dane Henry. This is the typical surfing we're used to seeing from him. Goes down on the second turn, but that air is a 1-3-4 every day of the week.
Every day of the week. So he's going to move to second. Marlon just
paddles for a wave.
Oh my God, he lost his priority.
Loses priority. Harley Walters now takes it. There's a wave on the horizon. Here we go. Harley looking to get into second or first here. Tucks in for the barrel. Has to get the exit.
No, he didn't make it. Okay, well that's shaken up everything. We'll wait for these scores to come in. But Dane's looking to move into second right here. Yeah, Harley didn't really do what he had to do there. So... Ooh, scary times. 1 minute to go.
He was pretty close to getting the exit, but just didn't get there. But that's kind of where he had to capitalise, because that would have been a 2-4-1. I feel like Dane, with the strength of that air, if the judges loved it as much as I did, that could actually take him to first. 40 seconds, you'd hope that Marzi's going to get a wave right now, because you'd hate to surf a 25-minute heat and only get 1 wave. He's scrambling right now, though. And in hindsight, it's going to have to be at least a 4. So, because I think Dane's going to go into top 2. There's not much on offer right now, so he's going to have to go big.
Yeah, usually there's not much in there. You know, he might find the other end of the left coming at him, but there's usually not much power in there.
Yeah, I just don't. The judges haven't been rewarding waves like this today. They've been kind of capping them at that 3-5 mark. I mean, that was actually, he got a lot more out of that wave than what I thought he was, if I'm being honest.
But his body language doesn't look epic.
Yeah, I feel like that 1 score for Dane, it's going to put him in first, definitely second, if not first. Marzi's got a score to come in. He would only need a 3-3-7 off that wave to get into second off Dylan. That could be a 3-3-7. Unfortunately, I think we are going to say goodbye to Harley Walters. But guys, I'm thinking we may have to go to an ad break, and we'll be back.
There we go. There's some scores. So Dane did go. So he went to first. So we're still waiting on Blue's score.
I've actually just been told we're going to wait for the scores. So we need to see where this wave of Marlon comes through, and he needs a 3-3-7. It's not much.
It
could
there.
go
It's
there.
almost there, but there was nothing exciting. There was no barrel. So, here we go. We're going to see it right now.
I bet you Mel and Harry and Piper are nervously watching at home. Their dog Squish as well. Squish, gorgeous little golden retriever.
Squish is being squished at the moment with the pressure of anticipation. No, it's not going to be
It's
there.
not enough. So it is going to be Dane Henry and Dylan Wilcoxon moving on through. Marlon Harrison, Harley Walters falling out of the draw. Now we are going to go to an ad break, guys. We'll be back with the second last heat of the day very shortly.
When there's still so much I can be,
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We go.
Welcome back, everyone. There's the official results on your screen. Dane Henry, the ISA World Junior Champion, progresses through with a couple of fives. Dylan Wilcoxon has been a form surfer of the event. He progressed through. Unfortunately, Marlon Harrison and Harley Walters will say goodbye to the Cloud 9 event based on a third and fourth place finish respectively. This is an exciting heat. We've got 3 Australians. Jack Thomas, fresh off a win in Yallingup, Western Australia, his hometown. We've got Zane Asink in white, Eduardo El Ciso in the green, and Dylan Moffat is in the red. So, True Starling, this is an exciting matchup.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. This is the first wave of Jack Thomas, which locked in at a 4.9, so getting a quick start for Jack, and I think that's really smart. We've seen the last few heats, people have been, being patient and waiting for things, and I just feel like it hasn't really played out. We saw Marlon and Harley get knocked in that last heat, but right now Zane Asink,
Just didn't get quite down the face as he would have planned. Went over the handlebars, and here we see Dylan Moffat. Oh, that was a perfect little peek. You could see the rash vest shining through the lip. Today's conditions have been sensational. We've got not much wind on offer. Here goes Jack Thomas. So,
oh my goodness,
that was a heavy wipeout. I'm sure all his mates, all his friends and family are tuning in from Yallingup. So a big shout out to the Thomas clan. Literally came off his first ever QS win about 10 days ago at home in Western Australia, and the 4.9 was pretty nice. Tried to back it up there, but he got sent down to the canvas. You can see Dylan Moffat as well. He got a bit swatted, so it packs a punch. There is no shortage of energy in the ocean this afternoon, True. This is going to be a good heat to watch.
yeah, it really is. I feel like, Eduardo, he's a local surfer here. He has so much knowledge out here on this wave. You can see Jack just now checking his board, making sure there's no creases or anything. But he's got an early lead with that 4.9. Dylan, he's really good at frontside barrel rides. He just I don't know, he just appears out of nowhere. He's pretty magic at it, so I was surprised to see him come down on that first wave. And Zane as well, you know, he's progressed through a couple of heats already, so I feel like this is going to be a really good matchup. And I was talking with Jesse in a couple of heats earlier and saying, you know, the goofy footers will be watching the locals out here and taking away a couple of little points. That is Rio Inaba walking down, preparing for the next heat. But yeah, I feel like the goofy footers would be taking away a couple of little tips from watching the other heats of the locals, that's for sure.
100%. So these 25-minute heats, we saw it in the last heat. You know, you really got to make the most of your opportunity. There is an unlimited wave count, so you can catch as many waves as you want, but you just want to make sure that you've got at least 2 when that final siren sounds.
Yeah, definitely. We've actually seen that being, I think, Jay Okalupo, he unfortunately got knocked out. Looks like he only got 1 wave in his heat as well. Yeah, it looks pretty tricky to get 2 out there.
Well, we're going to throw over to the tower. Your sister Jessie is out there with Dylan Wilcoxon. Oh, sorry, Dane Henry, the winner of the last heat. Whoops.
Yeah, guys, I'm with Dane Henry. Dane, that was a bit of a stressful heat to watch, if I'm being honest. I commentated it and I was like, I have no idea what way this heat is going to go. How must you have felt out there? Because I would have been absolutely biting my nails off.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing but probably 10 times worse. But yeah, it was a really grindy heat. Like, we've got perfect conditions, but I don't think it doesn't really do it justice watching it on TV how tricky and grindy it is out there, because there's so many good waves, but there's just like the margin between the okay waves and the really good waves is really high. So you kind of just got to have a bit of Iceman in you, and yeah, ended up kind of getting it done on that last one. But yeah, it was a bit of a grindy one, so I'm happy to make it through it.
I've been saying on the broadcast a lot that for most of the time the surfers are kind of figuring it out for the first time in the heat, because during the free surfs everyone is shoulder to shoulder. Do you kind of feel like you went through that as well during this heat, kind of spent the first half of the heat just being like, oh, this is where I'm supposed to be sitting?
Yeah, kind of. I've actually kind of had pretty good rhythm out there, surprisingly. I'm usually pretty terrible with crowds like in Nias and Crew. I never get waves out there, but I've actually been in pretty good rhythm this week, which I'm really happy with. And yeah, it's just good to get a bit more of an eyes on it. And yeah, being the first heat, it's good to get a bit more knowledge heading into the next ones.
And you're traveling with a coach. You're obviously away from your family, you're away from home. What kind of difference does it make having someone like Duffy in your corner? Yeah,
Duffy's great. He's like our uncle, and we got a really good little squad up there with Caius, Jay, and Macklin, and Duffy's just the big uncle, and he's kind of herding us all together, and it's just a really good crew, and it kind of unites everyone, and it's just great to have him over here. He's got such a wealth of knowledge, and it just passes straight down onto us, and I love it. So yeah, it's great. I'm really keen to keep on working with him.
And we're going to wrap this interview in a very traditional manner. You have so many people back home at Kingy who love you. I'm sure your mum and dad are tuning in. You got to say hi to them.
Yeah, hey mum, hey dad, my siblings, Chad Chiselton. Thanks to Sharp Eye, Ripco, all my sponsors, Sharp Eye for the best equipment like always. And hi to my nan and pop. I know you're watching. I'm sure she was biting her nails off in that heat. And yeah, just thanks to everyone for the support and keen to keep it rolling.
The nice guy. Dane Henry, thank you so much. Into the next round. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Jessie, and congratulations, Dane. I loved his spray. I'm a big fan of the camo, and I'm jealous of the board spray.
Yeah, Dane's, he's got some pretty cool board spray, and I think he's such a cool guy. He absolutely shreds. I love watching Dane surf. So to see him make that round was really cool. But right now, Dylan Moffat having a look. Oh, wow. That was pretty uncharacteristic from Dill.
Yeah, I feel like people are really analysing these waves hard prior to their heat, and then you hear from Dane that you get out there and the margin between the good ones and the bad ones, they might look good, but they'll hit the reef on a different angle, or they'll just throw a bit harder on the takeoff. And yeah, as perfect as they look from our position here, as you see, just these little right and left barrels just puffing and staying open. You get out there with 3 other very talented surfers, it's a different story altogether. So yeah, right now, Jack Thomas, the yelling up surfer, he's been spending some time over on the Gold Coast, just I guess exposing himself to, the competition sort of scenario and, competing along the East Coast. But It looks like he's asking the question maybe of the priority judge. You've got to be happy with second priority right now, Jack. It looks like that is not changing. He's got a 4.90. True, I'm pretty confident you've been to an ISA World Junior Championships. How big is that event? You know, Dane Henry won the under-18 boys last year. Team Australia won the gold overall. Like, how does it weigh up to something like this?
Yeah, your confidence was put in the right place. I think I went to the one in Huntington in 2018 and 19, and it's bigger than anything I expected. You know, the opening ceremony was huge. The pouring of the sand was huge. We'll come back to that, though, because this is live action. Eduardo, holds on. Nice stuff from the local surfer. Huge carve as well there for Eduardo, so that was great to see. And look at this one behind. Just
oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, so perfect.
Really perfect.
I'm sure we're going to get a replay of Eduardo's, but the locals liked it. They're all right here on the beachfront just behind us, and you can hear them hooting and hollering, and yeah, surfing means a lot. So talk us through the replay, True.
Yeah, he just falls into it perfectly, completely disappears, comes out after the spin, and wow, just really laying down the rail, just dictating that board. I loved the aggression. And you can just see this is going to be a good score, I think. I mean, it was maybe a smaller wave, but he gets deep, he gets a good carve and a completion. Really great wave selection from Eduardo. It was good to see him, picking the eyes out of it out there.
Yeah, 100%. He doesn't necessarily need to be on the biggest waves. He knows which ones are good, and looking at that score, he has picked an absolute gem. He has banked himself a 7.17. Jack Thomas now, the yelling up boy, dragging his butt through this one. He's going to replace a 0.27. So I know Jack was so stoked. He's been on the Kiwi grind for a little while and working hard with a builder to save some money. And here he is. Here's the replay. Love this angle. A sort of shorter barrel, but I think it's going to sort of sit alongside his opening score. We'll confirm that shortly, but a 7.17 for Eduardo El Ciso. Just really good wave selection and knowledge of this little patch of reef here on Siargao Island.
Yeah, the locals are just dominating out there. They're kind of picking the best waves, finding the best lines, and they come in and they're like, yeah, it's super fun out there. And, everyone else is being like, it's a little bit tricky. We're finding it hard, and that's just the local knowledge that's coming into play, which is great to see. But in 12 minutes to go, Dylan and Zane haven't really had much. Zane, though, right on cue, slides into this one, gets a bit of cover. You can see him just fighting to get out of it, which he will.
Wow, his backside technique was really locking in there. And here goes Eduardo now, setting this one up, stalling.
Wow.
And goes for that trademark turn again. So a good two-wave exchange. The score for Jack Thomas, as predicted, was pretty close to his his opening score, a 4.90. So two 4.9s for Thomas. But this is Zane Asink's last. Really leaning into the wall. He wasn't deep there. Never really disappeared out of sight, unfortunately. So was working hard to slow his body down. But here we go. Eduardo stalling. I'm not sure the judges love when you actually stall and set up the tube as much as they see like you sort of pulling in behind the lip and getting super deep. So anyway, he'll definitely replace the 1.0. Will it be enough for him to move up into the lead? Yes, it is. There it is. A 3.23 pushes him to first. Jack Thomas, the West Australian, couple of pocket 4.9s, one in the left, one in the right. He'll be hoping for something around a 5.51 if he's going to move up into first place. Zane Asink, it looked good from the drone angle. That's why that drone angle's so deceiving. Looks amazing on the broadcast because they look like they're right in there slotted, but the judges have said, nah, you didn't disappear anywhere near as long as we'd hope you did. And just a 1.43 there for him.
The judges really being crucial on that as well. They want to see you covered up for a bit of time too. And then, you know, kind of being in front of the barrel, they're like, yeah, we're not even going to like score that as anything. And it quite clearly tells the surfers what they need to be doing to get the scores in the 7 range, like we've seen from Alciso, like we saw from Kyan Falvey, the 9.5 and the 8 a little bit earlier today. Yeah, so I just think, you know, Eduardo is just reading this wave perfectly. Even though that last wave was a smaller one, a 3.23, he still got a fair, you know, he got under, disappeared for a moment, was able to come out cleanly. And yeah, it was really cool to see that. But I feel like, you know, with Dylan and Zane right now, they need some pretty big scores. And I'm going to go back to the same comment I said earlier. I feel like sitting and waiting for waves is not the go out there on a day like today. I feel like kind of moving out there and catching more waves is definitely a good opportunity. You can see Joshua just pushing past. We've got lots of people out on the boardwalk supporting Eduardo and coming to watch everyone else in this event. But yeah, I just feel like catching waves, getting into the rhythm of the ocean out there is who we've seen progress through has been doing that.
Yeah, you're very right. These 25-minute heats go pretty quickly. It's under 9 minutes now. It is green leading from blue, who is ahead of white, who needs an 8.33 right now, and Dylan Moffat, an experienced campaigner, chasing an 8.73, but both white and red holding on to 1 point rides or less than that. So pretty much anything will improve their situation.
Yeah, Dill spent a year on the Challenger Series once again this year and just unfortunately not able to go into that top 20 spot to re-qualify for the Challengers. This is that last wave of Zane. You can see that drone angle makes him look like he's undercover, but just a little bit too fast for the tube. And then this last one, the 3.23 for Eduardo, a smaller wave, but definitely gets time in the barrel and huge carve. He's really smooth on rail. It's great to see him go to turns. Dylan Moffat, we'll have to catch back up with the replay on that one. Hopefully he got a bit of time. And no takers on this one out the back though. 7.5 minutes to go. Stressful moments for Jack Thomas, Zayna Sink and Dylan Moffat right now.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the boys probably travel and know themselves really well. They know their strengths. They might know some of their weaknesses as well. As we see the replay of Dills here. This is more what the judges like to see, that real critical takeoff, pull in right behind the lip. So Dylan is going to lock in his best score. Escaped out the doggy door.
Yeah, he read that wave really well, just figuring out that it was going to kind of clamp a little bit later, so he didn't get too greedy. I liked how he came out, of the barrel, exited earlier than necessary. And Dill's from North Narrabeen, where I grew up, so he's such a great surfer. He's spent a lot of time competing. But he's also, a great human too. Jesse and I they're all great humans and stuff, but we love Dill. He's good fun, and that last wave was a 4.93, so he's looking to get back onto the Challenger Series. That's why he's back here in the QS as this event and then the next 5,000 event to kind of get him back into that top 10 spot for the men. So we'll see how he goes. But right now, Jack Thomas looking to better one of his 4.9s. He needs a 5.51 to go to first, which is quite achievable right now, Justin.
I think so. The quality of the waves we've seen this afternoon will definitely allow him to do so. There's a couple of little slabbing right-handers close to yelling up that he would surf quite often. A little bit different to this. I won't say any names because the boys back home will be off me, but with priority, Jack has a little look over the shoulder. Eduardo has a look. Both of them let that one slip through. But yeah, I'm sure the boys at the board store have probably got this tuned on if the shop's still open. Big shout out to big time supporter of Jack Thomas. I'm sure the boys from Creatures of Leisure are also tuning in. He rides Timmy Patterson surfboards. And so far, his first outing here He's sitting pretty high up on the rankings. Obviously 1,000 points to his name after a recent event back in Yale. So with 5 minutes on the clock, yeah, what do? You've got priority. Do you go defense? I think you're pretty much saying you got to attack out there.
Yeah, definitely. I think you have to attack. You need to really dictate how you want to surf the heat. I think for Jack, just the set's going to come. It's going to come at some point, and he knows that. So I think from there, he just needs to make sure that he chooses the right line and comes out, because that's where he's going to be able to put himself on top as long as he gets deep and kind of does all the right things. And it's way easier said than done. Things can go wrong very quickly, especially out here at Cloud 9, whether it's, the foam ball or, the wave closing out or not doing what you expect it to. So he needs to make sure his wave selection's on point, and he really attacks and goes for it, because I just feel like with first priority, the next wave that he gets, he needs to make sure that it betters a 4.9.
Well, Dylan, fourth priority, had a little look at that, understands the situation, under 4 minutes, his requirement a 4.87. And Zane Asink, he was in one of these sort of scrappy heats yesterday. He was able to do just enough. So he seems to be in that backside of the draw where you're getting the afternoon heats, not the morning heats. Did you ever have a preference, morning or afternoon?
We were talking about the danger zone with no coffee this morning.
Oh, yep.
So I'm thinking more of I actually prefer a midday kind of heat or like a mid-morning. I like to be able to go for an early, come in, have a coffee, have a little something to eat, have another coffee, and then surf a heat.
Yeah, okay.
Otherwise, I'm a nightmare. Otherwise, then I have to get up way earlier, which is just not good for anyone around me. So definitely, mid-morning or even a midday heat for sure. But whenever you're on, you have to be prepared.
All right, fourth priority, Dylan Moffat. That one clamps shut on him. We do have this new little swell direction that is pushing from the north a bit, so it's not the ideal direction, and maybe that's what's making some of these waves a bit more tricky to read. Zane Asink pops out of that one on his best wave ridden so far. Right now, I think Jack is just wanting to control priority.
Mm-hmm.
The next best wave that comes through in the next 2.5 minutes, he wants to make sure either he's on or one of his competitors is not. So he's sitting there in second, keeping a very close watch on the two guys paddling back out. Zane Asink a 3.10. He's still in fourth position. A 6.7 is the requirement. So here's the replay.
Yeah, he definitely gets a bit of time in the barrel. Not too deep. It's a small one. Gets a clean exit. This is live action, Zane. Oh, he makes it. Needs a 6.1. Zane, he's got an energy about him. I don't know. I'm wondering what happened at the start of this wave.
Yeah, it's a smaller one, but you can see him driving on the backhand. Really difficult to do. Disappeared for multiple sections. He liked it.
He did.
Let's see what the judges thought of it. There is 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. So,
do we think it's a 7?
I personally don't think it's a 7, but I think just where he took off and the size of the wave are maybe going to keep that score a little bit lower than he requires. But hey, if he throws in, another mid-range score, there it is, a 3.87. It's enough to move him now into third, and the requirement is much smaller. Dylan Moffat, however, nice tube ride, wraps that one around.
Wow.
And what can he do here? Nice open face gaff, puts the back foot into that one. And with a minute on the clock, he knows this is his opportunity to extract everything out of it. Slides the tail loose, and that is all he's going to be able to do there. A 4.87.
This is really stressful times. Dill got that under Jack's priority. Zane Asink goes up. Let's have a look at the replay. Dill just gets into that one, disappears for a moment, and gets a couple of really nice turns. Roundhouse just tagging the whitewash there. Gets another one. I love this second turn here. Just really driving through, laying into it. Is this a mistake from Jack Thomas? A 4.87 is a requirement for Dill. Eduardo Alciso also getting one. Jack Thomas still has priority, so he's letting a couple of waves go right now. Is that going to come back to bite him by the end of this heat, Justin?
I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie. So Eduardo finishes there on the inside. First place essentially guaranteed for him, but we are waiting for a couple of scores. Looks like Jack Thomas did catch a wave, so JT did find the tube. And yeah, I don't know if it's as big, as deep, as throaty as his first wave, which did lock in at a 4.9, but finds an inside section. His backhand is really lethal, but the wave's lost a lot of puff. But that is a nice turn. So we are waiting on a bunch of scores. There he is on screen, the reigning champion of the Cape Naturalist Pro, Jack Thomas. He's got a score to lock in. Zayna Sink's got a score to lock in, and Dylan Moffat has got a score to lock in. So these are nervous moments. You can see him looking back at the tower, maybe his support crew up there. Pretty sure he's travelling with Xavier and Tully.
Yeah, this is, we'll wait for these scores to come in. Dylan needs a 4.87. He has a score to lock in. Eduardo has a score. I think Zane might even have a little one to come through as well. And Jack has a score. This, if Jack betters a 4.9, it makes Dylan's wave
his requirement higher.
Yes, thank you. I lost my words for a second there.
I knew what you meant.
I know. I was like, whoa, Justin, help me out. Yeah, this is, these are really important scores. The judges are going to take a bit of time to think about it. You could even see Jack on his last wave. I don't know. It looked to me like he was looking out to his caddy, and whoever's caddying for him was saying, keep going on the wave. And then I think Jack realized, oh, okay, I need to kind of go to town, which he did that, got a couple of really nice backhand snaps. Dill got a good clean barrel and a couple of great carves. So we'll see. You can see Dylan and Eduardo having a chat there. We're still waiting on the scores, so...
Yeah, this is
wow.
not clear cut.
There we go, 6.3 for that last wave of Dylan Moffat. He actually goes to first. Jack Thomas drops to third, needs a 5.51. I think we might have a score for Eduardo to lock in as well. So let's see how the rest of this heat plays out. But right now, Dylan is safe. Will there be waves to come through?
Well, we can hear the siren in the background, so it looks like the heat is done and dusted.
Yeah, looks like Dylan Moffat and Eduardo Alciso moving on through to the next round. Jack Thomas and Zayna Sink unfortunately bowing out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the last heat of the day right after this quick break.
When there's still so much I can be.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. Don't stop, she don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo, anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
Welcome back, everybody. This is day number 4, Siargao International Surfing Cup, and this is the last heat of the day. Round of 64, heat 11. We have Joe Azuchi in red, Mike Clayton Brown in blue, Reo Inaba in white, and Joshua in green. So 2 Japanese surfers against 2 Australians. This is surfing white Reo Inaba, and I'm here in the booth with True.
Yeah. What's doing, Dai? Last heat of the day.
Last heat of the day. It was a big day.
It was a big day. Yeah.
Well, this is probably the first wave of Reo Inaba. 稲葉レオ選手の1本目のライディングはチューブではなくターン1発2発としっかり入れてきます。そして立て続けに2発目乗ってきました。こちらはチューブをしっかりとメイクし、最後のこのターンも入れてきました。1発2発、そしてここも3発目と技を繰り広げていきます。その後ろでは This is the surfing blue, Mike Clayton Brown up and riding. Wow, the first of blue comes in 5, 6, 7 already. That's a great way to start this heat. So Reo Inaba's last waves, well, he called 2 waves and comes in 3.77 and 2.17. So 5 minutes in, and blue and white getting all the waves already.
Wave hogs out there right now, but it's fun. There's definitely some good ones coming through. So Mikey 5, 6, 7 for his first wave. That's a good way to start. We saw Josh Stretton have a really good heat a couple of days ago. This is our first look at Joe Azuchi in the event as well.
Right, he is top seeded surfer. He was probably waiting for such a long time to, come into the first heat of the event.
Was day 4. He's waited 4 days, and he's the last heat of the day.
Right, so he waited for a really long time, especially today. But he was always surfing at Cloud9 before and after the competition, so he is ready.
Yeah, he's ready. I actually passed him on the boardwalk, and I was about to be like, hi, and he just had this like laser focus, and I was like, I'm not, see you later. I'm just going to keep walking. And then I saw Minami not far behind, and she was laughing at me. I was like, yeah, I know.
Like,
it was funny.
Tell as soon as you're just passing through those competitors, they are in the zone, or like they can be chill and you can talk to them.
Yeah.
I can really tell, so yeah, I would do that.
It's quite funny. I was like, oh, I'm just not waving at you. It's someone else behind you. Joe is such a focused competitor. He's so dedicated to his craft. It's great to see him here. And he had a Challenger Series qualification last year.
Yep.
That's right. Yep. So he was on the Challenger Series,
Yep.
but didn't re-qualify in the top 20. So he's back on the QS, looking to get himself a spot on the Challenger Series once again. And there's a good-looking lump rolling through. Is there going to be any takers? Is it even that good? It's just a beautiful wall.
Wow, it's just a beautiful A-frame, wave and unwritten. Wow.
So nice. Yeah. Wow. It's pumping out there. There's still some good ones. Look at this one rolling through.
I'm looking at left.
You're looking at left? I am not looking at left. You have the goofy goggles on. I just don't even care.
Wow, it's just so perfect out there. But, pretty much all of the competitors saying that this is kind of hard to pick right ones because everyone looks the perfect. But you gotta have right ones to get those great scores. But while we are waiting for the actions, we're gonna go over to the tower. So go for it, Justin.
Hey, I'm here with Dylan Moffat. Bit of a scrappy heat, Dill. I've had a few messages. Some of the boys in Yelling Up want me to give you a bit of a clip over the ears for knocking out Jack Thomas. Just jokes. Mate, tell us about that last wave, right down to the last minute.
Yeah, like you kind of never know. Like I was going the sets at the start of the heat thinking they were going to be really good and they were kind of tricky, and then the guy in green got a 7 and I didn't even see the wave, so it's just like a bit of luck of the draw, and it's kind of, you never know what's going to come. If it's perfect as it looks on the camera, it does kind of move around a little bit, so I'm pretty thankful that to get that last one and get through, live to fight another day.
Mate, the forecast for the next few days is looking pretty good. You've hung around for a few days, no doubt, waiting for that opportunity. It must feel good to blow the cobwebs out and be moving through to the round of 32.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. So I'm pretty eggy too, surfing the last heat of the day, just sitting around watching pump and waves all day, going like, oh my God, get me out there. So yeah, looking forward to the next few days. Hopefully there's a few more pits.
Mate, a full year on the Challenger, back here in the QS 5000s. What have you learnt and what have you brought here to the Philippines to, hopefully get back there next year?
Yeah, it was nice competing on the Challenger series this year, but definitely didn't get too many pits in my heats in those events, so stoked to be here in the Philippines getting some good waves and wearing board shorts. But yeah, that's definitely the goal, get back to the Challenger series for next year.
Have you been here to Cloud9 before?
Yeah, I have, luckily enough. I did the events in 2018 and 2019, so it's good to be back and see a couple familiar faces and surf this wicked wave.
Mate, I'm sure you're got some friends and family back at North Narra that are tuning in to watch. You want to do a shout out to anyone?
Yeah, shout out all my friends, mates at home watching, my family too if you're tuning in. Thanks heaps.
Well, there it is. Dylan Moffat's through to the round of 32. We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you guys so much. Yep. He was on the CS tour.
Yeah, he was.
Right.
Yeah, unfortunately, same kind of situation as Joe Azuchi. Didn't re-qualify in the top 20. So now he's back on the qualifying series, looking to, as he just mentioned, re-qualify. Get back there. And then goal after that would be the championship tour. But, baby steps. You got to take it heat by heat, event by event, and go from there.
Right. So 10 minutes in this heat already, but Joe Azuchi and Joshua are still looking for first wave.
Yeah, they've been a little bit quiet right now, but I mean, with 15 minutes to go, you can see, as this is the last heat of the day, where it is 10 to 5 local time here, so it's starting to get a little bit dark, but there's still some really fun waves, which is great.
Right. Still, there's so many waves that I wish I would be on, but he was actually, Dylan was explaining how hard it is, and it explains all. So it looks perfect, but it's just so hard to pick right ones to get scores.
Yeah.
You gotta get selective, right?
Yeah, definitely. Here we go, Josh Dredd and free. Oh my goodness, that was so heavy. I hope he's okay. That was crazy. Unfortunately for Josh Stretton there, just getting pumped, but comes up quickly and regroups. He'll make his way back out with 14 minutes to go. At least he's got the heat started, but right now Joe Azuchi has the first priority. Mike Clayton Brown holds second priority. Rio Inaba with third.
That's one of the biggest bomb. It was big wave, like proper 6-footers.
Yeah, yeah, that was a good size wave that came through, and
just for 1 second, it looked like backdoor.
Yes, yeah, for one moment.
Yeah, for one moment.
Wow, I would be taking a couple of deep breaths right now. If I was Josh, he's probably just got so smoked. So we'll see what happens in the next 13 minutes of this heat. It looks like he's going to try and start to get moving. Joe Azuchi has a look at this one.
安土城選手1本目のライディングになります。ここはしっかりとチューブに入ってくる。少しバランスを崩しそうでしたが、ここはうまくリカバリーして大きなラウンドハウスカットバック、そしてプルアウト、素晴らしいライディングを披露してくれました。 Well, that was a really, great surfing from Joe Azuchi. It wasn't on a bigger size, wave, but still he managed to travel quite long time in the tube. He nearly slipped off in the tube, but somehow managed to recovery from that and did a big run house cut back and finish off nicely. It was a great first wave for Joe Azuchi.
Yeah, Joe just allowing the patience to pay off. You can see him. He's a bit of a shark. As a competitor, he's like real smooth and easy and great to watch. But then when he attacks really hard. And it's great to see that. Let's have a look at this replay from the drone angle. Oh, yeah, I can see what he's saying. Almost slipped off, but recovered well for Joe. And gets a nice roundhouse as well. So scores to lock in for that first wave of Joe Azuchi. Locks in 5.17, puts him in a really good position right now.
Wow, back in the game now. It was worth waiting for almost over 15 minutes of waiting, but still it was rewarded. 5.17 安土ジョー選手の最後の波、ラストウェーブに 5.17 がスコアされました。15分間波を待ちましたが、これはいいスコアになってきました。現在第3位のポジションですが、0.77 で2番のポジションに変わってきます。
Alright, here we go. Josh Stretton pulls in.
Wow.
He's deep and he... Is that a make or not?
We have to watch the beach angle.
Wow.
But it was a really hard wave. I mean, it was kind of like closing out. So you you kind of had to just doggy door it. But this is a beach angle. That was a great. Yes, I'm not sure. I can't say that was a completion, but
it's real touch and go. Really, really touch and go. I mean, he's had that 0.63 for his first wave. We'll see where that one goes. Wow.
Probably like 1 second you need to go.
1 second longer. Yeah, I agree. Here he is again, finding an inside one. And oh my goodness, what is going on? Slow it down, bring it back. Josh, he's just trying to catch a couple more waves. I mean, I like the momentum that he's got, how he wants to try and keep moving, but completion's a key out there and anything can happen. Wow. That was that wave was small and it just kept peaking up and getting bigger and bigger by the end of it, which was really cool.
One of the, good wave, right? It was a smaller wave, but just hitting the reef right and just breaking along the reef. It was such a beautiful wave, and he stalled. His technique was on point, but somehow, I don't know what happened in the tube.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Looks like the last two waves, that one prior to that, the judges have deemed it incomplete.
Right.
So Joshua Stretton looking for a 4.27. And, we saw him in his last heat drop some excellent scores. So I feel like he'll be able to do the same in this one. He just needs to regroup, regather his thoughts a little bit. But Josh is good in the barrel like we've seen so far.
So he just has to, adjust a little bit and he'll probably get another excellent score easy. We still have 10 minutes remaining. So now, Surfing Blue Mike Clayton Brown is in the lead with a 5.67 and 0.33. Rio Inaba is in second place with 3.77 and 2.17. Joe needing 0.77 to go into the second. The fourth, Joshua needing 4.27 going to the second. So, no big score needed for both of red and green. Especially Joe Azuchi, just pretty much you take off and then you get into the second place. So
0.77 for Joe right now. What do you think, Dai? If you were Joe, would you just try and catch a small mid-size one to get to second, or would you wait to get into a better priority rotation and find a better wave to back up the 5.17 properly?
Probably I'll see what Blue will do on the next set, and if he gets excellent score, but I would be trying to get, the better wave. But for now, I probably would go for the middle ones.
Yeah, I agree. I think, if Joe gets a 2, he goes to the lead, right? So, you want to be in the lead because it's a safer place in second. The tactics that come into it all, there's just so much to unpack.
These guys watching whole day, right?
Yeah.
So they know that you don't want to be waiting so long. You got to get scores, even if it's a small score.
Yeah.
That, that can get you to the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for Joe, if he can get the scores and he was able to do it, you could see him paddling on the inside, trying to find some momentum. So we'll see.
But it's a very slow heat, the last heat of the day. Not many waves coming through, but there's a lot of waves coming through, but nothing they wanted to catch.
Yeah, nothing of substance right now, but it's definitely gone a little bit quiet. Mikey holding on to that first priority. He has a 5.67, so the best wave of the heat so far, which is working in Mikey's favour. And the priority, which is he's just really dictating this heat. But Joe having a look, he's going to have a paddle.
安土城選手、さあこのインサイドの波に乗ってきます。さあここもしっかりストールをしてチューブの中に入り、ここは綺麗に出てきます。そしてこの後しっかりと一発入れていきます。バランスを崩しましたが、ここはうまくリカバリーしてもう一発入れることに成功しました。これはバックアップスコア、いいスコアになってきそうです。Wow, that's a smart move from Joe Azuchi, getting those inside ones and getting in the tube, get out of the tube clean and get to, manage to put 2 turns in.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay. You can see he's just stalling there, gets a little bit of cover up for Joe. Maybe not as deep as he'd like, but wow, that was huge. And tags it for another one. Joe Azuchi is looking strong. He'll go into the lead with that wave 100%. We'll just see where that score locks in.
Well, definitely it's going to be, higher than 0.77. So it's going to get him probably into the lead, I would say. But we are still just waiting for his last score to lock in.
Yeah, we'll see. There we go, 4.17 for that last wave of Joe Azuchi. Here we go, Josh Stretton gets a bit of cover, driving hard through that carve. That's the kind of surfing that we're used to seeing from Josh Stretton from yesterday.
Right, that's much better riding and wave from Joshua. It's going to be his best score so far. So he goes behind, he backdoor it, clean exit. I love the power carving, labor carving. It's gonna be pretty solid score for Josh.
Is it the 4.34 yes or no die?
I would say yes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think there we go. 4.83 for that last wave of Josh Stretton. Goes to second place, but Mikey Clayton-Brown only needs a 0.83 to go to second place. So, it's really close between second, third, and fourth right now. Less than a point.
Right.
Which is pretty crazy. Joe Azuchi holds a lead, not by, a lot, but definitely by enough to be comfortable for the last 4 minutes of this heat. Whoa.
Wow, here's Joshua again. Up and riding. Gets the tube, clean exit, and again, another big carve and gets a bonus right there. So it's a similar wave to his last wave. So it's going to be, I reckon it's going to be better than his backup score, 1.67.
Yeah.
And he needs 4.52 going to the lead. I'm not sure about it's going to be the requirement. Yeah, it comes in 3.70, but extending his lead now.
It's interesting. Mikey let him go that wave. It was a nice looking wave. Joshua and Mikey are actually, I don't know why I'm calling him Joshua. Josh and Mikey are staying together. They're traveling together. They're actually from Port Stephens, the same hometown, in Newcastle. So I know that they've probably had quite a few heats together. This is just what happens when you stay with people. You always draw them in heats at some point or another. And with 2.5 minutes to go, I know Josh and Mikey are probably hoping that they're going to be 1 and 2, but sometimes it just doesn't work out the way you want it to. We'll see. Mikey needs a 2.87. Rio Inaba has been very quiet in this heat. He needs a 4.77 to go to second place right now.
So he's holding on to the second priority, and just less than 2 minutes to go in this heat. Are we gonna have another set coming into the lineup?
I think we might have one more. I think, I'm thinking we'll have one more set, but I've been wrong before, and I'm happy to be wrong again.
Right, so
we'll see.
It's still, wide open for the second place right now for green, blue, and white. But here is 安土城選手になりますか。はい、安土城選手乗っていました。しっかりと中央抜けてきます。Wow, so blue and white just let the wave go.
Yeah, they just allowed it to kind of go by. Joe, he needs a better 4.17. I don't know if it will, but it was a really good wave. And he's just, I love watching Joe surf. He's so smooth. He's so seamless. Let's have a look. You can see him just racing down the line, and then this wave just starts to build and jack up a little bit. Gets a clean barrel and exit there for Joe Azuchi. And with 50 seconds to go, Mike Clayton Brown has the priority, needs a 2.86. You can see him start to paddle around, feel a little bit nervous right now.
2.86. If I was him, I would be coming into the inside a little bit more and trying to get those little ones.
Yes.
Just do 1 or 2 turns. That would do that requirement.
Yeah, I agree. I think, wow, he's sat and waited for quite a while with priority, and now we've come down to 15 seconds. He's paddling, he's looking at something out the back. Is there going to be an opportunity? These free surfers are just super eager. Oh my goodness, we are literally down to 5 seconds. Is he going to get out before the hooter? Looks like he will. So he needs to... Oh! We both felt that. Right then, you could hear it in the emotion. That was so unfortunate for Mike Clayton Brown. But it will be Joe Azuchi and Josh Stredden moving on through to the round of 32. You can see the emotion there from Mikey Clayton Brown, unfortunately bowing out with Rio Inaba, who was uncharacteristically quiet in that heat. Wow. Don't go anywhere. We will be back tomorrow. We're going to have highlights from day 4 of the 28th Siargao International Cup. We'll see you guys in the morning.
so many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want.
We don't stop. We GoMo.